السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third session of renal transplantation webinar, which is hosted by Dubai Hospital. My name is Dr. Sima Abdullah. I'm a specialist in Dubai Hospital. And it gives me a great pleasure to be the moderator for this session. We have distinguished speakers during this session. We have 7 speakers, national and international. And I hope everyone, all the audience will enjoy the webinar and they will get the maximum benefit out of it. Before I introduce the first speaker, I would like to just mention a few housekeeping points. Please remain muted. If you have any questions, you can post them in the question and answer box. And at the end of the session, we are going to have a discussion session as well. So without a further delay, I would like to introduce our first speaker. He's Professor Ahmed Mustafa. He's holding MD, MSc, and PhD degrees. In addition, he earned his PhD degree in immunology and infectious disease from the Memorial University of Newfoundland in Canada. Shortly after his PhD, Dr. Mustafa started his postdoctoral training in the University of Calgary for 2 years, and then he was trained as a clinical fellow in histocompatibility and immunogenetics at Alberta Laboratories in Canada. Currently, Dr. Mustafa is the clinical director and consultant of HLA laboratory at St. Paul's Hospital in Saskatoon, Canada. And he's also assistant professor of pathology and laboratory medicine at the University of Saskatchewan in Canada. Dr. Ahmed Mustafa, please, the mic is yours.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Sima, for the nice introduction. So let me share my screen here. And the $1 million question, I believe everyone can see my screen now, since we have been like a couple of years now in the virtual world. Okay, before I start, I would like to thank Dr. Amna and Dr. Fakhriya for this kind invitation. And I would like to thank all the organizers for their outstanding work. And I hope at the end of today's presentation, you should be able to interpret any HLA report. And I think we can consider this as informal presentation. So you can stop me at any time if you have any question. And I will also try to divide the presentation into 3 parts, and maybe we can take a 5 minutes break in between. So I don't want people to get lost in the middle of the presentation. So as Dr. Sima mentioned, I'm from Saskatoon in Canada. And this is the picture taken of me last summer sitting beside the river. And this is what we think we do in Canada. However, this is how the rest of the world think what we do. But in reality, this is our morning workout. So sometimes it takes 4 hours to clean up the driveway from snow just to get the car out and go to your work. The second challenge we have in Canada is the geography. And Canada is the 2nd largest country in the world, but we have very sparse population. And that's why we have only 13 transplant centers distributed across the country. I'm located in Saskatoon, and we provide transplant risk assessment for the whole province at St. Paul Hospital. And just mention here that St. Paul Hospital has witnessed the 2nd live kidney transplant in Canada in 1964, and the first disease donor transplant in Canada in 1967. So now let's focus on the objective of today's presentation. And at the end of this presentation, you should learn the following terminology. HLA antibodies, what's the difference between calculated CPRA, current CPRA, and cumulative CPRA, HLA antigen or HLA typing, cross-match, and I will touch base on the physical cross-match and the difference between allo cross-match and auto cross-match. And finally, I will talk about the virtual cross-match. And as you know, what does HLA stand for? So HLA is stand for human. L stand for leukocyte, because all the initial experiment was done on white blood cells. Now it's expressed in all nucleated cells. So any cells that has a nucleus will have HLA expressed on it. And antigen, because it can actually elicit an immune response in the form of antibodies. So there are two types of HLA, HLA class 1 and HLA class 2. Both HLA class 1 and HLA class 2 are structurally different. And class 1 is formed of actually a large alpha polypeptide chain and a small beta-2 microglobulin. We don't do HLA typing for the beta-2 microglobulin because it's the same with all individuals, but we do HLA typing for the alpha chain gene because it's actually a polymorphic gene. And the most common HLA class 1 are HLA-A, HLA-B, and HLA-C. HLA class 2 is a little bit different. It's formed of actually two polypeptide chain, an alpha chain and a beta chain. And they are both approximately identical in size, but they are actually encoded by two different genes, the alpha and the beta gene. The most common HLA class 2 are HLA-DR and HLA-DP and HLA-DQ. So basically anything which starts with a D is considered class 2. So if we take each one by one and speak a little bit more. So if we start with the HLA-DR, it's formed of one alpha chain and four beta chain. And this four beta chain is the HLA-DR beta 1, HLA-DR beta 3, HLA-DR beta 4, and DR beta 5. Yeah, I think someone now is saying that I missed the DR beta 2. So DR beta 2 is actually a pseudogene, so it's not expressed and it's not clinically significant. That's why we don't. It's when they discovered it, they discover later that it's not expressed on the cell surface. And the next is the HLA-DQ, and actually the alpha chain of the HLA-DQ is a polymorphic. So we do typing for the alpha chain. And also the beta chain of the DQ is also polymorphic. So we do typing for the DQ beta chain. If we talk about the DP, alpha chain also of the DP is a polymorphic, and also the beta chain is polymorphic for the DP. So we do typing for the DP. So we actually do typing for everything except the alpha chain of the DR. So here I'm actually sharing this slide with you just to give you a hint about what is the DR beta gene, because I think this is the most complicated gene in the whole system. And this is, and I mentioned in the previous slide, there are 4 different DR beta genes that we do HLA typing for. So what you see on the slide is a figure that represents different DR beta genes. So let's go over the slide and slowly to understand better. So early scientists found a strong association between DR beta 1, which you can see in the blue boxes, and DR beta 3, 4, 5, which you can see colored boxes onto the right side. And they found a very strong association between the DR beta 1 and the DR beta 3, 4, 5. So from the DR beta 1, if you have the typing of the DR beta 1, you can actually predict the typing of the DR beta 3, 4, 5. Because they are actually inherited as one haplotype. So they are one haplotype means a block of genes inherited together. They move together from ancestors to ancestors. So let's take one example here and explain it a little bit more. So if we took an example as the DR1 haplotype, you can see that this individual have DR beta 1 gene, and there is no DR beta 3, 4, 5. How do we predict that in the lab? So basically, if this individual have the DR beta 1 or 8 or 10, then we know that this patient, sample will not have any DR beta 3, 4, 5 association. If we took another scenario, if you look at the DR beta 15 and the DR beta 16, this individual will express the DR beta 5 gene with it. The third example, if the patient is DR beta 3, 11, 12, and 13, and 14, they will be associated with the DR beta 3. And the last example here, if the patient is DR beta 4, 7, and 9, they will be associated with the DR beta 4. And you can see that there is a strong linkage between the DR beta 1 and the DR beta 3, 4, 5. So someone can maybe ask me, what's the significance of knowing that? So the significance is that some labs doesn't actually do typing for the DR beta 3, 4, and 5. So as a clinician, you should predict what you can see. So if you haven't seen this DR beta 3, 4, 5, then this means that the lab hasn't typed this, but you can predict it. But again, everything has an exception. Like this is just a prediction, but there is some exception. You can see I know it's very rare exception, but some exception appear because this is even genes and mutation can happen, and this recombination can happen during a mitogenesis. So it's all prediction. The second feature I would like to highlight about the HLA here, that they are actually inherited as one haplotype. So we inherit one haplotype from the dad and one haplotype from the mom. So haplotype, as I mentioned before, it's actually a block of genes carried in the same chromosome, and they actually inherited together. So if you know the HLA typing of the parents, you can predict the HLA typing of the offspring. So if we look at the father blue haplotype, you can see that the father has the A2, the B62, the CW10, and the DR4 on one haplotype. If you look at the green haplotype of the father, he has the A31, the B60, the CW10, and the DR4. Now you can see that the mother has the brown and the purple haplotype, which has different sets of other HLA genes. So let's take one offspring and see how it looks like. So if this is the first offspring from this parent, you can see that the first kid inherited the blue haplotype from the dad and the brown haplotype from the mom. If you look at the second kid, they inherited the blue haplotype from the dad and the purple haplotype from the mom. If you look at the third kid, they inherited the green haplotype from the dad and the brown haplotype from the mom. And if you look at the fourth kid, they inherited the green haplotype from the dad and the purple haplotype from the mom. Again, every slide has a significance. So as a clinician, and you can ask why we care about all this. You actually care because if you have a patient and he's asking you, what's the chance that I can get a matched sibling, then the simple answer, the chance is 25%. And this is actually something good because, as you know, HLA matched siblings are the best donor. They have the highest survival rate of graft, and also they can survive with very minimal immunosuppression. So encourage every patient to speak to their siblings for live donation. Again, another important features about HLA is that I want to highlight that HLA is completely different than the ABO system. So ABO system is, or HLA system is actually inherited as a codominant expression, but the ABO is only dominant allele is expressed. So if we took here this figure, this is actually a figure of an immune cell expressing both the maternal in pink and the paternal HLA antigen in blue. So for example, you can see that in this immune cell, the A1 is inherited from the dad, the A2 is inherited from the mom. So both of them are actually expressed on the cell surface. And this is what I mean by codominant expressed, that both of them are expressed. There is no dominant and recessive allele in the HLA system. It's not like the ABO. And if we took another example, the B27 is inherited from the dad and the B8 is inherited from the mom, and so on. Again, what's the significance of this? The significance is the more HLA diversity you have, the more you can improve your immune detection of different pathogens. But for transplantation, it makes life more difficult because it becomes more difficult now to find a matched donor. So the chances of an HLA matched donor is 1/20,000. And as you know, HLA system is actually the most polymorphic region known in the human genome. So if you look here at the y-axis, this is the total number of HLA alleles that has been discovered. And if you look at the x-axis here, this is the number of years of the discovery. So to date, you can see there is over 25,000 HLA class 1 already discovered, and over 10,000 HLA class 2 alleles seen in the dark green bar already discovered. And I can see that the growth of this number of alleles over the years is reflected to the method of typing that was available during this time. So in the first phase, CDC, or the serology, as you know, this was the most or the gold standard of HLA typing. And you can see that this method was able only to detect the antigen level. And this is why the numbers was not increasing significantly, as you can see later. In the early 2000s, with the introduction of the molecular method, you can see that the number of HLA alleles start to grow up. And finally, with the introduction of sequence and NGS, these numbers significantly increase. And every time a new method is developed, more alleles is going to be discovered, and the more difficult we will find a suitable matched donor. So because all these thousands of alleles, it was very difficult to name it, because in the past, every lab who found a novel allele, they start to name this lab by its name. Like I can find an allele in my lab, I can just say Mustafa's HLA, or I can just say Saskatoon HLA. But they found that this is very, it's actually, we have to speak, the whole nation have to speak the same language. So the WHO has established a committee in 2010. And this, they established the committee in the early 1970s. But in 2010, this committee has decided to put a specific naming criteria for the HLA. So basically, this is how and everyone find a new allele, this is how it should be written. First, you write HLA dash, and then this is the gene. So this could be A, it could be B, could be C, could be DR, DP, DQ, and so on, followed by an asterisk, as you can see here. And then the first field corresponds to the serological antigen. And so basically, the first field is the CDC method or the serology method. The second field is the molecular method. And this is a subtype of the antigen. The third field is when there is a change in the coding sequence of the DNA that result in a synonymous mutation or a silent mutation. And the fourth field represents difference in non-coding region. And then at the end, there is sometimes you will see some letters. L stands for low expression, N stands for null expression, S stands for secreted expression, and Q stands for questionable expression. Through my whole career, I have never seen this secreted, but I have seen the low, I have seen the null, and I have seen the questionable. So in the clinical field, if you see one field resolution as this, then this is what we call low resolution HLA typing. If you have seen two fields like this, then this is what we call high resolution typing. Some labs report the third field and some other labs report the fourth field, but up to now, they are not very clinically significant. So I'm not sure if there is any question. I can stop for a couple minutes, take a couple questions, or if there is no question, I can continue. Okay, I'm assuming there is not any questions.
Yes, Dr. Mustafa, I think we should continue.
Okay. So how do we do the HLA typing in the lab? So steps for HLA typing. So we receive in the lab, we receive the blood. So this blood goes to the accession, and then the blood goes to the DNA bench for DNA extraction, and depend on the urgency of this sample. If this is a sample comes in the middle of the night for a diseased donor and they need the typing quickly because they are afraid of the ischemia time, then the typing is in our lab is done by real-time PCR. It could be done by serology in other labs, but I'm just talking about my lab. So we do it by real-time PCR, and real-time PCR actually takes 90 minutes to complete the typing. And the normal or the routine samples are done by sequence in my lab, and we do next generation sequence for all the routine samples. And this actually takes almost 3 days. You can finish it in 2 days, but it will be very tight. At the end, we review the results, and then we report it through the lab information system. In our lab, we use the HistoTrack lab information system. And here is actually an example of a report that you could see from the HLA lab. So we usually like to add the ABO of the patient because this is the first thing you do for any patient undergoing transplantation. Next, you will notice that there are 2 dates in the report. The sample date is the date that we received the sample, and the tested date is the date we tested the sample. In this example, the sample date did not stay more than 1 year before it got tested. This sample was actually tested in 2020 by low resolution typing. But when we implemented the high resolution typing with NGS in the lab in 2021, we pulled this DNA and then we retype it again. The second part of the report that I want to highlight, these 2 rows here. The first row represent the molecular typing, and this is the actual HLA typing that we do in the lab. The second row represent the serological equivalent, and since 2011 we have moved to molecular HLA typing, and we never do serological typing, but we use a software program to give us the serological equivalent. And this is important because this is the antigen in which HLA antibodies are formed. The HLA report will be divided in 2 parts. The first part is the HLA class 1 for A, B, and C. And the second part is the
لحظة أنا اليوم مش ديوتي بس
والله سوري يا دكتور.
لحظة.
Yeah, and the second part is the HLA class 2, and we do typing for the DR, the DQ, and the DP. And I will go much more details in the next few slides to get the picture more clear. So let's get closer into the report, but now I'm going to focus on class 1. So remember when I mentioned in the first slide that we only do typing for the alpha chain and we don't do typing for the beta-2 microglobulin, because beta-2 microglobulin is the same for all individuals. So since we don't do family studies, we don't know which haplotype is inherited from the mom or the dad. So I'm just pretending maybe the top one comes from the dad haplotype and the bottom one comes from the mom. And then also we follow the HLA nomenclature because this is our ASHI requirement or the standard that we have to follow. So we put the asterisk, and then this is our first field, and this is the second field resolution. And the first field represents the antigen level or the serological level. When we add the molecular typing to the software, so now the next step is we take this molecular typing, put it to the software, and then the software will give us the serological equivalent. In most cases, the serological equivalent is similar to the first field of your typing. Like, let's see this example here. You can see this patient is A0101 and A0102. And the serological equivalent of both these alleles are A1. So here I put a figure just to explain it to you what I mean. So you can see this is a cell, and what you see in the center of the cell is the nucleus, which has the two chromosomes or the two haplotypes. One haplotype is A0101, the second haplotype is A0102. But when they are expressed on the cell surface, they are actually expressed as A1. And this is when an antibody is going to form, the antibody is going to form on the expressed antigen, which is the A1. And this is what we need for the solid organ transplant. And another feature I want to highlight here, that it's not always that the serological equivalent is similar to the first field typing, and this is why we use a software. So if we took the CO3 here, or the CO303 as an example, you can see that the serological equivalent of the O303 is actually CW9. And why this happened? Basically, in the old days, the serological equivalent of the CO303 was C3, but later on they found that the C3 antibody combined to two different HLA. So when they discovered this, then all the numbers were taken, and the next available number was CW9 and CW10. So they called the CO3 become 9 or 10. So if you are O3, then this is 9, O3, 04, then this is going to be 10. Now, for the class 2 reporting, I will divide them into two pieces. First, the DR, and then the DQ and the DP. And I hope you still remember the structure of the HLA-DR, which is part of the class 2. It's formed of an alpha chain and the beta chain. And as I mentioned before, we don't do HLA typing for the alpha chain because there is only 2 alpha chains, and they are not clinically significant. So that's why we don't do HLA typing for the alpha chain. But we do HLA typing for the beta chain. And if you still remember, we have 4 different beta genes available: the DR beta 1, DR beta 3, 4, and 5. And so here you can you see that I just predicted that the first one comes from the dad and the second one comes from the mom. So now I put this figure again because we are going to use it to explain the class 2. So you can see this patient is DR beta 1, and there are no DR beta 3, 4, 5 association, because if you look at the figure here, there is no DR beta 3, 4, 5. So if you see something like this in the report, don't rush and call the lab and ask them where is the typing. The typing is not present. There is no typing. So we actually do typing, but we cannot find anything. So that's why we keep it blank. There is no DR beta 3, 4, 5 association. But if we took if you took the other example here, which is the O301, and you can see that the O301 is associated with the DR beta 3 gene, and the specific allele here is the O101. So if your lab is not typing for the DR beta 3, 4, 5, you can just predict the gene which is associated, but you will never predict the allele. And that's why, and this is the allele which I mentioned. This is what we do in the lab to do the different allele, because This is the gene, this is the specific allele present in this gene, because it could be O1 or O2 or O3 and so on. Now, if we look at the DP and the DQ, we do HLA typing for the DQ alpha, and we do HLA typing for the DQ beta. And the same, we do HLA typing for the DP alpha, and we do HLA typing for the DP beta. So the second thing I would like to talk about is the HLA antibodies, which we do in our lab. And this is also important for as a risk assessment. From this figure, you can see that the HLA antibody is formed against the HLA antigen found on the surface of the cell. So, for example, if this cell is expressing HLA-A2 antigen, the antibody that will bind against this antigen will be HLA-A2 antibody. And let's see how this happened and how how can it result in antibody-mediated rejection. So, as I mentioned before, HLA is expressed on all nucleated cells. So you would express this HLA will be seen expressed on the surface of the kidney cells. So if, for example, this patient got a Becky virus, for example, and then we had to reduce the immunosuppression. So now this will give room for donor-specific antibody to form that will bind to the HLA antigen. In turn, this will activate the complement cascade through binding of the C1q to the Fc portion of the antibody, which lead to recruitment of consequent complement component, leading to the formation of MAC and causing cell lysis and death. Donor-specific antibodies are done in the HLA lab from the patient's serum. C4D and all signs of kidney damage is seen from the biopsy that is sent to the renal pathologist. And there are three types of antibody-mediated rejection. The first is hyperacute rejection, which can happen between minutes to few days. And actually this, you can see it while you are like suturing the kidney. In the theater, you can see that the kidney start to turn blue and rejection happen on the table. And this actually types of rejection is very rare now because we do screening for all our patients before transplant. And we do also ABO screening as well. Acute, which can occur between a week to 1 year, and this is due to the formation of a new or a de novo donor-specific antibody. Chronic is actually the most common one, and it's actually due to the loss of function. So we work very hard in the lab, so we don't want this to happen. And this is the function of an HLA lab is to do risk assessment to guide the physician on the proper donor-recipient compatibility. So let's see what we do in the lab to do, or how can we do HLA antibody testing in the lab. Again, the sample is received, but this time we add a bunch of reagent. I don't want to it's not the purpose for this presentation, but then we add this reagent and then we add it to this nice Luminix machine. And then this, after a few minutes or after 40 minutes, 20 minutes, you will get the result. And again, we report this result into HistoTrack. And this is actually an example of a report that comes from the machine. We don't share this report with the physician, but I would like to point some important things here. So what you see in the on the y-axis, this is the mean fluorescence intensity, or the MFI. This actually measures the intensity or the strength of the antibodies. And what you see here on the x-axis is the different antigen that we type. So for example, here I just put A and B. So this is A. There is nothing here. Then this is B. The first one is B48, B60, B7, and then this is A2, 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 and so on. So so you can see that the highest mean fluorescence intensity is 12,000 MFI, and this comes from the B48 antibody. The cutoff for the antibody in our lab is 1000 MFI, which means anything below 1000 MFI is considered negative, and anything above 1000 MFI is considered positive. Based on the cutoff, the last antibody that is considered positive will be B76. So in conclusion, anything you see highlighted in red are considered positive, and anything highlighted in blue is considered negative. And from this screen, you can actually confirm that this is one of the highly sensitized patients, and this is one of the very difficult patients to get transplanted. But the reason I put this slide, and because as a clinician, I don't want you to bother yourself with the mean fluorescence intensity. Mean fluorescence intensity is not a quantitative method, and it's actually a semi-quantitative. And the reason it's a semi-quantitative because it can actually differ between tech to tech. It can differ between run to run, lab to lab, because there are different kits, different methods. Even within the same kit, it can differ between lot to lot. And also target epitopes. Some of them are shared. And this is something called peanut butter spread. I can explain it in a different presentation. But you can get spread of all the antibodies on the Luminix, and you don't know which is the strongest and which is the weakest. And again, sometimes the serum has interference substance that can interfere with these antibodies formation. So please, after this presentation, I would like to take a promise: don't ask the lab for the mean fluorescence intensity. Don't use it as a guide for treatment. So where do HLA antibodies come from? So the first, as you know, transplantation, especially failed transplant, pregnancy, and this is the most common antibodies seen in women, usually comes from pregnancy, because half of the HLA genes are that the woman carry is coming from the dad. Again, previous blood transfusion, especially platelets and granulocyte. And here, I would like just to stop for a minute. And red blood cells is not a nucleated cell, so it doesn't express HLA class 1 or HLA class 2. So in theory, you would not imagine that a patient who takes packed red blood cells will get any sensitizing event. But there is a very small amount, less than 0.1% of white blood cells contaminating these packed red blood cells. So even maybe 1 or 2 units, it can actually very rare can make a sensitizing effect, especially if it results in something called microchimerism, which I'm not going to talk about it, but it's more common if someone is taking multiple blood transfusion, because now every time they take, there is a small amount of white blood cells, even it's a very minimal small amount, but the repetitive of this blood transfusion can result in a sensitizing event. On the other hand, platelets also is not nucleated, so you would think that platelets doesn't express class 1, but platelets actually originate from the megakaryocyte, and the megakaryocyte was actually nucleated, and they are just fragments of the megakaryocyte. So platelets actually express HLA class 1, and it only expresses the A and the B, it doesn't express C. And from 1 unit of platelets, you can become highly sensitized. I have seen patients become 100% PRA from 1 unit of platelets. And again, the last thing that can result in HLA antibody is vaccination. We have seen a lot of the COVID vaccine has resulted. It's not something that I'm scaring you, but I have found that it actually sometimes results in transient HLA antibodies. It disappears after a while. I'm not sure if this is specific or not, but there is few papers published about this, and there is other vaccines as well that can result in HLA antibodies. This doesn't mean that you have to avoid vaccination. No, the benefit of vaccination is higher than this adverse effect. So in the next few slides, I will explain the difference between calculated PRA, current PRA, and cumulative PRA. So we'll start with the calculated panel reactive antibody, or the CPRA. And the CPRA predict the percentage of donor in a specific population that are likely going to be incompatible with a given recipient. I know the title looks very complicated, but how do we calculate this, or how this is calculated? It's actually calculated based on the allele frequency of the specific HLA alleles in this population. So this is very important. So if someone has done their CPRA in Asia or Africa or Australia, they will have a different CPRA than if it's done in the UK or the USA or Canada, because it actually depends on the allele frequency that are present in this population. So let's take one example here before give you more headache. So actually, I choose here HLA-A2 because actually HLA-A2 is the most common antigen present in the Canadian population. It accounts between 40 to 45% of the population. So almost half of the population carry HLA-A2. So this means that 4 out of these 10 individuals will carry the HLA-A2 in their blood or sorry, on their cells. Now, if you have a patient who is looking for a kidney and this patient has HLA-A2 antibodies, they will be incompatible with 40% of this population. Now, this means that he has a calculated PRA of 40%. Because their cross-match will be positive, and 40% of this population will be eliminated from being a donor or a perfect donor for this patient. And it ends with only they can be compatible with 60%. So in this case, we call this patient has a CPRA of 40%. And this is not magic. I actually can show you how can we do it here. So if I open here. So if you see this screen, this is actually the Canadian CPRA calculator. And it's actually based on, this is all the antigen. And if you choose that this patient has A2, for example, and you hit calculate, it will tell you that the calculated PRA is 47%. Now, if we took one of the rare alleles like 74 and 80, these are more like African alleles. And if you hit calculate, you can see that the calculated PRA become 0.45%. So the reason I bought this, because it's not important the number of HLA antibodies this patient have. The most important is this allele, is this antigen immunogenic or not? Because if you pick 4, 6, like all these antigen and then hit calculate, you'll see at the end it's giving you 8%. On the other hand, if you removed all these and pick the A2, it will give you the 47, and even sometimes if you pick this is one of the common one, the DR51, it will give you 30%. So the PRA, it only depends on the quality of the antibody, not the quantity of the antibody. So next, I will explain the difference between cumulative and the current CPRA. Every time a patient has been exposed to a sensitizing event and formed a new antibody, this new antibody will be cumulatively added to the previous one. So cumulative CPRA are HLA antibody that have been detected over the entire course of pre-transplant screening. It's important when the lab perform virtual cross-match because it depends on the historical presence of the antibodies. So let's take an example here. If someone has an HLA-A2 antibody, which was detected in 2002, but in 2023, the patient did not have this antibody again. So now his current PRA, which was done in 2023, will be 0%, but his cumulative CPRA will be 40% due to the presence of A2. And the cumulative CPRA is the antibody that we actually use in the virtual cross-match. And here is an example of the report that you should receive from one of like the lab or the HLA lab. The top part is the current serum, and which means that this is the latest serum that was tested for antibodies, and it's a 0 PRA. In the bottom here, you can see this is the cumulative CPRA, and the cumulative CPRA is 25.48 because this patient has historical A3, A66, and B76 antibody. This was historical, but in his last serum, he doesn't have these antibodies again. Now we will move on to our third tool that we do in the HLA lab, which is the cross-matching. And this is the third risk assessment that we do for all our patients. And I just added the slide to remind you about the first positive cross-match in the history. And this happened when surgeons treat blindly without the help of the lab. So the lab is actually play a very important role in transplantation. So don't ignore the role that the lab do. And you can see that the person at the back is actually the lab director, and he's very concerned looking at the surgeon and the physician, and when they are doing the transplant. And at the bottom here, you can see the donor and the transplant coordinators helping the surgeon and the physician. So what are the types of cross-match? First is the virtual cross-match, which is used to predict the result of the physical cross-match. So virtual is not something we do. It's actually a software program that predicts that this patient is compatible with the donor or not. In order to do a virtual cross-match, you need to have the following: recipient HLA typing and HLA antibody, and the donor HLA typing. You don't need the antibodies of the donor. So how we do this in the lab? Now, all the wait list patients must have their HLA typing done in their initial assessment. In addition, in order to be maintained on the wait list, we draw a serum sample once every 3 months for HLA antibodies. The HLA typing and the cumulative CPRA are added to our computer system. Now, in the middle of the night, we received a deceased donor that the family decided to donate their organs. So what we do HLA typing for this deceased donor, and we add the typing of the donor to the same software program. And the software will give us the result and will predict or give us the negative cross-match. So will give us a report with all the waitlist patients that can be compatible to this donor. And here is an example of the virtual cross-match report. On the top here, you can see the donor typing, and you can see that the blood group is A. In the bottom, you see all the waitlist patient that is negative by virtual cross-match. You can see that they are all also blood group O. All the typing of the patient will be displayed So here you can see all these are different. So here, this is a different patient, and this is the typing of all these patients. And next here, this is actually filled manually when we are comparing the HLA typing of the recipient with the donor. For example, the first patient has A2 and A11, but the donor has A1 and A2. So they share the A2 antigen, but they differ in the A11 antigen. So they get the score of 1 because there are only one mismatch. The second column patient is B13 and B35. The donor is B8 and B39. This means they have 2 mismatches, so they get the score of 2, and so on. At the end, you will get a score of 2, if you have 2 mismatch, a score of 1 if you have 1 mismatch, or a score of 0 if there is a 0 mismatch. Now let's see how the computer actually do the virtual cross-match. So what you see here is a diseased donor HLA typing that we done, and I've shown you a report. This is basically because this is a diseased donor typing, so it's done urgently. So you can see it's done only by low resolution typing. And here is a recipient, I call it recipient XYZ, and this is just the antibodies of this recipient. So what the computer do is actually compare the antibodies present in the recipient with the antigen of the donor. So he can see here that this patient has a CW12 and the donor is a CW12, and also has a DR1 antibodies, and the donor is a DR1 antibodies. So, and again, has a DQ5 and the DQ5 antibodies. So basically, this is a case of a virtual cross-match is positive for class 1 and class 2. So this patient is eliminated from the list. Now we will put...
Sorry, Dr. Ahmed, you have 9 minutes.
Sure, yes, thank you. Yeah, so this is a different patient here. Sorry, a different patient, patient 1 to 3, and there is no compatible antigen that is matched with the donor. So this is a case of virtual cross-match negative. So lastly, I would like to talk about the physical cross-match. There are 2 types of physical cross-match: the allo cross-match, which is cross-matching the donor with the patient's serum, and the auto cross-match, which is cross-matching the patient's cells with their own serum. And I will explain it shortly. So here is how the allo cross-match work. We isolate lymphocyte from the donor, specifically the T and the B lymphocyte. So how about I can stop here and I can take the rest questions. I don't have to go to the cross-match.
It will be fine, Dr. Mustafa. We will have around 10 minutes at the end of the session.
Okay.
If you like, not this session, at the end of this session, around 12 o'clock. So if you like the questions which are put on the question and answer, we can go through them.
Yeah, I think I will go for the question because actually it's now it's 12 midnight, so I don't think I was able to stay longer than that. So maybe I will stop here and apologize if I was just going to explain the cross match, but I can do it in a different time.
Thank you very much. It was a very nice presentation, made life easy. Okay, so would you, I will ask the first question. Which is, can you kindly explain the difference between PRA and DSA, and what is the difference in method of detection?
Sorry, PRA and BSA? And
DSA.
Oh, DSA. Oh, okay. Oh, well, DSA is just like a terminology that we use if we are going to do antibody testing for a waitlist patient or a patient before transplant, this antibody is called HLA antibodies. If we are going to do the same test, but for a patient after transplant, then we just call it donor-specific antibodies, because now we have the donor information and we have the antibodies. So we now know that this antibodies is actually specific to this donor, but they are actually, it's the same test. It's just like different names, depend on the situation or depend on if it's done pre-transplant or post-transplant.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, and PRA is actually a panel reactive antibody. And in the past, like, I don't know, 15 years ago, it was not calculated. It was actually physically done in the lab. But nowadays, most the lab, they don't do it physically. They just use the screen that I shared with you. And they actually calculated using this software program, because now we have allele frequency of all the population.
Thank you. Second question is, do we do HLA typing in unrelated kidneys transplant always?
Yes, yeah, HLA typing has to be done because sorry, you mean unrelated or related? Is the question
unrelated? Unrelated.
Yeah, well, anyone has to do HLA typing, regardless if it's relative or the only thing that you don't need to do HLA typing is for identical siblings. And when I say identical sibling, not HLA identical, actually monozygotic identical siblings. But then you have to confirm by lab that they are actually a monozygotic twins. But in all cases, we do HLA typing for everyone.
Thank you very much. There is another question, which is it says that you said that the lab does not report MFIS as treatment decision. should not be based on it. And his question is that if that is true, then how does their transplant team know if it is safe to transplant a patient who is undergoing desensitization?
Yes, okay, so desensitization is something different than giving numbers to the patient. And the best way is to do desensitization is not by MFI, it's by titration. So this means that you take the antibody and you dilute this antibody in a diluent, and then you see the least diluted amount that become negative. Like, for example, you can say, when I diluted the antibody at 1 to 16, means I put 1 part serum, 16 part of a diluent, then the antibody become negative. Now, when you repeat it, now you are going to repeat this titer again, and then give the titer. Titer is different than MFI, and this is the titer is that what we used for desensitization, because we can say the patient was positive at 1 in 16 dilution. Now the patient become positive at 1 in 32 dilution. So the patient improved, or the antibody has decreased. So instead of MFI, we use titration for this case. At least this is what is done in my center.
Yes, Dr. Ahmed, one more question. And are HLA labs with MFI below 1,000 belong to immunity memory, and should we still be aware of the time of transplantation?
Yes, that's actually a really good question. So what we do here in the lab is we try to find the best donor and the safest donor. And even if you have very low MFI or value, this doesn't exclude the presence of memory cells. And this is why we actually collect serum every 3 months from the patient. And when we do the cross-match, we do cross-match on the peak serum and the current serum. So that's why if the current serum is negative and the peak serum is positive, they can actually go for transplant, but they have to know that there is a small risk, or so not risk, there is a moderate risk that a rejection can happen, and they have to monitor this patient more frequently than a low-risk patient. But yes, low MFI doesn't mean that the patient didn't have antibody. It actually means that they have antibody, but now this antibody is below the detection level. But if transplant happens, this antibody can actually rise, so they have to monitor it more carefully.
One more question. Does CPRA and CRF also include calculation for cross-reactive epitope groups?
I'm not familiar with the CRF. I think this is European, they use it, CRF, but CPRA, epitope is a different story here. Like this is a whole presentation. I can give you a presentation about epitope analysis. And we actually use it very often in the lab. And based on the, like sometimes now in the lab, we don't even report based on the MFI. We report based on the epitope spread. So sometimes we report even alleles that 300 MFI because it has an epitope spread, and this epitope spread can have one epitope has like 10,000 MFI, and a small another antigen have 300 MFI, but we report the 300 MFI because it's shared the same epitopes with the more strong one. I think CRF, is that something to the similar to the CPRA, if I'm not mistaken, but I think this is more like a European.
Yes, I agree. It is UK CPRA equivalent.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought as well. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Mustafa, for the beautiful presentation. Actually, we are limited on time. It's going to be 10 o'clock, and we have to go for the second session. We have lots of questions. We have, I think, 10 more questions, and if you can answer them in the Q&A box, it will be very nice.
Okay.
Maybe some other time. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm going to present the second speaker of this webinar, who is Dr. Ali Al-Ubaidali. Dr. Ali Al-Ubaidali is consultant nephrologist and transplant physician at Seha Kidney Care, SKC, part of Abu Dhabi Health Service Company, Seha. He is the chairman of UAE National Transplant Committee, deputy chair of Department of Health, Higher Committee of Human Organs and Tissue Donation and Transplantation, and he's a member of GCC Transplant Committee. He's going to brief us about donation and transplantation activity in UAE from 2017 till 2022 in UAE. Welcome, Dr. Ali, and the mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Doctora. So welcome, dear colleagues. It's really great to have such a large audience on a weekend, and this shows your interest in promoting this aspect of in the field of medicine. So I'm going to take you through with my colleague who will be speaking after myself, Dr. Maria Paula Gomez, the UAE journey, as well as what we are ahead of. If we can advance the slides. Next slide. So this audience knows very well that an individual can save up to 8 lives needing organ transplantation, but also improve the lives of so many other people who may need tissue to improve the quality of their life. Next. Now, United Arab Emirates, as I'm sure all of you or majority of you know, is a country that has nearly 10 million population. It's very open to different nationalities. So in fact, 88% of the population are diverse from 200 nationalities other than UAE. And that's the uniqueness and the richness of the United Arab Emirates, of how this could also be used in a positive way to reflect on organ donation and transplantation. And it has, we are blessed to have a strong economy, a wise leadership that believes in talent and believes in tolerance and coexistence. And I'm going to reflect how this is so far contributing to our program's journey. Next. So when it comes to how we are regulated, as you know, United Arab Emirates is a federation of 7 emirates or states, if you like. So there is a federal government of the UAE. We have happened to have the National Organ Donation and Transplantation Committee for many years. And then recently there was an announcement by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Prime Minister, ruler of Dubai, that we will have a center, the national center, that we will coordinate activities amongst the different states. And at the same time, there are this Department of Health, which is a regulator in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, as well as Dubai Health Authority. So there are these local committees to enable and empower and address requirements at the state level in full coordination with the federal government. Next. And so far, this reflected in us actually having one multi-organ transplantation program at Cleveland Clinic Abu Dhabi Hospital. So that program or that hospital is licensed to perform heart, lung, liver, kidney, pancreas transplantation, as I will share the statistics. And then we have 6 other hospitals that are kidney transplantation, 2 pediatrics, and 5 of them are adult kidney transplantation in various emirates. So Sharjah, Dubai, and Abu Dhabi. This is a timeline of how the UAE started its journey. So 1985 with kidney transplantation between living individuals. And then it shows the milestone of our first transplantation law. The program wasn't stable, so it needed to be restarted in 2008 with living transplantation at Sheikh Khalifa Medical City. Then you can see that since, as the title says, update from 2017 onwards, we needed a new law for transplantation to permit cadaveric deceased donation 2016. And from 17, we started to have our first heart, lung, liver, kidney, pancreas program. Next. This was the very first deceased donation. You can see even when we didn't have the multi-organ programs active, the UAE utilized in 2017 the 2 kidneys in the UAE between Abu Dhabi and Dubai. Even from the first deceased donor within the UAE, we shared the lungs, liver, and pancreas with Saudi Arabia. So it is important that we don't discard any organ that by the kindness of the family, they agreed to donate and save lives. And we have to cross these boundaries and make it happen. The collaboration should go beyond one country to save as many lives as possible in honor of the deceased and their family. Next. Now, this is where this is shaping up, because if we reflect on the UAE being home to 200 nationalities, then essentially we can work with their home countries and we can share organs. So we shared a liver and a kidney with Pakistan, and hopefully this will tip Pakistan into a deceased donation program. We have lots of ongoing dialogue. We have the majority of our sharing with Saudi Arabia. We have very active organ sharing with Kuwait, in which more than 20 times we retrieved liver and lungs. And in return, of course, we return organs, 100% organ payback, and we put Kuwaiti patients on the list in the UAE. We are in active discussions with few other countries in the region, Oman, Egypt, and other countries. So hopefully as a journey, we can all of us support deceased cadaveric donation. Next. These are the results. So 2017, we had 3 deceased donors, provided 11 organs to save lives. And you can see that by 2021, we actually started to get a grant fund to run or put together the OPO or the organ donation agency. So we had 39 deceased donors, provided 147 organs. In 2022, we had 55 donors, provided 203 organs to save lives. And the program is continuing, but this excited the government to actually start to think of giving us a full-fledged budget, which it's a good news that we now have a federal budget as well as local budget. Next. These are the same statistics in different formats. We try to keep a good donation per individual deceased, and that is good. If you move to the next slide, is for organ sharing as well as donor maintenance. These are how to get the maximum number of organs from every deceased, and these are the breakdowns of, as you know, the majority would be kidney transplantation, followed by liver, and smaller amounts of pancreas, lungs, and hearts. Next. Now, what about the diversity that we talked about? So when we looked at the nationalities who either donated or benefited from living or cadaveric or deceased, they come from 49 nationalities. And this is a great story to tell, because the UAE program is from everybody to everybody. Anybody who lives in the UAE can donate, and anybody who's living in the UAE, if they need it, they can receive. And of course, there are lots of details in between about the committees and the eligibility for living donation and who can donate to their relatives to the 4th degree. Next. When countries get measured about donation per million population, so this is a journey that every country tries to go up. So we started with a very low donation rate, less than 1 per million population. And we are reaching, I believe, 6 donation per million population. But you can see the size of the country doesn't matter. You can see towards the top, USA, Spain, and Croatia. So Croatia being a small country, still they have a high donation per million population. And our aspiration is to, now that we are getting a larger federal support as well as a government, local government support, that hopefully we can show the rest of the world that if the system is in place, the public would easily embrace organ donation. Next. This is the donation per deceased, how many organs are retrieved. Again, maybe our numbers are small, so it's an unfair comparison, but it shows that we really need to invest in donor management and maintenance so that by the time we are talking to a potential donor family, most of the organs are maintained so that it's their wish to donate or not to donate, as well as we don't stop at the point that we actually don't have this type of transplant or that type of transplant. We need to share the organs that are what we are not utilizing to save lives. And countries need to build their synergies together. This is how Europe works, and this is what it takes for deceased donation to be successful. Next. These are the statistics. So 302 organs were utilized in UAE, 112 were shared with Saudi Arabia. And these are the organs that our programs did not have recipients, suitable recipients, or for whatever reason were declined organs. So we offer them to neighboring Saudi Arabia. And then you can see Kuwait and Pakistan. Next. So as much as, you know, transplantation is a science, and we heard a great talk by our colleague, Dr. Ahmed. Also, organ donation is a science that needs individuals experienced in end of life, and if they have a passion to specialize, because it's very difficult to ask in the midst of end of life when family is grieving or having a shock news about their loved one dying. How do we take them from, ensuring that they have all the information they need to differentiate between coma and brain death? And then what does it take for them to have absorb this information, think about it, and then consider agreeing? At the same time, there are lots of details that takes place between the intensive care units, the OPO, of how do we move in parallel to respect the family's wish if donation was their wish. Then behind the scene, lots of details about donor detection, evaluation, diagnosis, approach, etc., etc. Next. So this, I think, depicts the importance of, I think, the majority of programs in our region, other than the West. If we put too much emphasis on transplant, then still the program wouldn't succeed. So it's important for us to put the right resources behind donation, as well as also put additional resources behind becoming a high volume kidney or other types of transplantation, of course, supported by the needed legislation, the trainings to professionalize organ donation as well as transplantation. After all, this is a team effort, and it's not going to be individual efforts, even if we have the best individuals. But if they are not supported by capable teams, then they would seem to be putting too much efforts, with relatively lower success rates, or they could do way more if we support them with the right teams. Next. What about public engagement? In particular, UAE wanted to not rush public engagement into deceased donation before we had results. So that's why I think we spent from 2017 until now, we have more than 500 recipients. And now we are highlighting that the public can support organ donation. And donation doesn't apply to the majority of people, even if they register, because it depends on how people lose their life, and a small percentage of those who die are able to donate. And it's important to make it as seamless, as easy of registration as possible. And we believe also, because of the global organ shortage, we should use this if we are reaching out to the whole population, like 10 million population in UAE. It is also a great opportunity for us to educate them about prevention of kidney failure, heart, lung, liver. So we have their interest in mind to give them promotion of healthy lifestyle, how to prevent organ failure. At the same time, how could they support donation? In the UAE, this is digital, less than 30 seconds, individuals can pledge. Next. So with this QR code, individuals can scan and get to the Ministry of Health and Prevention and immediately pledge their support. And as I said, in less than 30 seconds. And so far, this program is going to grow and we are going to build synergies with hospitals, health systems, and others, because just take the comparison of COVID-19, how all the sectors work together for a common goal. I think disease donation and awareness about donation is important, that we collaborate with various sectors to ensure that the public gets enough information about how do they support donation and how do they take care of themselves to prevent failure. Next. We started actually with a fund from Charity Marathon, from Zayed Charity Marathon. So it's important that the training be preceding, even before the regulation. It's important that we train and train, so that by the time your regulation is updated, actually individuals are all trained. And we duplicated this with ADNOC Abu Dhabi Marathon this year and previously, as well as this year in Dubai. We were with Dubai Marathon at the Expo. So there are so many public sports and other engagement activities that we are looking forward to participate with the public. Next slide. And these are, even transplant recipients can stay healthy and prevent their grafts from failing if they pursue active lifestyle. So these young kids are heart, lung, liver recipients who are trying to enjoy life and go back to their normal. Next. And there are lots of social impacts and benefits of donation and transplantation. It creates a culture of tolerance and coexistence. And so this is a journey that we are about to magnify and amplify in a much bigger way in the coming weeks and months. Next. So with that, I end this brief highlight. Thank you very much for the kind invitation.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Thank you very much for your presentation, and really appreciate your effort in the field of transplantation. I hope everybody will be active during the World Kidney Day next month for promoting for organ donation and transplantation. Thank you very much. Dr. Abedeli, I think we don't have any question, and if there is any question for Dr. Ali, we can you can ask him at the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Dr. Maria Gomez. She has a master's degree in donation and transplantation of organ, tissues, and cells from Barcelona University. Dr. Gomez has 23 years experience in the field of organ donation, transplantation program all over the world. She's the director of UAE National Center for regulating donations and transplantation of human organs and tissues and cells in Ministry of Health and Prevention. Dr. Gomez, welcome, and the mic is yours.
Thank you very much for this invitation. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Dr. Amna, Dr. Fajira, for the kind invitation to be part of this third kidney transplant update conference today. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, yes,
okay.
Yes,
okay.
We can see.
Okay, so during the following 15 minutes, we will talk about the National Center for Regulating Donation and Transplantation of Human Organs and Tissues at UAE. I divide my presentation in three main chapters. First, we have to talk about why organ donation is important, not only in Emirates, everywhere in the world. Then we will move on to the regulatory framework that we already have in the country. And finally, I will go through the Emirates organ donation and transplant system, the structure, and some highlights as well following the presentation of Dr. Ali. So this is from the Global Observatory on Donation and Transplantation. These are the estimations. This is from the World Health Organization, and there are estimations for 2021 activity, where there are 144,000 solid organ transplants performed every year. But unfortunately, this is only less than 10% of the global needs. So when we talk about the needs of organ donation, is because we know that there are the needs for organ transplantation. There is no doubt about the benefit for transplantation in patients with some chronic diseases. So this is from World Health Organization as well, is the actual donor from disease in 2021. And then in the different type of blue, you can see the disease donor per million of population, which is how we measure the activity by country. So the dark blue are the countries with the highest rate of disease donor per million of population. That means more transplantation and more opportunity for the people in waiting lists and with chronic diseases. So here we have USA, Spain, and some other countries in Europe, like France, Italy, Portugal, Croatia. And then in light blue, we can see countries with a low donation rate. Now we can see here less than 10 donors per million of population. So what is the best practice? Why these countries, the one with more than 30 donors per million of population, what they have been doing during all of these years? So there is very well known a list of best practice in disease organ donation for transplant. I will list here, and then during my presentation, I will explain you how we have been applying all of these best practice in Emirates as well. So the first thing and the key of the model is to have in-hospital organ donation units. These are specialized units where there are doctors and nurses dedicated to disease organ donation. And as the title mentioned, is inside of the hospital. Then another key best practice is to have organ donation specialists, doctors and nurses, that they are not only trained, they gain experience about to identify possible donor, talk with the families and propose organ donation and all other different steps of the donation process. A national system where there is the possibility to have national and or, according to the size of each country, regional transplant offices, or as USA call, organ procurement organization. And the important for this is the collaborative approach. So organ donation and transplantation is not about protagonism or only one group of entities doing their own. It's about collaboration between the different healthcare stakeholders. And of course, the transparency for the public and the trust of the system. Training, we mentioned about these organ donation specialists, then training to doctors, nurses, and in general, all healthcare professionals. Resources, of course, is needed, the financial resources to maintain the system, and not only donation, also transplantation, to be able to evaluate the patient in waiting list, to access to the waiting list for transplantation, and very important, the immunosuppression medication for the rest of their life and the follow-up. There is no sense to offer organs for transplantation if the recipients will not have the immunosuppression for the rest of their life. And then, of course, the communication with the community, aware and inform the community, but listen the order of the strategies. And the communication is important and should exist in the country, but it's not the first strategy to implement. So this is Spain, as Dr. Ali also present to you. Spain is the world leader in disease organ donation and transplantation, and this is the journey of Spain since 1989. And here I highlight the different strategies that they were implementing across the time, and then the impact in the donation rate. So you can see here, by the way, the law in Spain was in 1979, 10 years before the creation of the National Transplant Organization. And then all other strategies, the donor network, the donor coordinator profile, cooperation with the intensive care unit, professional training in 1990. Then in 1999, the quality assurance programs in organ donation, we will see that in detail. Then in 2008, the cooperation with the emergency care, and in 2010, the introduction of a new type of donor, donor after circulatory death. Then finally, this is a report from 2022. We can see how before COVID, Spain achieved 49 donors per million of population. Of course, COVID impact everywhere, all countries around the world. And then last year, 2022, Spain was 46 donors per million of population. So come back to Emirates. What happened with the regulatory framework? we have to say that Emirates has this matter very well regulated. You can see here the list of federal law and decrees, ministry decree. I highlight the two most important ones, the federal decree law in 2016, where expressed the possibility to perform all of these type of procedures, and then the ministry decree of 2022, where was defining the criteria for diagnosis of death. Also in 2016, there were the approval of the brain death declaration in the country. Regarding Department of Health of Abu Dhabi, we also have this ministerial decision where they implement the federal law in Abu Dhabi, the higher committee that Dr. Ali already mentioned, and then something very important, the JAWDA KPI for organ donation. We will see, and this is about the quality assurance program for organ donation. So we have this quality assurance program in Emirates already. In Dubai, recently it was launched the standards for human organ and tissue donation, for disease donation, and also the key performance indicator. So all of this is available. If you want more detail of this, the different regulation I can provide to you. But in summary, what all of these decrees and federal law refer is about the World Health Organization guiding principles for organ donation and transplantation. So donation consent is mandatory. The family must consent the donation. There should be a system structure with donor centers and transplant centers. Legal standard for determining the death, the brain death. We saw the ministerial decree. Donation from deceased persons should be developed to its maximum therapeutic potential, which is what we are establishing. Protecting the health of living donor. We heard about the committees that have to evaluate and approve the living donation. Of course, the prohibition of sale or purchase of cells, tissues, and organs. The promotion of altruistic donation, and we will talk about our Hayat program. Allocation criteria should be well defined. Implementation of a quality system, including traceability and vigilance, and of course, the National Donation and Transplant Registry. So, how is this system working in Emirates? We saw something in the previous presentation. So this is the structure. I will not repeat the structure. I just highlight the most important stakeholder in the structure, which is the donor hospitals. So as I mentioned to you, the key of the system is to have this organ donation unit inside of the hospital. Of course, we also need this office, organ procurement organization, or regional office that will centralize of all the alerts of possible and potential donors, and of course the transplant hospitals as well. How the donation work? How is this process happening in Emirates? So when there is a possible or potential donor, then the organ donation unit, doctors and nurses identify this potential donor, and then an alert is produced to the Emirates Organ and Tissue Donation Center that is placed right now in Abu Dhabi. So they have doctors and nurses also specialized in organ donation. They do the medical evaluation, the family discussion, and finally, if the family approves the consent, the donor match will happen. We saw the previous presentation. And then if when the potential recipient is identified, the surgical recovery, preservation, and transport of the organs to the transplant center. And all of this has to happen ideally in less than 24 hours. No? So when all of you, I understood that the majority of the audience today are nephrologists, when you receive a kidney, an offer for a kidney, this process probably starts hours or days before when an alert for a possible or potential donor appears. This is the same process. Just to highlight that this is an in-hospital process. All of these steps are needed to happen in order to obtain one kidney for transplantation. And in this process, also there are key steps to manage. So the first thing is this alert, the identification of the possible donor. Who can be possible donors? When a hospital arrives, a patient with head trauma, ischemic stroke, hemorrhagic stroke, brain tumor, or anoxic encephalopathy, and the Glasgow coma score is less than 8, or also we define less than 5, this is the time to alert, and this is what the ODU done. The key is early and active identification of possible donors. This is from a task force that was made in UK many years ago in order to understand what are the key for organ donation, and then I highlight to you what one of the conclusions were. donation should be viewed as a usual component of end-of-life care. So organ donation should be introduced in the end-of-life care pathway. And then brain death diagnosis is mandatory in all cases when it's suspected, and not only to be linked with organ donation. At the end of the day, brain death diagnosis is as any other diagnosis, and it's maybe the most important diagnosis because it's when you have to define the prognosis of the patient. This is an article from Francesco Procaccio in Italy that they analyze all the different patients with brain injury by age and then the brain death diagnosis. And that they observed was that according to the age and the patients over 55, they were less keen, the doctors were less keen to diagnose and confirm the brain death because they associate age as a contraindication for organ donation. So this is just an evidence that brain death diagnosis should be diagnosed independent of organ donation. And this other study is very nice because it was in 11 countries during 2 years, and they evaluate the attitude of the critical care staff towards organ donation. And that they found was that when the attitude, the confidence levels, and educational knowledge was high, the organ donation rate was high in those countries. Finally, the key performance indicator, we can measure this process. Actually, we should measure. I was part of this organ donation. This is a project in Europe about indicators, organ donation quality indicators in the field. And you can see here the different percentage to evaluate the performance of this process inside of the hospital. The good news, this is from different hospitals in Emirates. So you can see here the ODUs, they are doctors and nurses. It was in 2019. We visit them because they were implemented the indicators, quality indicators in organ donation. And this is now in 2023. You can see here some of those hospitals, SSMC, the organ donation unit team, Tawan Hospital, and also the organ donation and transplant committee from EHS, with Dr. Sumaya, who is the chairman, and they are doing an excellent performance in organ donation. So my last slide, I think, is about Hayat. Hayat is the awareness program for organ donation. The main objective is, of course, inform now the community about this important activity of organ donation for transplantation. Organ donation is a right, and it's the right to the family to be informed. All the families has the right to receive that information in that difficult time. And of course, it's the right of the doctors to ask. And there are many studies that talk about the benefit of organ donation in the process of family mourning. So it's our right as a doctor to offer the families the possibility of organ donation. So this is the QR code that Dr. Ali already mentioned. It's very easy to register in the Hayat. And some numbers, 2017, the first, this is organ donor. I had the privilege to be there at the time in Al-Qasimi Hospital. 2022, 55 donors in 1 year. This is 41% increase compared with 2021. This is the first time that we observe a country growing in that at that speed. There is not any other previous situation like that. The total number of organ retrieved till today, 231 for only kidney, for transplantation. The total number of utilized donor by hospital. So you can see here how Rashid Hospital in Dubai is the top, following by SSMC in Abu Dhabi, Al-Qasimi Hospital in the third place. And also, of course, we have here Dubai Hospital, but for sure the potentiality is higher. And this is why we are working now with all of them. And this figure, you saw this. Now we are in 2022, 5.5 donors per million of population. Still, we will be there in 30 donors per million of population in few years. The important is now Emirates is above of the average rate in the Middle East. So the Middle East rate for disease organ donation is 3.3, and we are 5.5 donors per million of population. So thank you very much. These are photos of volunteers. They are all medical students from the medical college in Emirates, and they offer to volunteer in one of our last Hayat campaign in Arab Health in 2023. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maria, for the presentation and keeping the time exactly. You finished in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. I hope everybody in all the Emirates will be active in this process, and hopefully the transplantation rate will increase in UAE. Thank you very much. At present, Dr. Maria, I do not have any question in the question and answers. And at the end of the session, which will be around 12 o'clock, we will have a question. So anybody who has question for Dr. Maria, they can ask at that time. Thank you very much again. We are happy that we have 358 participants till now. It's a great time. I hope everybody, all the participants are enjoying the excellent lectures. I'm honored to present the next speaker, speaker who will be Dr. Tariq Fayyad. He's a professor of internal medicine and nephrology, graduated from Qasr Al Ain School of Medicine. He is an experienced transplant nephrologist. He's interested in the field of immunosuppression and management of immunosuppressed patients. And he has many publications and presentation in the field of nephrology and transplantation. Actually, his talk will be presented by Professor Ahmed Halawa. And I will present Dr. Ahmed Halawa also. He is a consultant and general consultant and transplant surgeon at Sheffield Kidney Institute, Sheffield Teaching Hospital. He's associated professor at the University of Liverpool. ISN ambassador in transplantation and endocrine surgery. He's a program director of postgraduate education in transplantation at the University of Liverpool. He's a program director of postgraduate education in transplantation at World Kidney Academy. And he's a visiting professor in many universities. Dr. Ahmed Halawa, please, the mic is yours.
If you didn't mind,
Hi, everybody.
Thank you.
Today we are discussing novel immunosuppressive drugs. I'm recording this lecture in behalf of Professor Tariq Fayyad, who is a professor of internal medicine and experienced transplant clinician, Cairo University, Egypt. I'm praying to Allah for him to get better soon. Do we still need new immunosuppressive drugs in 2023? Are we happy with what we have gained so far? Despite the rate of graft loss at 1 year is decreasing in both deceased and living transplant, as shown by the yellow line, yet after the first year, the rate of graft loss did not change from the first year till the 10th year post-transplantation. In fact, the long-term graft survival of desensitized recipients remains inferior to non-sensitized patients. Also, the current methods we use in desensitization is still prone to antibody rebound. We need novel immunosuppressive drugs to reduce the incidence of side effects of the current therapies, like cardiovascular complications, infection-related complications, and malignancies. Better management of delayed, acute, and chronic antibody-mediated rejection, of course, requires novel immunosuppressive drugs. The reduction of CNI and CNI-free and sparing protocol requires novel immunosuppression. The management of subclinical inflammation and fibrosis, which damages the kidney, requires novel immunosuppressive drugs. Of course, our dream to induce tolerance requires novel immunosuppressive drugs. In the next few slides, we'll discuss novel immunosuppressive drugs for maintenance therapy. Belatacept is a co-stimulation blocker which blocks the union of CD80 and CD86 on the antigen-presenting cells with the CD28 on the T cells. So it blocks stimulation and activation of T cell. This study by Vincenti and his colleagues is considered one of the landmark studies addressing the outcome of using belatacept in kidney transplantation. The patients were divided into 3 groups. The first group received a higher dose of belatacept. This is the more intensive group. The second group received lower dose of belatacept, which is basically the recommended dose. This is the less intensive group. And the third group received cyclosporine with induction agent basiliximab, which is the control group. This slide demonstrates the study design and the dosing of the 3 groups. So more intensive group, less intensive group compared with cyclosporine group who received basiliximab induction. In this study, belatacept was given with basiliximab induction, MMF, and steroids for both the intensive group and the less intensive group, while the control group received only cyclosporine, basiliximab, MMF, and steroid without giving the test drug, which is belatacept. The probability of both patients and graft survival were higher in both belatacept groups, the more intensive and the less intensive group, compared to the cyclosporine group. The eGFR, estimated glomerular filtration rate, was higher in both belatacept groups compared to cyclosporine group. What was the Achilles heel of belatacept treatment? What was the weakest point regarding using belatacept in the management of renal transplant patients? It was acute rejection, because the acute rejection rate was higher in both belatacept group compared to cyclosporine. Adams and his colleagues suggested that it would be better to combine belatacept with a short period of calcineurin inhibitor therapy like tacrolimus to prevent rejection and promote improved long-term graft function. The most important side effect of using belatacept is CNS PTLD. It's a black box warning. And this is why it's been suggested that belatacept shouldn't be given to EPV negative patients. What is the limitation of this study? The major problem and limitation of this study was the author used cyclosporin group as a control group. We moved to the era of tacrolimus, which is a stronger maintenance immunosuppression. What about the de novo donor-specific antibodies, DSA, in belatacept treated versus cyclosporin treated recipient? The benefit study was performed on living and standard criteria donors, demonstrated that DSA were more in the cyclosporin group compared to the belatacept group. Also, the benefit extended study, which was performed on extended criteria donor, demonstrated similar results. So it looks like the DSA profile is much better with belatacept compared to cyclosporin. But again, remember, cyclosporin was the wrong drug to compare with. You may ask yourself a question. Is the co-stimulation blockade like belatacept is a success or failure? Shall we use it or not? Actually, is a reasonable success, as it provides a CNI-free regimen, particularly after the first year of transplantation. This helps to preserve the kidney function, suppress de novo donor-specific antibodies, and is important on those patients who suffer from non-adherence and non-compliance. This is a nice review article. Who's interested to know more about belatacept, please read it. Now we'll discuss novel immunosuppressive drugs for desensitization and treatment of antibody-mediated rejection. Bortezomib is a proteasome inhibitor, and it's also called Velcade. In this figure, you can see the T cell, the B cell, and the plasma cell. These are the site of action of bortezomib. Bortezomib inhibits proteasome, leading to plasma cell apoptosis. Bortezomib is mainly anti-plasma cell. Inhibition of proteasome leads to inhibition of the cell cycle and arrest of the cell cycle and induction of apoptosis. Apoptosis is a programmed cell death. The FDA approved this treatment in the first place for multiple myeloma. Bortezomib is metabolized via the cyclosporin P450 system. You have to be aware of the drug interaction because most of the immunosuppressive drugs, especially CNI, the antifungal drugs like the azole group, clopidogrel, and grapefruit all interact with bortezomib through competition on the P450 cytochrome system. Adverse events associated with Velcade, bortezomib, include bone marrow inhibition, constipation up to 50% of the patients, 30% of patients may develop peripheral neuropathy. It could be associated with prolongation of QT interval on the ECG. Dosing of bortezomib is 1.3 milligram per square meter surface area on day 1, day 4, day 8, day 11. No adjustment is required for renal impairment, but the dose should be adjusted in case of hepatic impairment and hepatic dysfunction. Gonzalez and his colleagues demonstrated that bortezomib monotherapy for desensitization was not well tolerated and is only associated with modest reduction in anti-HLA antibodies. Not effective as expected. The PortoJect trial, where they treated late antibody-mediated rejection with bortezomib, was complete failure. This trial failed to show that bortezomib prevents GFR loss, improves histological or molecular disease feature, or reduces DSA, in spite of having toxicity of this drug. So they had the side effects without any benefit. Carfilzomib is a second generation proteasome inhibitor, has more favorable toxicity profile compared to bortezomib, basically less association with peripheral neuropathy, but still we need more studies to better define the safety and efficacy of this drug in desensitization and kidney transplantation. I would like to remind you with the nomenclature of monoclonal antibodies in clinical practice. Any monoclonal antibody ends with ZMAP, like rituximab or basiliximab, means it is chimeric. Any monoclonal antibody which ends by Zumab, like eculizumab, it means it is humanized. Let us have a look at complement inhibitors. C5 complement component number 5 inhibitor, ocrelizumab, Soliris, and the C1 esterase inhibitor, Berinert. This figure illustrates how eculizumab binds to C5, inhibiting its cleavage and subsequent activation of the complement cascade. When you inhibit C5 cleavage to C5a and C5b, you will inhibit formation of membrane attack complex, which cause tissue damage. You notice that eculizumab works on the terminal complement pathway, which is responsible for the immunity against encapsulated organisms. I will explain the implication of each mechanism of action later on. Eculizumab is FDA approved for the treatment of paroxysmal nocturnal hemoglobinuria and also complement-mediated HUS, which is atypical HUS. Eculizumab is a very costly drug. It's the most expensive drug used in medicine. Its high cost, is a barrier against its use. The problem of eculizumab, it inhibits the complement cascade, which deals with serious infection like encapsulated organisms. So prior to the treatment of eculizumab, we should vaccinate the patient against Neisseria, meningitis, streptococcal pneumonia, Haemophilus influenza type B, in kidney transplantation. Eculizumab demonstrated promising results in the recurrent atypical HUS post-transplantation. Promising results for recurrent C3 glomerulopathy post-transplantation. However, controversial results in desensitization of highly sensitized patients, as well controversial results in the management of acute and chronic antibody-mediated rejection. I strongly recommend you to download this article published in Frontiers in Immunology in July 2021. It is a very informative article. What about C1 esterase inhibitors? Berinert. It regulates the classic complement pathway. It can also inhibit the mannose binding lactin pathway of complement activation. It prevents the proteolytic activation of C4 and C2, blocking the formation of C3 convertase. The findings of this study suggest that C1 esterase inhibitor may be useful in the treatment of antibody-mediated rejection. However, further studies are required to confirm the findings. Interleukin-6, IL-6 receptor antagonist, tocilizumab, Actemra. Let us briefly summarize the role of IL-6. Excessive production of IL-6 results in a number of chronic immune disorders, including a role in chronic inflammation seen in transplant rejection. IL-6 is one of the major cytokines involved in differentiation of B cells to IgG secreting plasmablast and finally plasma cells. So it is essential in the maturation of plasma cells. IL-6 stimulates T helper 17 cells that increases inflammation and allograft rejection, which inhibits the generation of Treg cells. This study addressed the effect of IL-6 receptor antagonist tocilizumab Actemra in highly sensitized patients for desensitization. In this study, they used it with IVIG. In both figures, you can see the reduction of DC at transplantation and 12 months after, following the treatment with this drug. This study assessed the effect of treatment with tocilizumab as a potential treatment for chronic AMR, antibody-mediated rejection, and treatment of transplant glomerulopathy in highly sensitized renal transplant patients. You know, chronic antibody-mediated rejection, NTG, is a major problem in transplanting highly sensitized patients. For the chronic antibody-mediated rejection, the peritubal capillary score and the C4D deposition were less post-treatment with tocilizumab. However, this drug didn't show any significant effect on the incidence of transplant glomerulopathy, and the score remains the same. Reported adverse effect: 5 cases had CMV infection, 2 cases BK viral infection, trichodysplasia spinulosa, which is a skin viral infection caused by virus, is typically present with flesh-colored papules and keratinid spines over the nose and the forehead. 7 cases had bacterial infections. Let us move to novel anti-CD20. Gazyva or obinutuzumab. It is a humanized anti-CD20 monoclonal antibodies that has been approved by the FDA for the treatment of chronic lymphocytic leukemia, it has improved renal response and complete B-cell depletion in the treatment of lupus nephritis. Is it different from rituximab? Yes. This drug recognizes type 2 epitope on the CD20 antigen present in the pre-B and mature B cell compared to the type 1 recognized by rituximab. This drug will also represent a significant achievement and advancement in desensitization and treatment of antibody rejection, as it allows for more complete and durable B cell depletion. This study, published in 2019, addressed the safety, pharmacokinetics, and pharmacodynamics of obinutuzumab in renal transplantation. Patients received one dose, 1,000 milligram, versus 3 doses, followed by IVIG, pre-transplantation, and at the time of transplantation, and 24 weeks post-transplantation for desensitization. Obinutuzumab with superior B-cell depletional activity and efficacy against plasmablast may be of benefit in antibody-mediated rejection prevention and treatment. Daratumumab is an FDA approved for the treatment of multiple myeloma. Of course, you remember that CD38 is highly expressed on malignant cells and present on the surface of short and long-lived plasma cells. In a dose escalation study, thus this drug significantly reduced bone marrow plasma cells. CD38 positive regulatory T cells and also CD38 positive B regulatory cells, B-reg, were decreased by the treatment of this drug. This mechanism may provide a potential treatment of plasma cell-induced antibody-mediated rejection with an acceptable safety profile. Anti-CD40, CFZ533 by Novartis. CFZ533, a fully humanized, blocking anti-CD40 monoclonal antibodies, offers a CNI-free immunosuppression with promising results regarding rejection and safety, but still waiting for more studies. What is promising? IgG endopeptidase in highly sensitized patients undergoing transplantation. In panel A, on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see how IDES cleaves the intact IgG. It does it through 2 steps. Step 1 results in a single cleavage of of the IgG molecule. Step 2 generates a fully cleaved product that cannot mediate neither complement-dependent cytotoxicity nor antibody-mediated cytotoxicity. On the right-hand side, an interesting study. This study was performed at the joint work between the transplant team in Los Angeles, United States, and Uppsala, Sweden. They recruited 25 patients, highly sensitized, not transplantable because of high sensitization. The Swedish study used horse HEG, but not rabbit HEG, as IDS can cleave the rabbit HEG and renders it inactive. While the American arm used intravenous immunoglobulin and rituximab induction, and they used alumtizumab after transplantation for 4 days to prevent antibody rebound. They got amazing results. Antibody-mediated rejection occurred in 10 patients, 7 patients in the American arm, and 3 patients in the Swedish group at 2 weeks and 5 months after transplantation. The good thing that these patients responded well to treatment. They reported only one graft loss mediated by non-HLA antibodies. So IDES made transplantation possible. Of course, there is no data or no study on the long-term graft function and survival yet. In figure A, you can see the rapid decline of the anti-HLA antibodies and marked reduction in the MFI, mean fluorescence intensity, just 6 hours after IDS treatment. In figure B, you can see the disappearance of anti-C1q antibodies too, a marker of complement activation. However, there was a rebound of antibodies 2 weeks later. So the initial reduction of DSA was not sustained. However, the use of IDS is considered a success because it renders highly sensitized patients transplantable. The conclusion of this paper is IDS may represent a groundbreaking new method of desensitization for patients who otherwise might have no hope or no chance of receiving life-saving kidney transplantation. Remember, those patients who are running out of access, highly sensitized are running out of access, those patients who are highly sensitized and intolerant to dialysis or have dialysis-related complications. What about the safety, immunogenicity, and pharmacokinetics and efficacy of this treatment? IgG degradation was observed in all subjects after IDS treatment, with less than 1% plasma IgG remaining within 48 hours and remaining low up to 7 days. It's a hope. It is given either as one dose or 2 intravenous infusion on 2 consecutive days. What are the problems encountered with the use of IDS? The short half-life and the rapid neutralization of the IDS antibody, the rapid rebound of the antibodies. A major challenge is that IDS also inactivates other important antibody treatment like IVIG, rituximab, rapid ATG, but it's considered a hope in transplanting untransplantable, highly sensitized patients. Suggested readings. Thank you very much. I hope that you have enjoyed Professor Tariq Bayad's presentation.
Thank you, Professor Ahmed Halawa. Thank you for the excellent presentation. And thank you, Dr. Tariq Fayyad. I hope for next meeting you will be with us. Dr. Ahmed, at present, we do not have any questions, but if you remain with us at the end of the session, we will have questions, inshallah. So the audience, they are going to post their questions and we are going to have a question and answer session. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next talk will be presented by Dr. Amna Khalifa Al-Hadari. She is going to talk about kidney donation and the outcome. Dr. Amna Khalifa, she is holding MSc nephrology, Sheffield Kidney Institute, and MD degree in nephrology in Sheffield Kidney Institute, UK. She is Vice Chair of Transplant Committee in Dubai Hospital. She's Chairman of Pharmacy and Therapeutics in Dubai Health Corporation. She's Chair of Supervisory Committee of the Standalone Dialysis Centers in Dubai Academic Health City. She's Senior Consultant Nephrologist and Head of the Nephrology Department at Dubai Hospital. Adjunct Associate Professor in Dubai Medical College, Dubai Hospital. Dr. Amna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sima, for the nice introduction. Good morning, everybody. I believe my lecture will be a dessert after a heavy breakfast, which you had since morning. I'm going to talk today about long-term post-donation outcome. As we know, chronic kidney disease continues to grow all over the world, and it is projected by the year of 2030 that it will be increased by 18%. And this will be attributable to several diseases, with some of them which we already know, like diabetes, hypertension, and there are some others newly discovered causing renal failure, such as obesity. And kidney transplant continues to be the best and superior mode of renal replacement therapy as compared to dialysis. survival, 10-year survival for dialysis patient estimated to be around 18%, while for those who are transplanted, it's between 44 to 52%, depending on the donor type. Definitely, the living donors has the better survival than the diseased donor. USRDS reported that with the living donor, the 1-year survival and 5-year survival is better than the diseased donor. And similarly, the graft survival is better after 1 year and after 5 years of transplantation. Unfortunately, the waiting list for the kidney transplantation continue to rise, and the transplanted surgeries are still less as it is needed. The demand for it's more, and this is because of the shortage of available donors, particularly the living donors. The Organ Procurement Transplant Network reported that the kidney patients waiting for the kidney transplantations are high. They are above all the organs required. And among them, only around 3,600 have been transplanted. And within this 3,600, the living donors were only even less than the 1/3 of this patients. It's not in US or UK or in Arab countries. It's all over. It's globally that the diseased donor it's increasing, and that the living donors is far less than the required. It is reported around 38% for the living donor, while the diseased donor had 62% among the transplanted patients. So what are the barriers? What are the challenges? What are the obstacles which are keeping the live donors away from donation? There are several studies looked at this challenge, and there is a report published in the current transplantation report where they looked into several factors causing the delay of live donor transplantation. They found that there are some factors related to the patient itself, that's the recipient, and other factors related to the system where this transplant program has been running. And the third factor is basically because of the donor itself. So factors related to the donor include the lack of awareness or knowledge. The donor does not know that how significant or how important is the living donation for the recipient, for his beloved one, and how the survival is better and the outcome is better. Meanwhile, also the evaluation time takes long. So some of the donors, they get bored because of visiting hospital repeatedly to be evaluated. So they skip and then they lose the interest. And the third factor was the eligibility. Many patients have been screened for donation, and by the end of this journey, there are only few of them have been accepted to be donors. In one of the study from Saudi Arabia, they found that among 500 who have been evaluated for kidney donation, only 200 were accepted for donation. And finally, the patients worry. The patient worried about the consequences of the transplantation. I mean, some of them are going for surgeries for the first time in their life. So they don't know how it will be, how the experience will be. And they don't know about the long-term consequences as well. One of the study reported by Hansen, he looked at the kidney donors from Australia and Canada, and he interviewed them and ranked them for 35 outcomes in order of their importance. And he found out that the Australians' main concern was about the surgery impact on the family and the time to recovery and the relationship between the donor and recipient, while the main concern of the Canadian population was the kidney function and the surgical complications and approaching end stage requiring dialysis. So he concluded that the concern is related to the region. So there'll be regional differences, and each region will have their own concern. They are not same in all. So each population, each region should survey their own donor and find out what is holding them back and what is the barrier for their donation. Now, if we'll come to the consequences, there are two types of consequences. Either they are short-term, operation-related, or there are some long-term consequences or outcomes. The short-term complications are, as we know, there is no operation with zero side effects or zero outcome. There is always some problems here and there. However, but this is so minimal that it should not be countable or should not hold the donor from donation. In one of the studies reported to be around 16%, and these are due to either GI symptoms like ileus or bleeding, or there are respiratory symptoms like pneumonia and anesthesia-related factors. There are minimal reports about wound infection, hernia, and urinary tract infection. The major risk factors or major complications, including death, they were accounting for 2.5% in this study. And they found out that around 1 in 3,000 donor nephrectomies only proved fatal. And this is mainly in specific population, which are obese or who had pre-donation blood disorders or who had psychiatric illness, and depending on the type of surgery, robotic surgery considered with carrying the maximum risk of complication. If we come back to post-donation outcome, the long terms, the first outcome, which is very well known to all, which is hypertension. The risk of hypertension, though it is there, but it is again minimal. There is a study reported in 2019 where they surveyed, where they looked at around 1,295 living kidney donors, comparing them with healthy non-donors for a period of 6 years follow-up. And they found out that 19% of them had a high blood pressure over 6 years. And this risk was increased in the Black kidney donors as compared to the white kidney donors. The second long-term outcome, which is acquiring diabetes. So Ibrahim in 2017, he looked at this risk factor, and he looked at incidence of diabetes, hypertension, and proteinuria in a cohort of around 4,000 population. He found out that around 7.7% of them, they developed diabetes at a median of around 56 years, which is long to develop. At a median of 18 years of follow-up. And the most importantly, that he found that diabetics, they are prone for increasing blood pressure and proteinuria more than those who were not diabetic at start of donation. And the risk of proteinuria was increasing from the time of donation. So again, it depends on the duration of donation. As it progresses longer, then the risks appear, which is after several years. We'll come to the next outcome, which is risk of end-stage renal failure. Most of the patients, which I have mentioned as even the study which was surveyed patients between Australia and Canadian, their main concern is approaching end-stage renal failure. As we know, once 50% of the functional kidney mass is removed, there is a compensatory hypertrophy, and around 70% is returned back by around 10 to 14 days. In spite of that, the consistent recommendation by American Society of Transplantation and KDIGO guidelines and organ procurement transplant network, they all insisted that the donor should be informed that there is a risk of acquiring end-stage renal failure, though it is small, but it's their right to know that this risk is available. So Geer and his colleague in 2014 looked at around 1,900 kidney donors, comparing them with a healthy control from Norway, and they studied them for a period around 18 years. They found that 0.47% acquired end stage or approached end stage as compared to 0.07%, though this is small risk, but it is higher than the normal population. That's why so most of the societies insisted that the donor should know about this. And he concluded in his study that most of these patients are acquiring end stage secondary to immune-related causes. However, in this study, he didn't have an evidence for that. So the studies continued to go, by years. And in 2016, Mozal looked into 257 recipients. And he studied, along with the recipient, he studied their donors. And he compared them for around 12 years. He looked at the recipient whose donor acquired end stage and a recipient whose donor did not acquire end stage. And he found out that those donors who acquired end stage, their recipient had higher graft loss and higher mortality as compared to the other group. And this association was similar, whether the donor is related or unrelated. So he concluded again that there is a mechanism underlying donor end stage, which is related to his pre-donation kidney disease. Again, he was not biopsied these patients, so he couldn't confirm this theory. In 2018, Mattis looked at this again, and he studied around from 1963 to 2015, he studied 4,030 living donors. And he looked at those who developed end-stage renal failure. They were around 39. So among them, there were 14 who developed end-stage with unknown cause. They just approached with end-stage. And because they were declined follow-up in between. While there are around 25 who had a known cause of end stage. In between this 25, one of them had a kidney cancer. 4 of them shared the similar etiology like the recipient, which was HUS. There are 20 patients who have been biopsied, and they found that these 20 patients most of them had an immunological diseases, such as glomerulonephritis, unrelated to the recipient, or SLE, uncorrelated vasculitis, sarcoidosis, and some of them biopsied and found only diabetic changes or hypertension. And he concluded that there is increased risk of end stage, which is related to genetically determined immunological factor rather than nephrectomy itself. And he reported that there are specific population who are at higher risk of acquiring this, acquiring or approaching end-stage renal failure. These are who had a lower eGFR at the start of donation, or who had higher albuminuria, or those who had hypertension and smoker, older in age, who are diabetic and obese. And in 2009, he reported that the projected lifetime was highest among young and especially African Americans or Hispanic descent. What about the mortality of these patients? So again, Ibrahim in 2009 compared the survival of this population with those of healthy control. And he found out that about over 40 years, the results were comparable. So there is no increase death in the donors as compared to the healthy population. And another study by Dory reported the similar finding. He studied around 80,000 of kidney donors, and he looked at the risk of death. In fact, when he compared them with the healthy control, he found that the donors lived even longer than the healthy control. So what are the risks for the maternal, or for the pregnant ladies? Again, the American Society of Transplantation, KDIGO, and Organ Procurement Transplant Network advised all the systems to inform their females, whoever approach to for donation, that they have to be informed that we prefer that they plan their pregnancies before they approach for donation. And there is a risk of preeclampsia and gestational hypertension. And whoever female who get pregnant, they should receive a proper prenatal care to avoid and look at the preeclampsia and gestational hypertension. There was a study from 2009 from population who were from Norway. The registry were looked at, and they had looked at the compared those donors before and after donation. So those who had undergone donation, they had a higher risk of preeclampsia and hypertension as compared to those who were not donating. The risk was assessed by 5.7% as compared to 2.6%. And this risk was estimated to be higher than the general population. I'll come to the last, not least, and important outcome in this population, which is psychosocial. A study showed that after donation, the donor acquire a fatigue symptoms, which stays with him for up to a month. And then that symptoms slowly fades, and he is then become all right. But this information has to be conveyed to the donor to avoid any uneasiness or fear in the donors when he acquired these symptoms. With all these outcomes, we still insist that there are advantages for the donors. There is a higher transplant rate. There is a shorter time for to transplantation and shortening waiting list. The recipient will have a higher quality allograft. And in US, they are supporting the donor by receiving, if they approach in this stage, they are keeping them in a priority list to be for kidney pair donation. This is probably supporting the living donor and encourage them to come forward. So I'll come to conclusion of my presentation. And I would like to conclude that we have to encourage the living kidney donors to be part of the system. And to do that, we have to educate them about all the outcomes, short outcome and long outcome, so they know what they are expecting and they can come forward. And the donor after donation should be advised to have a healthy lifestyle to avoid the long-term consequences. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amna, for the comprehensive presentation on kidney donation and the risk of future complication and end-stage kidney disease. At present, we have one question, and the question is: risk of diabetes mellitus in donor is interesting in Ibrahim study. Is there a possibility they are related with inherited risk, obese, that is other risk factors other than the donation?
It is possible. He does not justify why they acquired diabetes, but it is possible. But he found that this relation is similar in those who are related and unrelated. But there is another study in JAMA network where they reported that incidence of diabetes were only 2%. So it varies, but in spite of that, I'm still saying it is much low, and it developed later on after years of donation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amna, for the comprehensive talk, and we will leave the other questions for the end of the session. We have more than 400 participants, and I welcome everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce the last speaker, who is Dr. Fakhriya Al-Alawi. Dr. Fakhriya is holding MBB, CH, MRCP, FRCP, and nephrology specialty degree. And also she is holding diploma and master in renal transplant science, Liverpool University. She's a senior nephrologist at Dubai Hospital, Dubai Academic Health Corporation. And she's going to talk about pregnancy in renal transplant recipient. Dr. Fakhriya, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Tima. Thanks a lot for this kind introduction. Today I will be talking about, just I will keep my timer. Today I will be talking about pregnancy in kidney transplant recipient. Though it appears interesting and simple, but it is a great challenge in the real life. 1 minute, let me, why it is not going? Okay, from here. Everyone knows that end-stage renal disease can cause infertility in patients with advanced kidney disease and on dialysis, and it can lead to what is called functional menopause status in female patients. The infertility rate is really very high in those patients. It is up to 92%, particularly in the dialysis patient, to the extent that pregnancy, if it occurs in dialysis, it occurs very rarely and usually in reported cases. Why there is infertility among patients with advanced kidney disease? This is multifactorial. The most and the major reason is the disruption of hypothalamic pituitary ovarian hormonal axis. There will be a major drastic changes in the hormonal sex among the patient with CKD. And this change will be more great and advanced as the kidney will advance in the stage. So there will be more release of LH in the circulation, more FSH, and there will be severe estrogen deficiency. Severe estrogen deficiency will be manifested as anovulation, and even if the lady has menstrual cycle, she will be having anovulatory vaginal bleeding, or in some, they will experience amenorrhea, though they are within the childbearing period. There will be also increase in the prolactin level. There will be reduction in the anti-Mullerian hormone level. Anti-Mullerian hormone level is a marker for ovarian dysfunction. And there are also another causes, and there will be also a premature ovarian failure or reduced ovarian reserve among those ladies. Usually within 3 months of successful kidney transplant, menstrual cycle will normalize again, and ovulation will recommence due to improvement in the hypothalamic pituitary ovarian axis. Because of that, fertility will be restored in 80 to 90% of in those ladies. So pregnancy can happen rapidly, accidentally, and can happen unplanned. So in these circumstances, you should explain to the lady and her partner the contraceptive and the risk of unplanned pregnancy prior to getting a transplant procedure, because once it happens, it will be too late. As you can see here, around 80 to 90% of those women will be fertile again. So there is a small percentage, which is 10 to 20%, and in some literature, around 30%, that they will remain infertile despite getting successful transplant. And this is because there will be a permanent ovarian dysfunction in some of those ladies. Any unplanned pregnancy can have a great risk on the mother and her baby, as well as to the graft itself. In kidney transplant patient, the estimated pregnancy rate, though it is higher than the dialysis patient, but it is still like 5.5 to 8.3 per 1,000 women. In this picture, which was taken from a newspaper that goes back to 1956, this lady, her name Edith Helm, she got married when she was 20 years old, and she was told by her physician at that time that she's going to die very soon from the renal failure. So her sister, twin sister, she gave her a kidney. After that, she was the first lady to get pregnant and to give birth to a healthy child, and then another one during that period in 1950s. And this is her picture with her sister when they became 70s. This is their picture when they are 20s, and this is where their picture in 70, and she died in 2011. Pregnancy, in most of the published data, pregnancy did not negatively impact the long-term allograft function survival if the baseline function of the graft is excellent, which means if the serum creatinine is 1.5 or less, this means 90% of those pregnancy will be reported as successful. However, if the creatinine baseline before pregnancy is 1.8 or 2 milligram per deciliter, which is equivalent to 159 micromillimole or more, then the graft loss will be very likely to occur typically within 2 years after the conception. So that we are emphasizing a lot that the pregnancy has to be planned. Just to summarize the previous slide, successful pregnancy with the creatinine less than 1.5, complicated pregnancy will occur if the creatinine level is above 1.8 or 2 milligram. This is what happened in the normal pregnancy, not in a transplant recipient. So with the normal pregnancy, there will be a reduction in the systemic vascular resistance. There will be a reduction in the blood pressure and renal vascular resistance. There will be increase in the cardiac output. With that, the renal blood flow rate will be increased. And this manifested as increase in the GFR. The GFR in the pregnant lady can increase as evident by increasing the creatinine clearance by 30 to 50% of the normal. There will be also many hormonal changes which can lead to sodium retention, water retention, and evidence of edema. A transplant recipient will have similar physiological changes. The increase in the GFR will not be that evident in the transplant recipient as a normal population. And if the kidney function is not that good before a transplant, with the increased cardiac output and with the increased renal blood flow, with this hypercirculation, if the intraglomerular pressure is not that good, there will be probably a degree of glomerulosclerosis. Why is that? Because already if the kidney is damaged before the transplant, which means that you have a few nephrons that's supposed to be, and already that a few nephrons are exhibited a hyperfiltration. So with the renal blood flow will be increased, already they are like in their maximum capacity. So by time there will be some degree of glomerulosclerosis. This slide just to show you the correlation between the placenta and the kidney. This is slide from a normal pregnant lady, not in a transplant recipient. But of course, you can imagine that this will be more complicated in the transplant recipient. You can see the placenta and the kidney. Both of these are highly vascular structure. Both of these are very complicated, sophisticated machine. If something affects one, it will be definitely affect the other. So if the placenta, for example, I'm talking about the normal pregnancy. If the placenta got injury, for example, if the patient has a preeclampsia, this will induce a permanent kidney damage. It will induce acute tubular injury, tubular damage, podocyte loss. Similarly, if the kidney has some degree of kidney dysfunction, this will affect the placenta. It will cause a placental dysfunction, and this will increase the risk of a preterm delivery, hypertensive disorder, and preeclampsia as well. So both are correlated to each other, and definitely in the transplant, this will be more evident. What risk factor that can predict adverse outcome and graft loss during pregnancy? We are very much emphasizing on that a pregnancy should be planned and not allowed before at least a year. Preferably if the lady can wait for 2 years, but at least a year to permit transplantation. And why is this? You will see also from the next slide, a pregnancy within a short period, within less than 1 year, the transplant recipient will be in maximum immune suppressant medication. Creatinine level will be fluctuating according to the level of probably the medication, particularly the CNI. Also, there will be a very high risk for cytomegalovirus, PK virus, which all can influence the kidney graft. So getting pregnant during that period is really very critical. Other risk factor which can predict adverse outcome is the preconception graft function, as we explained. Hypertension before transplant also can negatively predict graft survival. Proteinuria, if the proteinuria above 1 gram, this is associated with inferior allograft survival. Preeclampsia, if it developed during pregnancy, also will be associated with inferior graft survival. Subtherapeutic CNI level. Pregnancy will enhance the CNI metabolism, and you will need frequent monitoring of the CNI level. In one of the literature, it was mentioned that if the patient has high BRA and donor-specific antibody prior to transplant, this can contribute to high risk of antibody-mediated rejection during transplant, during pregnancy. For a transplant recipient, pregnancy is really a very challenging condition, and it can lead to adverse maternal complication, adverse fetal outcome, and definitely there is a side effect of immune suppressive medication. If the lady has comorbid condition beside that, like if she is hypertensive, diabetic, if she has obesity, if she has any heart or valvular heart disorder, definitely the risk will be increased during pregnancy. Why we are so emphasized on the planning a pregnancy for a transplant recipient? Because of the adverse outcome on the baby and on the mother itself. What is the adverse fetal outcome in these ladies? The spontaneous abortion is high. It can occur in a quarter of the cases, in 12 to 25% of the cases. Fortunately, the live birth is very frequent, very common. It can occur in 71 to 90% of the cases. You can see here there is a major variation in the incidence, and this is because it is different in different literature. And as you know, different literature, it depends on different geographical distribution, and this depends on the access on the medical care, okay? Preterm birth happen very frequently, fetal growth retardation, miscarriage, stillbirth. Neonatal mortality, fortunately, it is very less, like in a 3.8%. Admission to neonatal ICU because of the preterm birth of the IUGR is still high. It is like 35%. In general, the mean gestational age in weeks is around 34 to 35, which is not bad. Most of these patients will give a small birth weight. In general, the birth weight is like 2.3 plus minus 780 grams. What maternal outcome that we are should be aware about it? A pregnancy can induce hypertension in most of the cases. A preeclampsia can occur, gestational diabetes, particularly if the lady on tacrolimus. A graft rejection, fortunately, it is very, very rare. And in most of these publications, it is like between 1 to 5%. A graft loss can occur, but in 5 to 20%. Some cases of hemolytic uremic syndrome can occur, but this is very rare. Cesarean section is very common. In this study, which is a data that it were extracted from Australian and New Zealand data in 2010, I just took a few slides from this data to show you that this column, blue column, represents the general population, while the orange column represents the transplant recipient. As you can see here that the gestational age is, baby are born very much earlier in the transplant recipient compared to the general population. The mortality rate is still high among the transplant recipient if you compare it to the general population, but as I mentioned, it's like 3 to 5%. And this interesting slide that if the pregnant transplant recipient has a twins pregnancy, it is unlikely that she will complete her term pregnancy if you compare it to the general population. Usually, she will give birth very early. As I mentioned, the risk of congenital cytomegalovirus will be very high, particularly if the transplantation had occurred unplanned within the initial 6 months. And also there is a risk of transmission of other viruses like hepatitis B, C, and others. And these ladies are having cesarean section very commonly. In this slide, you can see that in 1996 till 2014, they took around 816 ladies, a transplant recipient. They divided them between those who get transplanted, and they were like 37 ladies, and the rest are transplant, but they never get pregnancy. They found, despite they had a good kidney function, that the transplant recipient who got pregnant, there is a decline in kidney function by 2.4 compared to 1.9 for those who never get pregnancy. And when they examined the biopsy of those ladies, they found that there is increase in the vascular, chronic vascular changes and glomerular sclerosis post-pregnancy compared to the same lady before pregnancy. But despite this decline, there is no impact on the graft failure, and there is no impact on the death-censored graft failure. So, how to plan pregnancy? Successful pregnancy depends on the pre-pregnancy counseling, which I mentioned. It should be started before even having a transplant. You should counsel the lady and her partner to have to plan the pregnancy and to have a proper the contraceptive method, family planning. Once she got pregnant, she has to have a close antenatal follow-up and multidisciplinary teamwork. What is the suggested criteria to have safe pregnancy? You should allow pregnancy after 1 year, preferably if she can wait for 2 years. She should have a stable graft function. Creatinine should be less than 2 and stable at that level, and preferably if it is less than 1.5, or at least you can say a GFR of 40 ml per minute is the minimum GFR that you should allow the lady to get pregnant. And there should be no episode of any acute rejection within past 6 months, and patient should be on stable and safe immune suppression, preferably cyclosporin or tacrolimus, azathioprine, and steroid. Blood pressure has to be normotension without antihypertensive, or at least should be controlled on 1 or maximum 2 antihypertensive, not more than that. And she should have no proteinuria or very minimum proteinuria, and normally graphed ultrasound. And it is important to discuss any psychological concern or any genetic and hereditary, the possibility of hereditary kidney disease. What kind of contraception method? If the lady had completed her pregnancy, she completed her family and she wishes not to have any more pregnancy, you could discuss with her the permanent method like female tubal ligation or male vasectomy, but definitely these are invasive surgical procedure and it is irreversible. However, if the lady wants to have children, then there are too many temporary solutions which could be in the form of mechanical or pharmacological method. Mechanical like condom, diaphragm, spermicide, and cervical cup. Definitely these need a compliance between and adherence. Otherwise, failure can occur very easily, and the pregnancy can happen very frequently if there is a failure to comply with these. In one of the literature, but it is old literature, they mentioned that cervical cap is associated with twofold increase in the UTI among a transplant recipient. Intrauterine device is very safe, though they were like a concern about increase in the pelvic inflammatory disease among a transplant recipient. But among too many observational studies, they found it is very safe. There is no more increase in the pelvic inflammatory disease compared to general population, and it is very easily to be removed later on, and there is no concern at all about drug interaction with the immune suppressant medication. What is pharmacological contraception? We have the hormonal contraceptive. It is two types. There is combined hormonal contraceptive, which has low dose estrogen and progesterone. And this has, definitely, it has very high compliance, and the failure rate is very minimum comparing it to the mechanical one. And there is a progesterone only preparation. Combined hormonal contraceptive has its own side effect, like increase in the thromboembolic risk. It can exaggerate hypertension and exacerbate migraine, and it has too many side effects as well. Progestin has less side effect compared to the combined one, but patients still can develop thromboembolic, but less definitely than the combined one. And they have a tendency to gain weight and to have acne. All these pills, all these hormonal contraceptive is available as tablet and is available as subcutaneous intramuscular injection, vaginal ring, and subdermal implant. And definitely you have to decide it with the obstetrician who will follow the transplant recipient closely.
Dr. Fakhriya, you have 8 minutes.
Yeah, sure. I will try to be quick. These are the transdermal patch. The only good thing about the local, like transdermal patch and the vaginal ring, and compared to the oral tablet, that these will not undergo the first pass liver metabolism, so there will be no interaction between it and the cytochrome 3A4. While, for example, if you, regarding the tablet, the combined one and the progestin only contraceptive, it has inhibitory effect on the cytochrome 3A4. So it will increase the level of calcineurin inhibitor, particularly the cyclosporin. So you should pay a very close attention to the CNI level. Similarly, the calcineurin inhibitor, it can have inhibitory effect on the plasma cytochrome 3A14, and it will reduce the contraceptive efficacy. So a lady, though this is very rare, but it can get pregnant because of this influence of the CNI. But as I mentioned, this is very rare, and usually these are highly effective in preventing pregnancy. The only thing I want to hear that the combined oral contraceptive can worsen albuminuria or can induce by itself albuminuria, and the reason for this is not known. And but the good thing, it is reversible. I will just try to be more quick. Dr. Seema, you can stop me when the time finish. How to treat these ladies during their pregnancy. Mycophenolate and myofortic should be stopped at least 3 months according to the most guidelines prior to planning a pregnancy. And during this method, you should replace it with the azathioprine, and you should continue the contraceptive method till 3 months after stopping this medication. This medication has a lot of congenital fetal malformation. It is well documented in animal as well as in 27% of the human. These are the picture of the babies who born to mothers who were taking myofortic and mycophenolic acid. You can see the severe facial deformity and the ear deformity among those. Usually it can cause a cleft lip, a cleft palate, and some defect in the aortic arch and cardiovascular, which can be even evident in the ultrasound. I will skip some picture, some slides. What about mTOR inhibitor? mTOR inhibitor, the FDA had categorized mTOR inhibitor as category C, which means that the risk of teratogenicity cannot be ruled out. And because of the risk of teratogenicity cannot be ruled out, almost all guidelines had requested to shift to CNI and azathioprine during prior to pregnancy, at least 3 months prior to pregnancy. However, there are several published literature about healthy babies born to mother taking mTOR inhibitor without any fetal malformation. And frankly, in our center, we don't stop mTOR inhibitor for those recipients. CNI is very safe to use, and there is no proven teratogenicity. However, in some cases of cyclosporin, there are some reported cases of intrauterine growth retardation, but no fetal deformity, and probably because of the chronic vasoconstriction. Tacrolimus can lead to preterm birth, transit hyperkalemia, transit renal impairment, gestational diabetes. Steroid in the normal dose, and this is also another reason why we should plan a pregnancy till after 1 year, so the lady will be on minimum steroid use. Though it crosses the placenta, but it has no effect on the mother or her baby. It does not suppress fetal corticotrophin. However, high doses above 40, there are some reported cases of abortion and IUGR and gestational hypertension and diabetes among those ladies. I will skip some slides. How to treat acute rejection during pregnancy. First of all, acute rejection is very rarely to occur. In most of the cases, it is like 2% to 4%. Just I will show you the next slide here. This is one of the meta-analysis that you can see the risk of acute rejection is very rare with general incidence of 4.2. However, how to treat acute rejection? First of all, acute rejection, you have to rule it out because it is really very challenging to diagnose acute rejection in pregnancy because preeclampsia and UTI, which can occur in 40% of the cases, can mimic acute rejection and can cause a graft dysfunction. So you have to confirm with allograft biopsy before modifying any immunosuppressive. Allograft biopsy is very safely to perform during pregnancy, particularly in the first and second trimester, in the early trimester. Suppose you have confirmed acute rejection, how to treat? High dose steroid is very successful in treating graft rejection, and it is still the first line therapy. Suppose you gave a steroid, but the patient did not respond. What about other agent? Anti-thymocyte globulin and rituximab can be used. However, it is not recommended by guidelines because it is very limited publication about that. However, the ladies who receive anti-thymocyte and rituximab, they did not have any fetal deformity. There are some cases of IUGR but most of them related to the use probably of the comorbidity. The use of IV immunoglobulin and plasma exchange were really very safe. I think because of the shortage of time, I will skip all that. Or probably hypertension, how to manage hypertension. Methyl dopa is very well tolerated. You have to remove AC inhibitor and A2 blocker because of the fetal malformation. Labetalol, beta blocker can be used. You have to be a little bit careful with atenolol because of the IUGR risk and the risk of neonatal hypoglycemia. However, their use as combined medication is still safe. I think I will just go to the conclusion. This slide to show you how to follow those ladies. Definitely those ladies should receive all their vaccination before getting a transplant even. Blood pressure has to be checked on daily basis. A clinic visit in the first trimester, it has to be in like every 2 to 3 weeks. Second trimester on every 2 weeks. And in the third trimester, it had to be a weekly visit. You have to check CNI every 2 to 4 weeks, and you have to target the CNI to the lower therapeutic range, not the upper therapeutic range. Why is this? Because CNI, because of the physiological changes that happen during pregnancy, the CNI level might be reduced. However, the unbound one, especially in the presence of low albumin and anemia. However, the unbound drug will be still there, which can lead to toxicity. So you should target your CNI level to the lower level. The other thing which usually we tend to forget, especially in the transplant patient, you have to check toxoplasma and cytomegalovirus PCR every trimester. If PCR is not available, at least you should check IgM, and this is each trimester. And if the patient is positive cytomegalovirus, you should treat it aggressively to prevent neonatal cytomegalovirus in the neonate. And I think by this I will stop.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fakhriya.
Yes, Dr. Sima. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your detailed and well presented lecture. We have got many questions in the question and answer box. I think Dr. Fakhriya already answered many of them. So the about contraception post-kidney transplant was already answered by Dr. Fakhriya. Diet in pregnancy, any diet in pregnancy? Dr. Fakhriya, any?
There is no special recommendation about diet in a pregnancy, especially if the kidney function is normal. There is, frankly, there is no specific recommendation. But definitely, as we mentioned, that these ladies are prone to gestational hypertension and gestational diabetes. So probably we can address that with the dietitian.
Excellent, great. And we can go, we can now invite our speakers, Professor Ahmed Halawa, Dr. Ali Al-Ubaidali, Dr. Maria Gomez, Dr. Amna Khalifa, and Dr. Fakhriya for the discussion. I will ask the first question. I have a question to Dr. Ahmed Halawa. Dr. Ahmed, what is, as a surgeon, how to choose the best immunosuppressive regimen to prevent surgical complications in high-risk patients? Professor Ahmed? I think he's not with us. Okay, so there was a question for Dr. Fakhriya about male transplant patient who is using mycophenolate and the risk of any effect on the babies?
Yes, Dr. Seema, it was one of my slides, but because of the time, I skipped that slide. For male who's taking mycophenolate and the wife is a normal, not a transplant, they found there is no risk, and this was confirmed in too many publications. And probably the major observational one is the Norwegian study. They found regarding the mycophenolate, there is no risk at all if the male is taking mycophenolate. There is no risk of fetal malformation on his offspring. And this is also not among mycophenolate, even among other medication like ATG and rituximab and other medication. There is no risk of fetal deformity will be in the offspring of that man. Only the concern about sirolimus that it can cause azoospermia, and this should be addressed. But after that, there is no particular risk, definitely.
Yeah, again, another question for you, Dr. Fakhriya. In case of acute rejection, in particular, if steroid-resistant acute cellular rejection or antibody-mediated rejection during pregnancy, is it mandatory to discuss the termination of pregnancy?
Regarding termination of a pregnancy in a transplant recipient, I did not find any solid guidelines among those. But probably the evidence of or the criteria of termination of a pregnancy in a transplant recipient, I think it will go similarly like any patient with advanced kidney damage. There is among those who had acute rejection, what is recommended is to treat them. If with steroid or with ATG, patient had got reversal of the graft function, probably she can carry on. But as I told you, there is no guidelines among that about that. But logically speaking, if the patient she is already she approached term or she's more than 30 weeks of pregnancy and she has a deterioration of kidney function, yeah, probably, I guess, yes, I can suggest for her to terminate that pregnancy. I don't know if anyone among the audience has different opinion.
I don't think anyone else commented on that. Also, there is a question again about any update on the pregnancy of women with transplanted husband.
Pregnancy, already I discussed that regarding medication.
That medication
has nothing to do, yes, with the offspring.
Yes, thank you very much. I think with this, thank you very much all the speakers for being in time and for the excellent presentation on this important subject. And I think we can conclude the session now. We are going to have a break for lunch and for the prayer. And after that, we are going to start our second session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Seema.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can we start? Good afternoon, everyone. This is our second session for today. Our next speaker will be Dr. Imad Khater. Dr. Imad Khater is a consultant nephrologist in Sahha Kidney Care. He is assistant professor in the College of Medicine and Health Science at UAE University. Dr. Imad will speak to us about a new management in the type 2 diabetes mellitus for a patient with CKD. Dr. Imad, please, the screen is yours.
Hello?
Yes, Dr. Imad.
You hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Go ahead.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for organizing committee to give me this opportunity. For Dr. Amna and Dr. Fakhriya. For the next 20 minutes or so on, I'm going to talk about the role of the new medication, the selective non-steroidal MRA antagonist finerenol, and its role and management of CKD in diabetic patient. First of all, I'm going to present this case. We have a Mr. Max. Mr. Max is a 66 years old male. He's known to have diabetes and as well as CKD for the last 4 years. His hemoglobin A1C reported around 7.5 with the blood pressure at office 138/80. He's overweight with BMI index like 30. His eGFR is 42 with the urine albumin creatinine ratio of 410. His serum potassium 4.4. There is no sign of heart failure. His LDL cholesterol is 50. He's maintained on Atorva 10. He's also receiving the maximum tolerated dose of both ACE or ARB as per standard diabetes treatment. While you're reviewing his labs in your office, you found that his urine albumin creatinine ratio is more than 300. And as I said earlier, his hemoglobin hemoglobin A1C is relatively good at 7.5, as well as his blood pressure. Now, how you would treat this patient? Let's move to our lecture. As you know, diabetes prevalence is going more and more for the last few years. And in 2019, there were approximately 460 million adults with diabetes. That's approximately 9.3% of a global population. Among of them, type 2 diabetes, approximately 90%. That's 416 million. And among of them also, the CKD affected 2 of 5 patients with type 2 diabetes and estimated 160 million. That means 160 million adults were living with CKD in type 2 diabetes in 2019. As all you know, the more comorbidities, the more incidence of cardiovascular disease. Like when you look to these slides, a patient who has CKD plus type 2 diabetes are more prone to cardiovascular mortality in comparison to patients with one comorbidities like CKD or diabetes. Other thing, as you know also, the higher the proteinuria in patients with CKD is the more risk of cardiovascular disease, as well as the lower the eGFR, the more risk of cardiovascular disease. And as you know as well, because CKD in type 2 diabetes most of the time is asymptomatic, so early detection provided early prevention, and most current international guideline recommended that we have to check urine albumin creatinine ratio as well as eGFR at least annually for those patients, probably more if the patient had more CKD. Despite of this guideline, we still cannot achieve the adherence to this guideline to 100%. There is suboptimal in different country, even advanced developed country. Moving the pathophysiology of CKD in diabetes, in fact, there is a multi-pathophysiological pathway. One of them is hemodynamic, where there is elevated blood pressure can cause endothelial damage as well as increased interglomerular pressure. Second pathophysiology is metabolic, which is associated with poorly controlled diabetes and hyperglycemia. And the third pathway is inflammation and fibrosis. Those three pathways contribute all together, and ultimately they will lead to tubular interstitial damage, glomerulosclerosis, mesangial expansion, glomerular hypertrophy, and all this will lead to decrease in the function of the kidney, which is associated with fibrosis, ending up by progressive deterioration of renal function and ultimately end-stage renal disease. With current standard care of therapy, despite we use ACE or ARB, which was currently considered as standard care of therapy for the last almost 2 decades, as per multiple studies showed the evidence of their renal protection and decrease proteinuria and delay progression of the CKD. But despite of this, we still see there is a progression of CKD. Even with the new era, the introduction of SGL2, a combination with ACE or ARB, there is still reduction in renal protection, but still also as well, there is progressive deterioration of renal function. That means there is no complete protection, neither with RAS or when added also SGL2. As I said, there are 3 components of pathophysiology of CKD in diabetes. The hemodynamic, we targeted this by adding ACE, ARB, SGL2, and calcium channel blocker, in particular diltiazem with this antiproteinuric agent. In regard to targeting metabolic and hyperglycemia, of course, the anti-hyperglycemic agent, even including currently SGL2 and GLB, as well as metformin. What about the third mechanism, pathophysiology of CKD? The hypothesis, if we targeted this mechanism, we may delay the progression of CKD. In fact, in the past, there is multiple strategies was targeted this. I believe you remember there were pyrofenidine as well as TGBF antibodies, endothelin, targeted anti-inflammatory as antifibrotic, which tried to delay this pathway of progression of CKD. But unfortunately, most of those drugs and those trials were not conclusive to be implemented in clinical practice. The hypothesis with our new medication that if we block the MRA, in other hand, if we activate the MRA, the overactivation of mineral receptor, that will lead to increased gene expression of pro-inflammatory as well cytokine and the pro-fibrotic mediator. And that will increase inflammation and fibrosis in the kidney as well as in the heart. And that ultimately will lead in the kidney glomerular damage, proteinuria, tuberous injury, tuberous atrophy, tuberous fibrosis, and as well as deterioration of renal function. At the level of the vessel, there will be vascular remodeling, there will be endothelial dysfunction, as well fibrosis, atherosclerosis, and stiffness of the vessel. And also there will be inflammation and fibrotic will be at the level of the heart. And that will lead myocardial hypertrophy, ventricular remodeling, fibrosis, reduced coronary flow, and ischemia and infarction. So, what if we block the mineralocorticoid receptor as a potential therapeutic hypothesis? If we block mineralocorticoid receptor, that will lead to decrease overactivation of this receptor. Again, that will decrease the pro-inflammatory and pro-fibrotic mediator factor. That will be translated to decrease the fibrosis as well as the inflammation in both kidney and heart. So may achieve protective for both. In fact, targeting mineralocorticoid receptor, it's not new. Since 1930, were introduced mineralocorticoid receptor blockade. All we know about spironolactone and ibrenol, but the new medication, which is non-steroidal selective mineralocorticoid receptor finerenol, is different than spironolactone, different in different aspects. The inflammation and fibrosis is more in finerenol than spironolactone. Effect on electrolyte is less in finerenol than spironolactone, in particular hyperkalemia, and other unwanted side effects like gynecomastia and erectile dysfunction is much less in finerenol than spironolactone. Why this? Why this? In fact, they are different. The steroidal versus non-steroidal mineralocorticoid receptor are different in structure, different in mode of binding, different in selectivity, different in distribution, different in everything, even metabolite and half-life time and pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamic. For that, their side effect difference and their mechanism of action as well. Taking this consideration and hypothesis, if we blockade the MRA, we translate that to a phase 3/2 trial. First trial called Fidelio trial, and the second trial, Figaro trial. The Fidelio trial was concentrated on the kidney, where the primary endpoint was kidney failure, sustained decrease of eGFR more than 40% from baseline, or death due to kidney disease. The Figaro was concentrated on heart as a primary endpoint, and the composite endpoint was cardiovascular death, non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke, or hospitalization for heart failure. The secondary endpoint was, in case of Fidelio, is the first point in Figaro. That's the cardiac, where in Figaro was the first point for Fidelio, where it was the kidney. And there were other endpoints, including all cause of mortality or cause of hospitalization, change in urinary albumin creatinine ratio. The study included almost 13,000 patients. It's considered one of the biggest studied CKD in diabetes patients. There were 48 participant countries among all the world and the globe. Looking for this study, in fact, they include all group of CKD from stage 1 to stage 4 that give the power of the study. All patient was type 2 diabetes and CKD from 1 to 4. They all were treated previous to randomization with ACE or ARB at maximum tolerated dose. In case of Fidelio, the eligibility criteria was urine albumin creatinine ratio between 30 and 300. That's A2, previously called microproteinuria, and the eGFR was more than 25 but less than 60, and a history of diabetic retinopathy. There is like damage for organ associated with DM. Or urine albumin creatine ratio was more than 300 but less than 5,000. Again, 8.3, that's macroscopic previously known proteinuria, and eGFR still more than 25 but less than 75. In case of Figaro, the eligibility criteria, the urine albumin creatine ratio, it's moderate, that's A2, which is previously known as micro, between 30 and 300. And the eGFR was broad, between 25 and 90, or urine albumin creatine ratio more than 300 and less than 500. So they include all this group in regard to our heat schedule, division of CKD in regard to albuminuria. The study is designed like this. Initially, they were recruited 13,900 patients. All were runs in 4 to 16 weeks, receiving ACE or ARB, the maximum tolerated dose. After that, they enrolled around 500, 700 patients, were randomized to 2 arms. The first arm was phenylalanine. The second arm was placebo. In regard to phenylalanine, was divided based on eGFR. So they have low eGFR between 25 and 60. The dose was 10 milligram. If the eGFR above 60, the dose will be 20. The median follow-up of this study was 2.5 years. And the primary endpoint, as I said, was kidney, and secondary endpoint was heart. Looking for the characteristic of the two groups, in case of phenylalanine and placebo, the GFR was almost equal, around 44. The hemoglobin A1C was relatively good, was 7.7 in both arm group. The median systolic blood pressure also was relatively good, was 138 in both group. The ACE inhibitor and ARB was in both the group also equally. And again, remember that was standard of care, the maximum tolerated doses. It also in this group were included approximately around 5 to 5% with a new medication, SGL2. Looking for the result of primary outcome, what they found on top of maximum tolerated RAS therapy, the phenylalanine significantly reduced the primary kidney outcome by 18%. The outcome of the kidney, as I mentioned earlier, was kidney failure, sustained more than 40% decrease in eGFR from baseline, or renal death. And they also found phenylalanine reduced urinary albumin creatine ratio by around 30% from baseline, starting from 4 months, and that was maintained throughout the study. In regard to secondary outcome, again, in the presence of maximum tolerated RAS therapy, phenylalanine significantly reduced the risk of the key secondary cardiovascular outcome by 14%. And the cardiac outcome was cardiovascular death, non-fatal MI, non-fatal stroke, or hospitalization, as you see here. In regard to safety and vital sign, again, phenylalanine was comparable to placebo in regard to treat emergency adverse event. For any adverse event was comparable. For any serious event, again, was comparable in regard to acute injury as well as gynecomastia. Looking for other parameter in regard to comparison phenylalanine to placebo, it mainly blood pressure and change in hemoglobin A1C. There were modest blood pressure drop in arm who treated with phenylalanine in comparison to placebo. in regard to hemoglobin A1C, they were equal in both arms. There were no drop in sugar or rising in sugar in patients who treated with finerenone.
Dr. Imad, you have 5 minutes more, please.
Sure. Finerenone also had, we know, as a mineralocorticoid receptor, we anticipate there will be rise in potassium in group who receive MRA antagonists like finerenone. However, in this study, there were, again, modest increase in potassium in comparison to placebo, and the maximum mean difference in potassium between two groups was around 0.2, and that was not reflected clinically severely. Like what I need to say here, only few groups required hospitalization because of hyperkalemia, few groups require withdrawal or stop discontinuation of the medication because of hyperkalemia. No fatality was reported because of hyperkalemia. It's noted in this study also, probably because of hemodynamic, at what we said in other medication like SGL2, in first few weeks after initiation of finerenone, there is a dipping phenomena, that's a drop in eGFR. However, long term, there will be benefit and improving of eGFR. CKD summarize, this is probably a first positive long-term phase 3 trial to investigate a novel non-steroidal selective MRA. And it showed that finerenone has a benefit on clinically important, on broad spectrum of CKD from stage 1 and stage 4. And also there were benefit of cardiovascular outcome. It also, there is a kidney and cardiovascular benefit of finerenone obtained on a background optimization of RAS, as well as control of blood sugar, as well as control of A1C. What that means, that to probably suggest the effect of finerenone driven by anti-inflammatory, anti-fibrotic effect. And also we noted in this study, the two arms were almost comparable in regard to side effect, as well as treatment emergency adverse event. And there also reported low incidence of hypokalemia. Looking for fidelity, fidelity in fact is a pre-specified meta-analysis study where they pulled data from both studies, the Fidelio as well as the Figaro. To summarize this meta-analysis between two studies, the fidelity, what it said, say in a broad patient of population with CKD stage from 1 to 4, and those patients with moderate to severe elevated albuminuria, like above 300 milligram, as well as they are well-controlled blood pressure and relatively controlled sugar with A1C around 7.7, 7.5, who are treated with maximum tolerated dose of ARB or ACE. When we add finerenone, we achieve 14% reduction in risk of cardiovascular mortality, as well as a 23% reduction in the risk of CKD progression. Based on this, there were guidelines in 2022 where a group between American Diabetic Association as well as a nephrologist from KDIGO guideline looking for the Fidelio and Figaro study outcome, and they have a consensus statement where they said a non-steroidal MRA with a proven kidney and cardiovascular benefit is recommended for patients with type 2 diabetes with an eGFR above 25, a normal serum potassium concentration, and urine albumin creatinine ratio more than 30. Again, the KDIGO guideline in 2022 emphasized about the role of non-steroidal selective mineralocorticoid and their role in protection and delay the progression of the CKD. So what they said a non-steroidal MRA with proven kidney and cardiovascular benefit is suggested in patients with type 2 diabetes, again, eGFR above 25 with albuminuria more than 30 and potassium is relatively normal. So back to our scenario, Mr. Max, as I said, is 66 years old. He's diagnosed with CKD diabetes almost 4 years back. His A1C is relatively good, 7.5, blood pressure relatively good, 138/80, he's overweight, his EGFR 42, urine albumin creatinine ratio is more than 400, and serum potassium accepted 4.4. There is no CHF failure. LDL is 50 on atorva, is again on maximum tolerated dose for ACE or ARB. You review the patient, you still have concern about persistent proteinuria, which may lead to progressive deterioration of renal function despite you optimize his sugar and blood pressure. So what you will do next? I believe, as you see, this is the profile of Mr. Max. There is progressive deterioration, increase in the proteinuria, as well as drop in EGFR. Is like in this categories of our table. So what's the best probably? The best probably to add finerenol. And this is how to start finerenol in the patient. In a patient with potassium below 4.8 with EGFR below 60, you may initiate 10 milligram once daily. If GFR above 60, start 20. Follow your potassium after 4 months. If potassium is still within that range, continue. If the potassium is still below 5.5, continue the same treatment. However, if potassium more than 5.5, you may need to stop, repeat potassium closely, and if potassium comes below 0.5 and less, like 5 and below, you may restart your finerenol if he's on 20, probably at lower dose, and continue monitoring your potassium. And I believe this patient probably adding to his regimen finerenol based on his scenario and classical presentation, which fit with our study. Finerenol probably add benefit for him to delay the progression of chronic kidney disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Imad. Thank you a lot. Thank you for this nice presentation. Now we'll keep the question till the end of the second session. Now it is my pleasure to present Professor Waldo. Professor Waldo is a transplantation surgery consultant in Al Jalila Hospital, and he was previously the chief of a clinical transplantation and chief of pediatric kidney transplantation at Stanford University Hospital in USA. He's specialized in kidney and liver transplantation, liver tumor, dialysis access, and surgical treatment of liver, pancreas, and bile duct. This lecture will be shared with Dr. Farhad. Dr. Farhad is an assistant professor in Mohammed bin Rashid University of Medicine and Health Science in Dubai, and he's consultant urologist and transplant surgeon in Mediclinic City Hospital. Professor Waldo, the screen is yours.
Okay, sorry, let me get together here my screen. Can you see me? Can you see my screen?
Yes, Prof, yes.
Can you see
Can
it?
you keep it? Yeah, can you keep it as a screen presentation?
Yeah. Like this?
Yes, that's
Okay.
better. Yes, thank you.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for the privilege to present in this conference. I just want to say that we are so excited to work together with Dr. Farhad to provide a transplant service here in Dubai. I don't have any conflict of interest in this presentation. And I want to remind everybody that in children, kidney disease represents an insult to every single of these different organs. So therefore, have attention to the early management, early care, and early referrals is extremely important to prevent chronic damage due to kidney disease. Always want to remember that transplantation has evolved so much since 1905, when the first advances in vascular surgery determined that transplantation was here to resolve a lot of the problems. We have been progressing. The issue about the surgical issues, the techniques have been very changing over time. I always love to see Dr. Dave Hume. He was so involved in the development of kidney transplant, in which he put the first transplant that we have a memory in the arm, in a lady that had acute kidney injury postpartum. Throughout the years, we had developed more technique. Now this is the first dialysis that was able to rescue patients in order not to die immediately out of chronic renal failure, acute failure. Can you imagine this one? This was the Herrick brother, first live donor transplant, looking at this and said, what is the best decision to do? First transplant. And one of the important aspects of this is that over the years we have developed, this is a standard of practice right now for transplantation on the adult population. We see that the kidney is implanted to the iliac arteries and the iliac vein and drained to the ureter, to the bladder. But what happened with children is something that we have to evaluate differently, in the sense that the most common diseases in which affect the children have structural complications as hypodysplasia and obstruction. We have also no development of the structures, and then we develop significant problems that we need to address. Let me go to the next one here. So in planning the kidney transplantation, the evaluation of the child, you have to look at the surgical approach, first of all. Second, the vascular option, urological options, and the patient needs or not doesn't need nephrectomies. Starting with the urologic aspect, we need to evaluate these bladders. If they are posterior urethral valve obstruction, we need to be sure that how is this bladder, are they thick wall trabeculated, are they poor functionally, or they are small defunctionalized. These are the type of bladders that we most commonly see in our patients. The post-transplant problems are that if these bladders are poorly functional bladders, we have voiding dysfunction. If you have obstructed bladder, you have reflux, and most importantly, if they have been chronically trabeculated due to chronic obstruction, you can have the risk of infection. This is how a retrograde urogram will look on these patients. Usually they have the prostatic urethra very dilated and very trabeculated and reflux due to the chronic obstruction. The anatomical equivalent of this is what we can see here. So these are the children in which initially we have to take surgery early and remove the kidneys and start peritoneal dialysis. And then these are what we call the small defunctionalized bladders. These are bladders that are less than 50 cc's. And essentially, these are the bladders that we have to deal with them with transplant when they are approximately 10 kilos. So as I mentioned before, these small bladders are defined as bladders less than 50 mLs. And the etiology of these small bladders can be defunctionalized due to agenesis of the kidneys or hypodeveloped kidneys, or the neurogenic bladders due to spinal cord injuries. We're going to focus now in defunctionalized small bladders with good function. This is the etiology of these small bladders are usually due to medical conditions as the kidney doesn't work, hypotension, intrinsic renal disease that produce anuria from early age. The surgical result is performing bilateral nephrectomies in the treatment of complicated end-stage renal disease. In the case of cancer, severe proteinuria, recurrent pyelonephritis, these bladders never develop fully. So the first challenge is that the technical possibility of performing an adequate anti-reflux procedure. I'll explain that later. Another thing is, are these the bladders that are less than 50 mLs going to develop enough to be suitable for urine reservoir? And the third is the anatomical limitations due to the diameter of the urethra compromising the drainage. The traditional way to do a ureteroneocystostomy, as we know, is that we incise the detrusor, localize the urothelium, and do a urothelium to ureter anastomosis, and then an anti-reflux procedure. This is a traditional way of performing this. When you have these small bladders, these bladders are less than 50 cc's. You don't have the capability of performing, first of all, dissection of the urothelium, much less to address the anti-reflux. So therefore, there's this procedure was developed by Dr. Salvatierra many years ago in the 60s and 70s to address these issues. These bladders are approached through a central longitudinal vesicostomy. and then a trough, a real trough incising the urothelium and the trusor muscle is done. At this point, then the ureter is passed through the bladder and anastomosis into the trigone, that is a fixed part of the bladder. And then the next step would be to place a ureteral stent and a suprapubic, due to the fact that you don't want to have any resistance in the drainage of the bladder in relation with your new kidney. The outcome of this selected group of patients, which they have a small bladder, but they are neurologically intact, show that 100% of the patient voted spontaneously and no need to intermittent catheterization, no evidence of urethral obstruction. The bladder entry was adequate with an average residual urine of 16 mL, and the adjusted bladder growth a long time in the first year was approximately 80%, 84% of the expected according to age. In these patients, we had to deal with reflux, so 58% of the patient did not deal with reflux, 42% we have to deal with the reflux. This is a type of reflux that the patient suffers. This was a grade 1, that essentially is just medically managed. Grade 2 also medically managed, but grade 3 is when you have to start considering you need to reimplant as the bladder develops over time. One of the important aspects that I want to mention is that children with chronic dialysis develop calcification of the vessels. Dialysis is not very kind of the long term with the children. This is something that we always need to be aware. Children do not tolerate dialysis as adults. And in this SRTR information, a graphic showed the effect of chronic kidney disease and the different dialysis overall and the long-term effect on the children. And you see significant morbidity and mortality on patients on dialysis as described in this cohort of patients. Another considerations are the small children when you start dialysis. This is a 2-year-old female that was started on peritoneal dialysis at birth for renal dysplasia, was on a ventilator, and multiple infections in the peritoneal dialysis line need to be transitioned into hemodialysis. The result of this, and with the hypercoagulable state of this child, this is what happened. As you can see here, you have the vena cava here in the liver, but after the liver, there's no cava. The only thing that we found is that there's just the arterial system. And you see all this little structure here, a collateral circulation, due to the fact that the common iliacs and the inferior vena cava have been thrombosed. Another type of cases when the early children also have acute viral infection. In this child, we had to perform a urgent liver transplant, and we had to do urgent CVH through a femoral veins. This created the same scenario: thrombosed cava with just the arterial system patent and the portal vein system patent. In this type of cases, the 2 options that we have for this type of children is, first of all, to be able to provide children at 2 years of age need, as you know already, dialysis, need to have kidney support. So therefore, one of the aspects that we were able to find on some of the children is to find the native renal vein. And this is what they call orthotopic kidney transplant. This is a native kidney here that was resected. The aorta is here. The native renal vein is here, in which we spatulated all the renal veins to create a common cuff. At this point, you can see the common cuff, the vasculature, and we created a aortic conduit from the inframesenteric aorta using a donor aortic conduit. And with this, we were able to implant the kidney orthotopically. And as you see, it's a functional kidney, has been functioning more than 8 years now. The other options that we have for this type of children when they don't have cava is to use the portal vein. In this case, we mobilize the kidney superiorly and go from behind and find the portal vein and implant the portal vein directly, the renal vein directly in the portal vein, and using an aortic conduit to provide the arterial supply. The ureter is able to reach the bladder, so therefore we didn't have to create a cutaneous ureterostomy. This type of children also, and there are some of the children with suffer Wilms disease, in which you need to do early surgical intervention. They create what they call the mid-aortic syndrome, in which the aorta is thrombosed. Whenever they have to have the supply or the blood supply from the thoracic aorta to the iliacs, then we can use retrograde the iliac artery as a vascular access to these children. Another important aspect on the care of the kidney of these children is the combined organ transplant. These are for metabolic diseases, for ARPKD with combined two organs. And these are the other important aspects. We're having more and more children with single ventricle congenital anomalies. Eventually, they will develop cardiorenal syndrome and renal failure. These are the patients which are going to need combined liver and combined heart liver, combined heart kidneys in the future. The goal is not just to restore the patient health, but also to optimize the quality of life for every transplant patient. That's why we have to design strategies to provide care for these patients and complex transplant to provide a good quality of life. I cede the time now to Dr. Farhad to continue with the adult presentation.
Dr. Farhad, only 5 minutes remaining, please. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Waldo, and the organizing committee to give me this opportunity. After my lecture, hopefully you'll understand the surgical challenges of kidney transplant, understand the techniques of dealing with complex surgical case. Before anything, I think Waldo will agree with me, there is no such a thing as a simple kidney transplant. Every kidney transplant is complicated. And to be honest with you, both of us, we pray when we go to do a kidney transplant, and we pray for until the patient goes home. I've divided the complicated kidney transplant into donor kidney challenges and recipient surgical challenges. So from the donor side, there could be vascular anatomy abnormalities or ureteric anatomy abnormalities. In terms of vascular, you can have multiple arteries, multiple veins, atherosclerosis, and all of them, after we have removed the kidney, either from a living person or from a deceased person, we do bench surgery. In this case, as you can see, this donor has two arteries, one here and one there. They are quite separated, far away from each other. Sometimes they're very close, and we can take it as a single patch. This is one of them that we have transplanted at Medical Clinic City Hospital. This donor has two arteries, and we have gone and done two different anastomosis to the common iliac. Donor ureter abnormality, they could be duplicated ureters. These are mainly in the deceased donation when we don't have a proper scanning, proper information beforehand. So we don't do any CT scan for the deceased donor. So there could be a PUJ obstruction or ureteric injury during retrieval. And each one we have to deal with them. So if the PUJ, we have to deal with it. If ureteric injury, we may need to use the native ureter and do ureteric anastomosis, ureteric to pelvis, to the donor pelvis, renal pelvis anastomosis. Recipient surgical challenges, there could be issues with the space, vascular, or urinary tract disorders. Space is very common with the autosomal dominant polycystic kidney disease. As you can see here from this scan, the whole abdomen is occupied with these two large kidneys. And this is a decision beforehand, before we put them on a kidney list, we have to make sure that we have enough space. In my opinion, this should be sorted beforehand. So when the patient, you don't want to do two major operations at the same time. Or the recipient could have severe aortoiliac atherosclerosis, okay, that we may have no option. We may have to do a nephrectomy and do orthotopic kidney transplantation, or we may need to use vascular substitution of aortoiliac segment, like aortofemoral bypass, or this could be either cadaveric or synthetic graft. When should it be done? All of this should be done prior to you put the patient on the transplant list. These are major issues, and you don't want it to be dealing in the middle of the night. Okay, the patient that you're doing transplant, you have done retrieval surgery, now you are going to do transplantation. So it's better to do this type of procedure before you put them on the list. Then the question, should we anticoagulate them or no? Majority of them, we put them on anticoagulation after kidney transplantation. Here, as you can see, the aorta is calcified, common iliac, both of them are calcified. Not only we can see a place to put the graft, also it's very difficult to clamp these arteries, okay? And usually when I'm with Dr. Waldo, he asks me to pinch the arteries throughout the surgery, and if I let it go, it starts to bleed. The other issue is urinary tract disorders. In case of male, you can have BPH, bladder outlet obstruction, neurogenic bladder, or absence of bladder. Again, all of these issues, these challenges, you have to deal with them before. If they have a BPH, they have a large post-void residual, you need to deal with the BPH first. If they have any obstruction, okay, in case of female, they may have cystocele or neurogenic bladder, you have to deal with them prior to put them on the waiting list. If a patient has cystectomy previously, the options we have, we either do cutaneous ureterostomy or ileal conduit or continent reservoir. Again, if there is no bladder, you can do this continent reservoir or ileal conduit prior to transplantation. Or if you didn't get this opportunity and a kidney was available, we can do with cutaneous ureterostomy. Once the kidney function, the heart function improves, then you can bring the patient back and do the reversal of cutaneous ureterostomy. If the patient has end-stage renal disease, kidney failure due to bladder dysfunction, there is no point giving them another kidney transplant because you didn't deal with the bladder. And you think this is funny, but actually there are people who had lost a kidney because of poor compliance bladder, and then they get another transplant. After a year, that transplant fails. So we have to deal with the problem before we give them another kidney. We have to measure and assess bladder.
Excuse me, 2 minutes more, please.
Okay. Thank you. So usually the bladder capacity improved if the patient didn't have any urine output after transplantation. Then you have to make a decision. Do you do augmentation cystoplasty? Again, when should it done? It should be done before you put the patient on the waiting list. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Farhad. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Dr. Farhad. It is my pleasure now to move to the third lecture for today. I'd like to present my colleague, Dr. Fatma Khalifa Al-Hadari. Dr. Fatma Khalifa is a senior specialist dermatologist in Dubai Health Authority. She is a holder of Master Science in Clinical Dermatology from a University of Wales College of Medicine in UK. She has a fellowship in skin pathology from London, and also she has a fellowship in National Skin Center from Singapore, and she has a clinical dermatology experience from Cairo. Dr. Fatma has more than 25 years of experience. She's working in Dubai Health Authority, and today Dr. Fatma will talk to us about dermatological conditions seen in renal transplant recipient. Dr. Fatma, please.
Just 1 second. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here today with you and share some of the dermatologic conditions. Actually, my presentation will be about the dermatological conditions seen in kidney transplant recipients. Just 1 second, how can I remove this? Okay. So the introduction. In the last 3 decades, improvement of surgical techniques and advances in immunosuppressant therapy have led to an impressive prolongation of graft survival and to a marked increase in the number of solid organ transplantation performed worldwide. Immunosuppressive and cytotoxic agents, though of essential importance for graft survival, exerts dramatic inhibitory effect on the immune defense mechanism of organ transplant recipients, this predisposing them to the occurrence of serious complications, particularly infections and malignancies. Although cutaneous infections and neoplasms or drug reactions are expected to occur in almost all the recipients during the long-term immunosuppression, relatively little attention is commonly drawn to the corresponding skin manifestations. Therefore, this is the purpose of this presentation, is to briefly present the most significant dermatological complications of solid organ transplant in an attempt to enhance the awareness among physicians of the importance of careful dermatological monitoring of organ transplant for the organ transplant recipients for early diagnosis and prompt treatment in these manifestations. Now, when I was looking to prepare for this talk, actually, I've been through so many studies, and they were all looking at the manifestations of, cutaneous manifestations in the renal transplant as well as the other organs. So I just selected this study actually so that I can start with, and we can share different conditions. We can just take them from this study. This study, they included 114 renal transplant recipients. They were actually 85% of them, they were male, while 15 female. Mean age was 37 years, and 60 patients had total of 61 cutaneous manifestations. Out of these, 53% they had the infection, the skin manifestations. Infectious dermatosis was, from the duration that it took from the start, post-transplant till they appeared to the OPD clinic, it took around 1.8 years in the infectious dermatosis, while iatrogenic dermatosis, it took only 67 days. Out of those who got the infections, 50 out of the study out of the total number of study, 50% of them they got infections, and while the remaining non-infectious, and the 2% were infectious and non-infectious manifestations. Out of the 50% of the infectious manifestations, 55% they were fungal infections. 35 were viral infections, and 10% were the bacterial infections. In the fungal infections, the largest number was in the Pityriasis versicolor. And then we had the dermatophyte infections, and then we had the Candida or candidiasis. So we'll start with the tinea or Pityriasis versicolor. Usually it appears like in the white people, it appears like dark, while in the dark people, it appears as hypopigmented or whitish. It will appear like hyperpigmented or hypopigmented patches with fine scales. Usually it affects the upper half of the body, and it is caused by the Malassezia furfur, and this lesion is predominant, extensive, therapy resistant, and relapsing. In many cases, they are accompanied with Pityrosporum orbiculari folliculitis. Dermatophyte infections, this is the second one now. After the versicolor, we have the dermatophyte infection. And usually this is due to Trichophyton rubrum, Microsporum canis, or others. And it occurs in 50% of the transplant patients, recipients. Skin lesions can be located anywhere in the body, and it can be named according to that. Like if it was in the face, then it is, faciale. If it is in the feet, then it is tinea pedis. If it is in the hand, tinea manum, and accordingly. And usually it will appear usually as annular lesion with fine scales at the periphery, but in a patient with renal transplant or other transplants, usually it will appear as erythematous and scaling plaques, follicular erythematous papules, subcutaneous nodules, pustules, and abscesses also can be seen. Lesions can be generalized and usually lack inflammation and pruritus. Microscopically, arthroconidia and thick short hyphae can be seen in stratum corneum. How it will appear on the body? As we see, usually in normal person, it will be appearing like that. It is a small patch with fine scales and erythema at the edges, which shows that it is active edge. But in patients with renal transplant or any other transplant, they might be having it extensive. So as we see in this child, it is almost everywhere. It is well-defined erythematous with fine scales. Then the second thing they were talking about, it was candidiasis. And candidiasis, it is the most common fungal infection in transplant recipients, and it's caused by the Candida albicans. And usually it is it can appear during the first 6 months after transplant. And these lesions usually occur as, intertrigo between the intertriginous area, like in the skin folds, or it can be in the lips, like it's called perlich, and stomatitis, glossitis, and paronychia, and onychomycosis, which is affecting the nails. Like we see here, this is it's causing glossitis, as well as it is in the angular stomatitis for this patient. Also, purpuric pustular and nodular lesions with central necrosis and seropurulent drainage have been reported in the recipient patients. Disseminated candidiasis also can be seen, which can be accompanied with fever, myalgia, and multiple organ involvement. Diagnosis is confirmed by demonstration of candida in smear or tissue section by culture. We have here, as we see in the groin, and the next we will move to the viral infections that was in the study, as we mentioned earlier. And out of the viral infections, we had verruca, 37. That was the most, and after that it comes the herpes zoster, and the last herpes simplex. This is another study also. They were where they already again they included 1,766 patients. Out of them, they found, most of them, they were in this study, they took only male patients, and out of them, they were 90.4% kidney transplant. And overall, the prevalence of the skin diseases in these patients, they were the highest was 84, that was in Middle Eastern or Mediterranean, and 81 in white. I just forgot to mention that this study, they actually wanted to check the skin manifestations in renal transplant or other transplants according to the race of the volunteers or those who were included in the study. So they found that, as I mentioned, 84% in Middle Eastern, the cancers, the skin manifestations, and 81.9 was in the white, while the other races, they were having less numbers. The highest skin cancer that was found in white white ethnic origin patients, that was 409 patients. Okay, and while it was if you will notice, it was less in the other nationalities or other races. Melanoma was 11. Again, it was in the white races, and Kaposi sarcoma, it was found in the black people or black races. And then they mentioned the other skin manifestations such as viral, fungal, inflammatory disease, sebaceous, hyperplasia, and others. So I just wanted to finish the studies here. And since all of them, they were having the same or almost the same findings, I thought, let me just summarize them and just mention few of them here. So cutaneous infections, the skin and mucosa of the immunocompromised recipients are a primary barrier, but also the possible initial portal of entry to exogenous infectious agents, which can readily disseminate by the dense cutaneous vascular network. Risk factors for the development of cutaneous infections in recipient patients include the extent of immunosuppression, the structural impairment, and the increased water content of the epidermis, as well as the minor trauma and long-term topical steroid applications on the skin. Now, we already mentioned about the fungal infection. We have others also, as well as aspergillosis, cryptococcosis, coccidomycosis, plasmycosis, and others. So we'll just mention here the aspergillosis, as it is considered the second most frequent fungal infection. And usually, I mean, in those studies, it was found about 8.4% in recipients. And it is the important risk factor for aspergillosis are poor graft function, renal failure, and CMV virus infection. Mortality rate was 90% in disseminated infections. 10 to 15% of all deaths in the recipient patients was attributed to the aspergillosis. As we see here, this is the aspergillosis, which is characterized by hyperpigmented plaque with a brown-black scale crust at the sites of intravenous catheter on the arm. Then now we'll shift to the viral infections. Herpes simplex virus infection, it is one of the most common, and it occurs in around 60% of the recipients. Mostly it is because of the viral reactivations during the first trimester after the transplantation and anti-rejection therapy.
Dr. Fatma,
clinical presentations varies from mild to severe with disseminated mucocutaneous lesions and multiple organ involvement. Lips, buccopharyngeal cavity, nasal mucosa, face, and genitalia are the most common sites. Herpetic whitlow is very common in recipients. Diagnosis confirmed by Zank smear and culture. As we see here, this is the photo. I mean, we have it in normal people also, but in recipients, you can find that it is extensive and it is spread and more severe. Then we will talk about the varicella zoster virus. Okay, so the varicella virus also, it occurs around 22% in recipients. It causes herpes zoster, and usually it appears as a group of vesicles on erythematous base. It takes dermatomal distribution, and this is the systemic disease extremely high in the recipient cases. Then this is the presentation. It will occur in dermatomal distribution. And then the common wart or the human papilloma virus, it usually occurs most on the sun exposure areas, and it is the commonest out of all, and they occur around 80 to 90% of patients 5 years after transplantation and are usually numerous and resistant to therapy. And if you will compare, this is the normal person who's having 1 or 2 lesions, while in recipients, you will have multiple. Then what are the drug of choice for the cutaneous this is supposed to be for the candidiasis. That was the fluconazole and clotrimazole. Now we'll shift to the bacterial infections. The bacterial infections, again, it was one of the very common in the organ recipients. And I will just talk about here the folliculitis, which is very common manifestation in transplant recipients, and it is observed in many studies. Then we will shift to the parasitic infestations. We have the most common, it is the scabies. Usually it is harmless, but it is highly contagious. And usually it occurs in normal patients, like itchy papules or scratching all over the body. But in patients with organ transplant recipients, it will usually be extensive, and it will be called Norwegian scabies. And as we see here, it will be thick and extensive, and it should be treated with systemic ivermectin or permethrin cream. Then we will shift to pre-malignant lesions, actinic keratosis, Bowen disease, cutaneous malignancies. We have, as I mentioned in the last study, we had lots of cutaneous malignancies, but out of all of them, the most common, we had the basal cell carcinoma, we had the squamous cell carcinoma, and we had the actinic keratosis, squamous cell carcinoma, and sorry, it is going backwards. Then we have the Kaposi sarcoma, and this, as we see here, the Kaposi sarcoma, usually it is violaceous to red purple papules, nodules, and plaque on the face and on the arms. Then we will have the malignant melanoma. It was found in the recipient, but it was less in number. Merkel cell carcinoma, also it was found in the recipients. The treatment for the skin cancer, as we know, the sun exposure, it's supposed to be one of the major causes which can exacerbate it can worsen the skin cancers. So we have to advise the patient to avoid sun as much as possible with the sunblocks and covering the areas and all these, as we know, instructions. Then the surgical excision. Third, we have the topical 5-FU reduction of immunosuppression. It's advised in case we have these cancers, and we have to. Some studies they considered sirolimus, which showed a great result. Then we have the drug-related lesions. Frequently occurs as a result of the immunosuppressive administration. These are lots of them, actually. We'll just mention a few. That is acne or acneiform eruption, as we see here in this guy. Then we have nail changes, as we see here in onychomycosis. It is caused by fungal infection. And we have hypertrichosis or hirsutism. And this lady, as we see here, she's having hypertrichosis. That is, growth of the hair on the face. Then we have the oral changes in gingival hyperplasia as well. Oral changes, they had the candidiasis as well as other unique finding that was gingival hyperplasia, as we see here in this photo. And this is usually, in this case, happened due to cyclosporine-induced gingival hyperplasia in 28-year-old male with renal transplant. Miscellaneous changes. We have prurigo nodularis vasculitis and others, as we see here, and acrodermatitis, and then seborrheic dermatitis and xerosis, which is severe dryness of skin. So the most common cutaneous, if I will summarize them, it is the cutaneous, the infectious and pre-malignant lesions, malignant lesions. Then we have the drug-related lesions, and we have the miscellaneous. Conclusion, transplant patients are at increased risk of cutaneous lesions such as infectious infections, cutaneous malignancies, and cutaneous manifestations secondary to immunosuppressive drugs, which is an important cause of morbidity and mortality among these patients. Therefore, careful and regular examination of kidney recipients by the dermatologist is mandatory. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fatma. We are running short of time. Now it is my pleasure to represent Dr. Ahmed Shaban. Dr. Ahmed Shaban is consultant in Tuam Hospital since 2006 and recently Sahha Kidney Care in Abu Dhabi, and he is a full professor in the College of Medicine and Health Science in United Arab Emirates. He has more than 25 research papers were published and several projects. Dr. Ahmed Shaban will be talking about management of anemia in kidney transplant recipient. Dr. Ahmed Shaban, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fakhra. Thank you, Dr. Amna, for inviting me for this nice and rich meeting. Actually, I really enjoyed since morning. My talk will be about post-transplant anemia and kidney transplant recipient. Let me say, unfortunately, or probably what happens in the clinic usually, when you see the patient, the main concern will be taken for the serum creatinine. I know that anemia is very important. Sometimes when the hemoglobin in the range of 100 or 105, it will be 5. But let me share with you the slide when I review this topic. Actually, it's find it interesting. Post-transplant anemia is among kidney transplant patient, the prevalence reach up to 51%. And BTA has been shown to be negatively associated with the following: long-term outcome, all cause of mortality, graft failure, as well cardiovascular outcome. So my objective, I will address the prevalence and epidemiology, causes and the predictive factor for BTA, the outcome of patient with BTA, and the diagnostic evaluation, as well the treatment of BTA. So as I mentioned, the prevalence might reach up to 51% after kidney transplantation. And the most important, it is for us to differentiate between early BTA versus late BTA. So the early BTA is up to 6 months after kidney transplant, while the late BTA is after 6 months. The prevalence of late BTA, it reached up to 35%. So what's the definition of the anemia and post-kidney transplant? We have a really solid evidence. Till now, unfortunately, don't have a solid evidence, but from the data that we have, hemoglobin less than 12 grams in women considered to be anemic, and 13 grams less than in men considered to be anemic. Let me share with you this study actually called the TRISAM study. This is a summary of more than 72 transplant centers in Europe. And when they looked to more than 4,000 kidney transplant patients, and they found a strong association between hemoglobin and the graft dysfunction. It's actually retrospective data. And when they found creatine more than 2 milligrams, 60% were anemic. The donor age mainly if they are older donors. Use of ACE and RB associated also with anemia, use of immunosuppressive medication, mainly the anti-proliferative like MMF or azathioprine, as well the infection, it has been associated with anemia. So this is the same slide. As you can see, the female is more than male. And the majority actually I can consider mild to moderate anemia. Another study actually from the area here, it was more than, when they looked to more than 266 patients, they found anemia was mainly in female, associated with low GFR. And as I mentioned before, living donor source was a predictor for anemia, mainly if they are elderly in age. So when we focus in the early BTA as a predictor of late BTA, so better prevention and treatment, as well treatment of early BTA might prevent the late BTA. So if we go to the etiology, iron deficiency considered to be one of the most common contributing factor for early BTA. Recent study for more than 700 kidney transplant recipients, the prevalence of anemia was 34%. And when they looked to the iron deficiency, it was in the range of 13%. Another study, they found that iron deficiency anemia was a cause in the range of 34%. Vitamin B12, it is in the range between 17 to 24%. Again, folic acid, as well acute kidney injury. So this is, about when we speak about the causes of iron deficiency anemia, depletion of iron store due to bleeding, poor nutrition, as well increase iron utilization. When you speak about late BTA, it's usually correlated with the impaired graft function, iron deficiency, infection, immunosuppressive medication, as well use of ACE or ARB. This is a slide speak in general about the post-transplant anemia. I'm summarizing what was there: infection, iron deficiency, drugs, malignancy, acute rejection, inflammatory, as well erythropoietin deficiency. When we speak about ACE and ARB, as we know that the hemobiotic system is maintained by erythropoietin, as well insulin growth-like factor, as well by angiotensin II. So when you use ACE or RB, we are blocking the angiotensin II, which can lead to anemia. This another issue been overlooked. The majority of our patients, or mainly a transplant patient, they are using a proton pump inhibitor. So in this study, actually, what they found that those patients who are using proton pump inhibitor, they can find that they have associated with transferrin saturation low or with iron deficiency anemia. Now, what about the influence of anemia on patient and the graft survival after renal transplantation? So this data actually from the French database, when they look to the patient as well graft survival. So here they look to more than 4,000 kidney recipient, and they try to correlate the anemia on the patient and the graft survival. So as you can see, there was, and the follow-up is actually up to 15 years. So as you can see here, the patients and the graft survival, or even the death sense of the graft survival is strongly correlated with the degree of anemia. So both patient survival as well the graft survival was strongly related to the degree of anemia. What about iron deficiency anemia? Since I mentioned that iron is one of the main factors for post-transplant anemia. So in this study here, they divided to 4 groups. The first group, patient without anemia, and the second group is with anemia, and the third group is with iron deficiency anemia, and the fourth group is with iron deficiency, but they don't have anemia. So interesting when they found here that definitely the patient with anemia or iron deficiency anemia, they have already shortened survival or worse survival. The most interesting point that when they look to the iron deficiency, even without anemia, they found that the patient have a lower survival rate compared to the patient with normal iron. So regardless the anemia. So in retrospective study, more than 600 transplant recipients in USA with PTA, the mortality at 12 months was associated with death with hazard ratio of around 3, with confidence interval reached up to 6.7. Other study has shown conflicting result. For example, there was a study from Danish when they looked to more than 2,000 patient transplant recipients, and they found hemoglobin were not associated with any cardiovascular disease mortality at 5 to 6 years. But most of the study actually, they agreed that hemoglobin less than 11 gram was associated with higher mortality compared to the group with hemoglobin more than 13 gram. When you look to the cardiovascular morbidity, I will review this a nice Canadian study in more than 473 renal transplant recipients, where it showed that anemia was an independent factor for left ventricular hypertrophy. Another study, we call it CAPRET, is correction of post-kidney transplant anemia. This is one of the rare randomized trial where when they try to correct hemoglobin between 13 and 15 or compare it to 11.5. So they found the patient with 11.5 gram associated with the reduction in the GFR as well as the cardiovascular disease. Another nice study actually here when they look to the electrocardiogram, left ventricular hypertrophy in renal transplant recipient, and they try to prognostic value impact on the blood pressure and anemia. So more than 473 kidney transplant recipient actually, and they tried to correlate the cause of left ventricular hypertrophy. So what they found that anemia as well diastolic heart failure was a strongly independent correlation with the cause of left ventricular hypertrophy. Now let's go to the controversy. This is an alert study when they like to find anemia is a predictive of graft loss, but not cardiovascular event and all cause of mortality. So this is one of the largest, as well as a prospective trial, when they look to more than 1,000 patients, post-kidney transplant patient, and they correlate to the outcome regarding the cardiovascular mortality or all cause of mortality or graft failure. They found there is no correlation between of them. So diagnostic evaluation, this is like an ABC. We go for CBC, iron, B12, folic acid, exclude hemolysis. As well, we will look for the bleeding disorder. A treatment usually starts with diagnosis and treatment of all reversible causes. We should have an aim for target hemoglobin level, as well the type of treatment, which we usually focus about EPO as well iron. Actually, when I reviewed this topic, I found very beautiful and recent publication by Dr. Iman Shamsi from Abu Dhabi. She did actually a great job when she did extensive review, more than 163 paper, and out of 160 paper, she could identify 4 paper going the same topic. So I'll try to summarize some of them. So this is actually one of the earlier first trials. It was from Austria, when they looked at the mortality in renal transplant recipient giving erythropoietin to increase hemoglobin concentration. It's a cohort study. They study more than around 1,800 patient transplant recipient, and they give erythropoietin, for them, and some of them without erythropoietin. So the aim is to improve her hemoglobin from 10 till they reach 14. So as you can see here, interesting that this patient received erythropoietin, the mortality was high. So not because of erythropoietin, because they reach hemoglobin in the range of 14. So in this patient, when they reach hemoglobin from 10 to 12, the mortality was improving, but when they reached 14, there was increase in the mortality. So in the study, it was one of the largest at that time, because there was a follow-up up to 10 years. They found the incidence of anemia up to 40%. In the same time, as I mentioned, the hemoglobin, when they reached 14, the mortality was high. Another study, which a randomized trial, this is about correction of post-transplant anemia, reduced the progressive allograft nephropathy. They randomized 2 groups, 61 in each arm. And this patient, they receive erythropoietin, as you can see, and the aim to look for the GFR as well, the quality of life. The aim actually is to reach hemoglobin up to 13.5 or to reach up to 11, from 10 to 11. So what they found, the group A, when they reached hemoglobin 13.5, there was actually much better GFR, even the decline was less compared to the patient who became anemic. In the same time, the mortality was less, as well the quality of life is better. As you can see in the study, the cumulative graft survival is better in the patient who achieved hemoglobin 13 to 15 gram. Another recent trials, actually it's from China, when they looked at the effect of maintaining high hemoglobin level on long-term kidney function kidney transplant recipient. It's a randomized controlled trial. So for the group who reach the aim as a 2R, either to reach hemoglobin 13.5 to 14 gram or to be in 11 to 10 to 12 gram. So they found a decline in kidney function on the GFR here for the patient who achieved hemoglobin 14 or 15 was only 1 ml, while comparing to 5 ml for this patient maintained low hemoglobin. So again, just to remind you about the Choyer trial and the TREAT trial, which was published more than 15 years ago. At that trial, actually in the chronic kidney disease stage 3 to 4, they aim to reach hemoglobin 13.5 to or 11.3. So in that trial, they found that when you reach in CKD patient for hemoglobin more than 13, the cardiovascular mortality was high and there was no delay in the progressive renal failure. When we go to the iron deficiency, there is too many factors can explain the iron deficiency anemia: increased consumption, blood loss, intracellular shift, decreased iron absorption, mainly with the increase of the hepcidin secretion. So iron deficiency, even without anemia, has been shown to be an independent predictor for renal transplant recipient. One of the studies that 81 transplant patients who receive IV iron increased the level, led to a reduction in the GFR. It's not clear whether IV is better than oral, but in a very small study, when they use IV iron supplement after kidney transplantation, it's in 81 post-kidney transplant, when they give them iron, they found actually well-tolerated and with rapid improvement of the hemoglobin, even without erythropoietin. What about infection when speaking iron? So this is a very nice meta-analysis or review, more than 7 trials here about using of iron in post-kidney transplant. It was not associated with risk of infection. When we go to the KDIGO guidelines, the KDIGO guideline actually, they put it for the chronic kidney disease, but unfortunately was not added for the kidney transplant. No specific recommendation was made for the transplant recipient. So this summary actually of the guidelines. So when you treatment with for anemia, you consider iron to be in the upper limit. To treatment anemia with erythropoiesis-stimulating agent, treatment anemia, the choice depend in the availability. What's the target of hemoglobin? This is depend if it's mainly for the chronic kidney disease. What's the initial dose? This mainly for the chronic kidney disease. So in my conclusion, BTA is a common complication in renal transplant recipient. It may associated with increased mortality and reduced graft survival and decline in GFR. Treatment of BTA should begin as soon as possible for kidney transplantation. Based from the data derived from the Cabret and Hans and the other Chinese, it appeared that the optimal target for hemoglobin in kidney transplant is higher than the target for CKD, probably 12.5 to 13 gram deciliter. Appropriate treatment with erythropoietin and iron can be given. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, most of the study based on the retrospective in natures. Probably we need a large trial, proper randomization, prospective, to clarify this issue. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Shaban, for keeping us on time, though we were really late. Thank you a lot. We'll take a few questions from the audience. There is one question for you, and there are two questions for Dr. Imad. For you, Dr. Ahmed, can ACE inhibitor contribute to anemia post-transplantation? And if there is any role for SGL2 inhibitor to correct anemia post-transplantation?
Actually, yes. As I mentioned, that ACE and ARB is well known even from a long time in transplant as well non-transplant. As I mentioned, that hematopoietic system is maintained by three parts, by erythropoietin, angiotensin, as well insulin-glucose factor. So, but in the clinical practice, I can say that it's been probably overlooked. But ACE, yeah, and I mentioned actually in my review that ACE and ARB can induce. But there is any specific study, I'm not aware to which degree the anemia can happen in the post-kidney transplant. I'm not sure about it. And regarding the SG2 inhibitors, to correct anemia. Actually, we have some data about use of SG2 inhibitors in a post-kidney transplant, but I don't think they address the issue of anemia in that one. They address mainly the blood sugars and the GFR issue, but for the anemia, it was not addressed in that trial. And there is actually limited data. Even at our center here, we have a nice publication by our colleague, Dr. Fatma Kindi, about it. I don't remember she was addressed this point. Thank you.
Dr. Thanks a lot. Dr. Imad, what is the side effect of finerenone?
Thanks for the question. As MRA in this study, what we found mainly is modest increase in potassium, and even that wasn't significant. And also the drop of blood pressure wasn't that significant. So comparable to placebo in this study, there were no significant side effect. But I can say mainly the hyperkalemia, which again was modest in comparison even for spironolactone. In fact, there is head-to-head study in animal between both non-steroidal and steroidal MRA, that's finerenone and spironolactone. It was found also the hyperkalemia much less in comparison to steroidal MRA, that's spironolactone.
Okay.
Hopefully this answer.
And can this medicine used in kidney transplant patients?
Well, in this group of study, Fidelio and Figaro, they didn't include transplant patients. Yet there is a lot of study going in pipeline. One of them, like just in CKD patient, irrelevant to diabetes. I don't think they will include transplant patient or not. So the bottom line for this answer, yet there is not approved for transplant patients.
Okay, sure, Dr. Sure. Thank you a lot, everyone. I think we will have short break till 2:45. Then we can join for the third session with Dr. Hatem. Thank you a lot. Just a minute break. Thank you.
السلام عليكم. الصوت واضح؟
Yes, clear.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to have this discussion and to be here to lead a very important session where we will meet most of the experienced people in our field and in our region, and to discuss the challenges in transplant in a matter of immunological and pathological cases. We will have Professor Ali with us. Professor Ali, he's a professor of immunology. He had his PhD from University of Manchester, where he continued his fellowship in histocompatibility and immunogenetics as well in the year 2000. And he obtained also FRC pass at that time from London. And he also a board member of the American histocompatibility and immunogenetics. He joined the Ministry of National Guard Health Affairs as the Director of Immunopathology Laboratory. In addition, he's currently now the chair of the Student Research Board. Professor Ali Hajir, he published more than 200 peer-reviewed publications and contributed in 6 textbooks. He will share his experience with us with his colleague, Dr. Khalid Al-Assad. Dr. Khalid, he's a consultant and anatomical pathology, Department of Pathology and Laboratory Medicine, King Faisal Specialized Hospital, Research Center in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, as well as Dr. Abdurrahman. Dr. Abdurrahman, he's adult nephrology consultant in King Abdulaziz City, Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia as well. Welcome to our colleague to discuss the most challenge in the transplant. So we are eager to hear from you because you are a lead in this, actually in this field, Professor Ali, Dr. Khalid, and Dr. Abdurrahman. So the floor is yours to share with us your experience. Thank you.
أنا الحقيقة I cannot hear you لكن ما بعرف. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dr. Ali.
لأنه I can barely يعني hear your voice. ما بعرف إذا الكل هيك ولا بس أنا.
Yeah.
So can I start?
Yeah, start, Dr. Ali.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like to thank you all for inviting me to give this sort of cases in transplant immunology. I would like to thank the organizers and the chair of this session. I thought of giving sort of very simple cases to go through them and discuss them with the audience. So what I would like to say, if any of the audience is having a question, you can interrupt me, but you have to shout because I cannot hear people. يعني, when Dr. Hatem was talking, I can barely make his voice. Or you can type a question and Dr. Hatem can shout it to me.
Okay.
So the first case, I chose to bring some cases from practice. So in this case, I have a patient and a donor. We have done flow cross-match and T and B are negative. Auto flow cross-match, T and B negative. PRA is not done. Would you transplant this case or no? طبعا, there's a grand rule in transplant immunology. You cannot report flow cross-match or cross-match in general in transplantation without PRA. And the second grand rule in transplant immunology, your PRA and your cross-match should be equal in terms of sensitivity. In other words, if you are using CDC cross-match, you must have a CDC or a higher sensitivity PRA. If you are using flow cross-match, you must have a flow PRA or a Luminix PRA, solid phase PRA that is highly sensitive, but you cannot use CDC PRA in conjunction with a flow cross-match. So these two grand rules in transplant immunology are very important. You cannot interpret flow cross-match without PRA. No matter what was the result of the flow cross-match, whether it is negative, whether it is positive. In this case, very clear, there is nothing. It's negative flow cross-match. Auto cross-match is negative. Shall I transplant or no? In my hand as the lab director, I wouldn't transplant until I see the PRA result. Next case. I have a flow cross-match, T positive, B negative, auto flow cross-match, T positive, B negative, PRA is negative, and the PRA is Luminix in this case. Can I transplant or no? The answer in this case, I transplant. And the explanation for the positive T cross-match for the patient and the donor can be explained by the presence of an auto antibody that gave an auto flow cross-match in the reaction between the patient cells and the patient antibodies. PRA is negative, PRA is low or Luminix PRA. And in this case, I would transplant without much hesitation. The third case, you have a T positive, a B negative in the reaction between the patient serum and the donor cells. The auto cross-match is negative. Your PRA is positive for CW5, DSA 5500 MFI. Transplant or not? We have to keep in mind that a positive T, negative B is an unusual case. Usually, if the cross-match is positive, you would see a T and a B positive. But on certain occasions, you'll have a B positive only or a T positive only. What causes T positive flow cross-match? It can be an autoantibody. In this case, there is a group of patients who have a low titer DSA class 1, usually CW5, or it can be a low titer B or A, HLA-A or HLA-B, DSA, and HLA. The other day I had a case where I have HLA-B 27, MFI 2100, and I got a T positive, a B negative. So there are cases where you will have a T positive, B negative. And those cases, in the presence of a low titer DSA to class 1, or sometimes low titer Craig antibody to class 1, can cause that. Transplant or not to transplant, usually the team should decide about it between the lab and the clinical team. In my case, I would say do not transplant and try to get rid of these antibodies just to go in with a clean result. The fourth case, I have a T negative, I have a B positive, auto cross-match negative, negative. I have a low titer DSA A2 2150, and usually, although B cells, we use them to detect class 2 antibodies, B cells, they express more HLA class 1 on their surface than T cells. And on many occasions, you'll have low titer class 1 DSA that will just give you a B positive. And sometimes that can be also a class 2 specific DSA will give you this similar result. But in this case, the antibody that caused the B positive and a T negative is a low titer class 1 antibody. The fifth case, I have a T negative, I have a B positive, auto cross-match is negative, PRA is DQ5 6500. And this case, it is the class 2 antibody that is causing a T negative B positive. That class 2 can be DP, can be DR, can be DQ. So a class 2 specific DSA antibodies can give you this picture of T negative, B positive, and auto cross-match negative in this case. This is a case from a reference which is quoted underneath. A 44-year-old woman with end-stage renal failure, secondary to reflux nephropathy, is interested in a renal transplant from her, and her husband offered to be the donor. They are the same blood group, but they are unmatched at HLA typing. This is their HLA typing, the recipient and the patient and the donor. They have a complement cytotoxicity cross-match performed as part of their initial assessment. And both T and B cross-match are positive. Transplant or not to transplant, as I said always, this is CBC. I mean, in my previous cases, I showed you results of a flow cross-match. But in this case, we are talking about CDC, which is a lower sort of sensitivity cross-match test. But still, you have a T and B positive cross-match. You just have HLA typing and a cross-match. Can you make a decision about this patient transplant or not to transplant? You have to keep in mind two factors. The first one that I told you, the two grand rules in transplant immunology. You cannot interpret cross-match without PRA. The PRA must be the same sensitivity as the cross-match or a higher sensitivity. The second or the third rule here is that you need to do auto cross-match as well, just to make sure, is this cross-match true or it's not true? So they followed up the testing by doing DTT. In the past, when you used to do CDC cross-matching, as you know, this depends on complement activation, while flow cross-match does not depend on complement activation. And the antibodies that can cause complement activation are IgM as first antibody and IgG as a second antibody. So they added DTT to destroy IgM and make sure that this is IgG or IgM. So now you got a negative cross-match, which means that it was IgM cross-match. With PBS, it is positive. The auto CDC is positive. So again, this is very important. Two things, PRA as well as auto cross-match, in order to make sense of your cross-match results. Is it safe? It is safe, provided that your PRA is negative, because you have an auto cross-match positive that can explain the presence of an autoantibody, in this case, an IgM autoantibody that caused this sort of reaction. Case 7, another case from the same publication that I quoted earlier. So in this case, a 30-year-old mother of 4 has end-stage renal failure as a result of reflux nephropathy. Her husband offers to donate the kidney to her. They are matching at the blood group, and this is their tissue typing. The recipient, the donor. Their CDC cross-match is negative. Their flow cross-match is positive. Now, this is another rule in transplant immunology. What is the sensitivity of your cross-match? CDC is less sensitive than flow cross-match. Flow cross-match is a very sensitive technique to identify donor-specific antibodies. And that helps you avoid any sort of rejection in the solid organ transplant that you're doing, or a haploidentical in case of stem cell transplantation. So we should do our best to try to use the highest sensitivity cross-matching technique in our lab in order to give our patient really the result that will guarantee to the maximum no rejection episode after transplantation. So in this case, many labs still, especially in Europe, they are still doing CDC T and B cross-match. In my lab, we stopped doing CDC cross-match more than 17 years ago. And we depended only on the flow cross-match. And actually, we have now moved from flow cross-match to virtual cross-match, especially for the deceased donor in case of heart and kidney. So we stopped doing a flow cross-match for these patients, and we only depend on virtual cross-match. We have been doing. I can hear noise, but I cannot really figure it out. I cannot hear people, wallahi. I cannot hear people.
دكتور علي جون.
والله يا أخي ما عم بسمع أنا.
Professor Ali, can you hear me now?
I can barely hear you. Can you type the question in the question answer, and I'm happy to answer it?
Yeah, there is no question. It's accidentally one of the audience put his mic on. No question. Just go on.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So I'm looking at the question and answer, and if you allow me, Mr. Chairman, to answer some of these. So a question came: would you consider a donor who had mRNA vaccine to a recipient who did not have vaccine? Now the guidelines for corona is that a positive corona, even in the recipient, is not a contraindication, or even in the donor is not a contraindication to transplantation. The idea is to test the donor or the patient. If they are positive, you wait for them 1 week, and then after that, even if they persist to be positive, you go ahead with the transplant. A question about CDC cross-matching. I'm sorry I did not have a picture here, but CDC cross-match is about the name CDC, complement-dependent cytotoxicity method, where you incubate donor cells, T or B, with patient serum that's supposedly to have the antibodies specific to the donor, HLA. And if the T in the presence of T cells of the donor in the presence of patient serum were killed by complement, it means that this is positive CDC. If they are still alive after adding the recipient serum plus complement, it is considered negative cross-match. So to go back to our case, the CDC cross-match is negative, but the flow cross-match is positive. Why is that? Flow cross-match is much, much more sensitive in detecting DSA antibodies to the donor HLA than CDC cross-match. Can I transplant or no? The interpretation of this, usually, this is caused by a low titer DSA antibodies. So in this case, or the patient has non-complement fixing antibodies. In this case, labs that are doing CDC cross-match, they will have this case as negative, and they will go ahead and transplant the recipient. But labs that have flow cross-match, they would consider this not safe to go for transplant. So the idea from this case is that when you are doing cross-match, the advice is go with the highest sensitivity technique that is available to you. The advice is go with a flow cross-match, or if you cannot go with a flow cross-match, do the AHG CDC, the amplified CDC cross-match. I'm happy to answer about this at the end of my presentation. This is another case from the same publication. It's referenced here at the bottom. A 65-year-old man who had an adrenal stage disease as a result of ANCA vasculitis has been on dialysis for 4 months. He has had 3 blood transfusions in the past. His wife has been assessed as a possible donor. Their immune compatibility is here. Is it safe to proceed or no? This is the recipient typing. This is the donor typing. CDC cross-match is negative. Flow cross-match is negative. However, you have the PRA, the class 1. There is anti-A2, anti-A23, anti-B13. And as you can see, there is the donor has A23, and the patient has an A23 specific antibodies. CDC cross-match is negative. Flow cross-match is negative. However, there is an antibody. Proceed with a cross-match or no? Usually, in this case, I would call this a low-risk case. Why low risk? Because CDC is negative, flow cross-match is negative. However, there is a donor-specific A23 detected by Luminix, which is a highly sensitive technique. But in this case, I will report to my clinicians, go ahead, but please let's keep watching this PRA, because this PRA can go up in the future. However, literature is showing so far. This is the fourth grand rule in transplant immunology. This rule says the following: PRA that are developed, the DSA PRA that are developed post-transplant, they are called slipped my mind. The antibodies that are developed, de novo antibodies, those de novo antibodies that develop post-transplant, antibodies that were not there before the transplant, those are the highest risk for rejection, especially two types, DQ and DP. There is excellent literature showing that the development of de novo antibodies post-transplant that are specific to DQ or DP, they carry the highest risk for rejection in the future. Pre-transplant antibodies usually will not do much if the cross-match is negative. Again, pre-transplant DSA usually will not do much if the flow cross-match is negative. I told you about the virtual cross-match that we started to do maybe 7 years ago for our cadaveric. And now we are expanding our menu with virtual cross-match. We started with CDC, where we have antibodies complement. We ended up with flow cross-match, where we have the donor cells incubated with the recipient serum, adding anti-human IgG, detecting the cross-match on a flow cytometer. However, with the development of PRA, Luminix solid phase assay, and the experience we had over the years, we have excellent evidence and many labs in the world now are using virtual cross-match. That is to look at antibodies to donor, and based on that, without doing physical cross-match, you go ahead and make a decision, transplant or not to transplant. I wanted to give this example, and I hope it will clear the idea. You have a donor with this typing: A1, A2, B7, B8, DR4, DR17. And you have in your waiting list these 10 patients. This is their HLA type, and this is the antibody specificity that they have. Based on these antibody specificities, you can compare, does any of these patients have a DSA specific to the donor HLA type? And you can take an image of this. You can take a screenshot if you like on your computer, and then do the exercise on your own. And I try to highlight the DSA for this patient number 2. He has an anti-A1 DSA, patient number 3, A2 DSA, and so on. So how do you categorize these patients? If I am offered this patient, this donor, and I have these 10 patients, I would select patient number 1, number 4, number 6, number 9, and 10 as a potential recipients for this. I should take other sort of factors into consideration to select the best patient for this donor. But just based on virtual cross-match, the presence of DSA to the donor HLA type without doing physical cross-match, without doing CDC, without doing a flow cross-match, I can make a decision and say, this patient is compatible with this donor based on this. There are another grand rule that you should have in your lab, which is the agreement. So you must have an agreement with your transplant. I'm sorry, with your transplant team. You must have an agreement with your transplant team to dictate what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. And in this case, in the agreement, you must lay the ground for the virtual cross-match. What are the conditions that you should have in order to accept a virtual cross-match instead of a flow cross-match? So these are the patients that I would select for this donor. But this is a highly sensitized patient, and I just wanted to highlight. You have a patient. This is actually a type of this patient, and you have a donor, and this is a haploidentical donor for renal transplant. They are brothers, and they share the A11, B35, but they have a difference at different spots, and A33, while the donor is A3. So looking at the PRA, you can see that A3 is here, B47 is here, C5 is here, and these are the mismatch class 1. Although the patient is highly sensitized at these B loci, the donor HLA type that are mismatched with the patient, they are not one of those with the DSA. There is no antibodies to these. This is highly sensitized patient, so would you transplant or no? And in this case, I would transplant, although the patient has, and I transplanted based on virtual cross-match, not physical cross-match. Patient has no DSA in this case. So I would like to summarize my talk or my cases. Whenever you have your cross-match, let's look at the scenarios that you might face with. You can have a T cell negative, B cell negative flow cross-match. And in this case, usually there will be no DSA to class 1 or class 2, or it can be a low titer to it. Positive T and B, this can be due to the presence of class 1 antibodies, because class 1 are expressed on B cells. So if you have an anti-A2, that is DSA, it will give you a T cell that is positive flow cross-match and a B cell that is positive cross-match. Why? Because the B cell express class 1. Actually, B cells express more class 1 than T cells. Or the patient can have an A2 that is anti-class 1 and anti-DR or anti-DQ that is donor specific. Having a T negative, a B positive, usually it can be explained by the presence of a class 2 antibody DSA that are specific to those are present on B cells, or it can be a low titer class 1 or a class 1 CREG as well. What about a T positive cross-match, a B negative cross-match? Most of the time, this will be a technical error, most of the time. And it can be maybe due to viability of B cells or some sort of pronase. You incubate it for longer than what you prescribed in your procedure. But however, this can be also seen in case of a low titer class 1 or its CREG. So how can we identify or classify PRA and the cross match. If you have the PRA negative and the cross match is negative, this is a low risk for rejection. If you have PRA negative, cross match positive, this is again a low risk for rejection. If you have a positive screening PRA, but cross match is negative, again, this is a low risk for rejection. The highest risk you will have is when you have PRA that is DSA, and when you have a cross match that is positive. And this should not be transplanted. This is a no. Finally, my last slide. What should we consider as an acceptable antigen? If you are subscribed to ASHI or CAB, they ask you to do molecular typing or typing for your patient and donor for HLA-A, B, C, DRB1, DQB1, DQA1, DPB1, DPA1. Solid phase assay should be used, and you must define your cutoff. You should have at least 2 samples, and this should, to define unacceptable antigen, you must do this in your agreement with your clinical team. In the agreement, you should dictate what are the grand rules for your unacceptable antigens, which means virtual cross-match. You must have more than 2 samples or more, actually, over 12 months. You must define most recent sample. What would be acceptable for you if you have at night a diseased organ coming and you would like to do virtual cross-match? So what would you define as acceptable? A 1 month, a 3 months, a 2 months? You must agree with your clinical team about this. The final thing you should always consider is recent sensitizing event. As you know, PRA is a very harmful antibody in case of solid organ and in case of haploidentical stem cell transplant. What induces PRA? Multiparous pregnancies, many pregnancies for women, a blood transfusion, especially platelets. In our hospital, we stopped giving whole blood, we take filtered blood. So our blood that we give to our patients does not contain white blood cells. So a blood transfusion nowadays is not a risk for sensitization. But platelet, because platelet express loss of class 1, they are one major cause of PRA class 1. Corona itself, we have Dr. Ahmed Mustafa with us today, and Ahmed described the development of PRA after Corona infection, and many other groups did as well. So even the vaccine itself can cause PRA. Flu infection, flu vaccine can also cause PRA. I will stop here, and I'm happy to take questions or leave questions to the end of it.
Thank you, Professor Ali, for the nice and informative talk. We'll take Dr. Khalid. Then by the end, we'll take the question about the whole session. Dr. Khalid, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? The voice is clear?
Yes, it's clear. Go ahead.
Very good. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's really my pleasure to be part of this excellent event, and I sincerely thank the organization committee for inviting me to be part of this event. What I will be doing in the coming 25 or 30 minutes is just to give and present a number of cases based on a renal allograft biopsies that demonstrate various aspects of renal transplant pathology that is based on the BANF schema updated 2019. And we are going actually to focus on the relevant pathological features for the sake of time. So we will start with the first case. This is a 36-year-old male, known case of end-stage kidney disease. The primary disease was unknown to the treating physician, and the patient received cadaveric donor kidney transplant 13 years ago and presented with significant renal allograft dysfunction. Let's look at the pathology of the renal allograft biopsy. As we can see here, we have significant interstitial fibrosis and tubular atrophy here that is estimated to be a moderate. We had total number of glomes 15, of which 7 were global sclerosis, and one of these global sclerosis glome, part of it actually represented in this image. Now, this is another glomerulus in the biopsy that shows a little bit of mesangial expansion. Now, these are the renal tubules that look healthy, and these are a little bit atrophic. This is a higher power magnification of that of one of the viable glomeruli. And again, just to emphasize the presence of mesangial expansion by increased mesangial matrix mainly, the glomerular basement membrane looks fine, and there is no evidence of proliferative activity in this particular glome. And this is just to show you how the mesangial expansion is or was variable from one glome to another one. Now, in this particular glomerulus, there were ischemic changes in the term of disruption of the Bowman capsule and fibrous obliteration of the urinary space. And in the background here, we can see that there is an interstitial inflammation, and the same thing over here. Now, most of these inflammatory cells, the one that you see in the background, are more nuclear inflammatory cells or lymphocytes. And this is a renal tubule, and you can appreciate the presence of a few lymphocytes infiltrating beyond the tubular basement membrane. Now, also in this field, you can appreciate the presence of significant arterioral cyanosis, this pink glassy material that is replacing the wall of the blood vessels. And in some areas, they maintained, or this cyanosis maintains a nodular pattern. Now, more extensive cyanosis involved almost, every single arteriole and artery in the biopsy, as we can see here, and same thing also here. Now, there was a moderate interstitial inflammation across the renal cortex, and this interstitial inflammation is significant, and you can appreciate it from the low power. All these blue round cells are basically a mixture between lymphocytes and plasma cells. And with the higher power magnification, we can appreciate a large number of plasma cells in aggregates, okay, and also sheets. So this is really very, very significant finding. Now, in other areas, again, we can appreciate the presence of lymphocytes infiltrating the epithelial beyond the tubular basement membrane into the tubular epithelial cells. So this is a tubulitis, and the tubulitis was variable between mild and moderate in this particular biopsy. And of course, based on the BANF, the difference between the mild and moderate tubulitis is the presence between less than 4 and more than 4 to 10 lymphocytes infiltrating into the tubular basement membrane or tubular epithelial cells. So in this case, the diagnosis was clearly and straightforward cellular rejection, and it was a plasma cell rich because significant number of the inflammatory infiltrate consisted of plasma cells and activated plasma cells actually in the renal cortex. And because the tubulitis was moderate tubulitis, mild to moderate tubulitis in the presence of the interstitial inflammation, the grade or the type of the rejection is grade 1A, and that was acute cellular rejection or T-cell mediated cellular rejection. C4D by definition here in these cases are negative. And that was the case in this particular biopsy. Now, because of the presence of extensive cyanosis, the one that I just demonstrated, especially with the presence of nodular pattern of the cyanosis, this also was highly suggestive of severe chronic calcineurin inhibitor toxicity. And in the background, there was an acute kidney injury. Now, in this case, we covered now cellular rejection, the T-cell mediated rejection, type 1A, as well as the chronic manifestations of CNI toxicity. Now, it is always very important for a pathologist to report the acute kidney injury because this is very vital and important piece of information that the nephrologist must know. How significant acute kidney injury in the background, if there is any. Most of the cases, there will be an acute kidney injury. And as a pathologist, we always report it because it might influence the recovery time. So this is the first case. Now, what we learned from this case is we need an interstitial inflammation and we need lymphocytes infiltrating the renal tubules to consider, the diagnosis of tubulitis, and putting everything together, that will be rejection, T-cell mediated rejection, taking consideration that the C4D is negative. Now, for the second case, we have 28-year-old male. He had a history of long-standing diabetic nephropathy, and the patient received kidney and pancreas transplant 2 years ago. Unfortunately, the pancreatic graft failed very much shortly after the transplantation, and patient presented with increased serum creatinine. Now, let's look at this biopsy. This is a very troubled kidney, as you can see. We have 1, 2, 3 glomeruli in this field, and there's a significant interstitial inflammation that it disrupts the tubular-interstitial component of the kidney. Now, from this power, as a pathologist, I can tell you that this is right away rejection. And the reason, because we do have an interstitial inflammation, and we do have lymphocytic tubulitis, significant lymphocytic tubulitis actually, and I'm going to show you a higher power magnification for this. Now, on top of that, the glomes, they really look unhappy glome. They are diseased, and there is significant pathology in these glomeruli. And the pathology here, the pattern of injury in these glomeruli is segmental glomerulosclerosis. There's a very significant segmental glomerulosclerosis in this one, and this one. This part of the glomerulus, if we look at this glomerulus, this part of the glomerulus is intact, clean, healthy, and this part is pretty significantly sclerosed. Okay, let's move on. Some of the glomeruli, they look a little bit less severely affected, and here we can see a little bit of mesangial expansion by mainly mesangial matrix and a little bit of mesangial cellularity, increased mesangial cellularity. And this is a higher power magnification of the segmental scarring that is affecting a significant number of the glomes, like 5 glomeruli. And it is segmental scarred because there's an obliteration of the glomerular capillaries as well as an adhesion of the glomerular tufts to the Bowman capsule. Now, let's focus now on the interstitial inflammation because this is a renal allograft. And the first thing that the pathologist will look into in any renal allograft biopsy is the interstitial inflammation. And here we can appreciate the significant, overwhelming interstitial inflammation that is separating the renal tubules apart from each other. And there's a straightforward, very easy to find lymphocytic tubulitis. Like here, for example, and same thing over here. And there's a significant lymphocytic tubulitis in the biopsy. And if you count the number of the lymphocytes infiltrating the renal tubules, they are really significant, and probably more than 10 per cross section of the renal tubule. Okay, so this is very, very significant. Here we can see a peritubular capillary with increased inflammatory cells in the peritubular capillary. So there is an element of peritubular capillaritis that we really look into it, mainly in the renal cortex. Now, here is more convincing significant tubulitis, okay, and this is T3, and you really don't need to count the lymphocytes to make this judgment. More of it, okay, affecting almost every single field of this renal cortex, okay, so you can appreciate here the presence of significant lymphocytic tubulitis in the background of interstitial inflammation. These are healthy tubules, these are a little bit more atrophying renal tubules. Blood vessels were fine in terms of the inflammation, so there was no evidence of V lesion, but there was a noticeable degree of arterial sclerosis. Okay? Now, no wonder if the graft, is an old graft. We can see this mainly in an old graft. So the diagnosis here is also rejection, and it is also acute T-cell mediated rejection, cellular rejection. But the grade here is different. The grade is 1B, not 1A, like the first big case. And the reason here is because the extent of the lymphocytic tubulitis is more significant, is a T3, and this is the difference between 1A and 1B acute T-cell mediated rejection in BAMF, taking consideration that C4D is negative, which was the case in this particular biopsy. Let's move on. Case number 3. This is a 58-year-old male. Again, end-stage kidney disease with primary disease unknown. This patient had one previous transplant, living non-related kidney transplant in 2014, and ended up with a failed graft after a few years. And the second transplant was 19 days ago. And the patient presented with a increased serum creatinine. We had 17 glomeruli in this renal allograft biopsy, of which none was global serous. It was a good biopsy and a good graft. Okay? But from this power, you can appreciate the presence of mild acute kidney injury. The renal tubules are ectatic. Okay? And there is a little bit of interstitial inflammation, not comparable to the one that we saw in the previous case. The glomes, they look fine. Now, here you can appreciate the presence of mononuclear inflammatory cells, mainly lymphocytes, infiltrating the interstitium. This is a very small focus of interstitial fibrosis, which probably from the donor. Okay, so it's donor-derived. And again, here you can see the presence of inflammatory cells infiltrate. And the trick here that this inflammation is seeping around and infiltrating around the renal tubules, pushing them apart from each other rather than effacing them. And this is one clue which will help you really to make a sincere judgment whether this is a transplant related or non-transplant related. It's a soft criterion, but still it can be useful sometimes. And to emphasize this point, you can see here how the inflammatory cells is wrapping around the renal tubules. Okay, and definitely you can see a lymphocytic tubulitis, which was very clear, or which is very clear here, for example. This is a lymphocyte infiltrating the renal tubules, and the degree of tubulitis was mild to moderate. So in one areas, you will find 4 or less than 4 lymphocytes infiltrating the renal tubules. In other areas, you might find a little bit more lymphocytes infiltrating the renal tubules, up to 10. Okay. Blood vessels were normal, as we can see here, and there was no evidence of V lesion. Now, and again, here you can see these lymphocytes infiltrating the renal tubules, and a small area here, focus here, that shows peritubular capillaritis, mild to moderate peritubular capillaritis. Now, this is just, a higher power magnification from the same biopsy showing, the lymphocytic infiltration into the renal tubule. So this is a very, very classical picture, and another focus of peritubular capillaritis. So what we have here now, we have mild interstitial inflammation, and by saying mild interstitial inflammation, it's T1 or T2, and now TI1 or TI2. And just remember that in some references, you will find a great emphasis of the extent of the interstitial inflammation, that it will be more than 10% of the renal cortex is involved. Now, this is highly subjective, okay? So this will be categorized as if it is less than 10%, that will be 0. If it is more than 10%, that will be 1, up to 25% in T2. In this particular case, it was between T1 and T2, meaning it is between, it's more than 10 to 25% of the renal cortex involved by, or was involved by, inflammation. And at the same time, we have lymphocytic tubulitis. So if we are following the BAMF criteria, this is not really qualified to it will not be qualified to acute T-cell mediated rejection, either 1A or 1B, of course. Now, another finding in this particular biopsy, the presence of these very nice, easily to find isometric vacuolizations or isometric vacuoles of the tubular epithelial cells, the proximal renal tubular epithelial cells. And you can appreciate them here, okay? You can see them, okay? All these white dots, that demonstrate vacuolization of the cytoplasm of the tubuloepithelial cells. And this is a higher power magnification. Now, if you find these findings especially in a recent transplant biopsy, renal transplant biopsy, then we have to rate the possibility of acute calcineurin inhibitor toxicity. Now, keeping in mind that this is not pathognomonic and can be found in other conditions, in other settings, namely acute kidney injury, simply an acute kidney injury. However, in the setting of a transplant biopsy, recent transplant biopsy, these are highly suggestive of acute CNI toxicity. So the diagnosis in this case is a borderline suspicious for acute T-cell mediated rejection because really the criteria here were not matched. Were not matched for a straightforward acute cell rejection. And of course, there's an acute CNI toxicity. Now, having said that, I am one of the pathologists that is very skeptical about the borderline rejection. And I can tell you that if you sample the graft more extensively, you probably will have no problem making the diagnosis of a straightforward acute cellular rejection. Now let's move on to the case number 4. This is a 51-year-old male, which she had a chronic kidney disease with a primary disease unknown, and she was transplanted 21 days ago outside transplant abroad. And she presented to our institution with an increased serum creatinine. And I will just, in this particular case, I will go straight forward to the pathological alteration. And this is a blood vessel from the biopsy. And there's a very straightforward, very pathognomonic pathological feature here, which is a presence of lymphocytes infiltrating the intima, and the location of these lymphocytes are underneath the endothelial cells. These are the endothelial cells, and these are lymphocytes, causing lifting of the endothelial cells. And this is what we call endarthritis. This is not vasculitis, this is endarthritis. And once you find this lesion, no matter how focal it is, and no matter how lymphocytes are there, it is a V lesion, and it's qualified, the diagnosis to be acute T-cell mediated rejection class 2. If you look around in this particular biopsy, you will find even more extensive and more impressive endarthritis, as we can see here. This is a blood vessel, a very nicely cut blood vessels with extensive lymphocytes infiltrating the intima, lifting the endothelial cells, disrupting the endothelial cells. And this is actually involving more than 25% of the circumference of the blood vessels that we really need a cross-section, okay? But I can tell you that this is definitely involving more than 25% of the circumference of the blood vessels. And this is higher power magnification to emphasize how the lymphocytes disrupt the endothelial cells. This is the endothelial cells, and this is a lymphocyte, by the way, okay? And these are lymphocytes actually that has been completely disrupting the endothelial lining of the blood, of this blood vessel. Now, this is another PAS stained field, just to highlight the presence of the inflammatory cells. And again, this is more than 25% of the circumference. And this is even more impressive. And in this particular case, in this particular image, you can even find a mitosis in the endothelial cells, because the endothelial cells try to fight and try to regenerate, which is really amazing. Now here we have a little bit of fibrillary necrosis, okay, but not transmural, and we have almost complete obliteration of the lumen by inflammatory cells and plumb reactive endothelial cells. And this is a silver stain, just to highlight that the lumen is not even visible anymore easily. So what is the diagnosis here? The diagnosis is rejection. Of course, I have to mention that in the background, you probably have also interstitial inflammation as well as tubulitis. But in this particular case, it really doesn't matter, because you do have a very significant pathognomonic pathology here, or pathological feature, which is endarthritis. So that means that we are dealing with acute cellular rejection or acute T-cell mediated rejection class 2. Now, whether it's 1 or 2, okay, or sorry, 2A or 2B, it depends on how much and what is the extent of endarthritis. And in this particular case, the V lesion was overwhelming. And this is why the diagnosis here is acute T-cell mediated rejection grade 2B. Now, if we have a transmural fibrinoid necrosis, which is not really very common these days or to find these days, that will be acute T-cell mediated rejection class 3. The fifth case is
5 minutes, Doctor.
yeah. The fifth case is 29-year-old female, transplanted 12 years ago, and she had multiple episodes of acute serial rejection proved by the biopsy. And very quickly, this is just to show you how scarred is this kidney. You can appreciate the presence of all these global scleromes with significant interstitial inflammation in the background, tons and tons of plasma cells everywhere, and very, very severe acute kidney injury. Okay? Now, this is a higher power magnification just to emphasize the presence of a lot of plasma cells, as well as there's a lymphocytic tubulitis and acute kidney injury. And for the sake of time, I'm just going to show you also the other findings. This is end arthritis, and more of end arthritis here, okay, similar to the one that we saw in the previous biopsy, and more of it. However, in this particular case, you can see that this blood vessel is completely obliterated by lymphocytes and histocytes, or mononuclear cells, and there's a very, very, very significant intimal thickening, as well as obliteration of the lumen. And here you can see how significantly thickened intima and inflammatory cells in the intima. So this is a very, very unique lesion in the renal transplant biopsy, and this is a transplant vasculopathy. So whenever you have a very thickened intima like this and inflammatory cells in it, so you know that this is a transplant vasculopathy, especially if the presence of significant scarring and old, old chronic changes, and that's what qualified the diagnosis as chronic active T-cell mediated rejection, okay, grade 2. This is chronic active T-cell mediated rejection, and it was plasma cell rich. Now, the sixth case is 24-year-old male. This patient transplanted 7 days ago and presented with high serum creatinine, and this is a very fascinating case. Okay, now we had 14 glomeruli in the biopsy, no interstitial fibrosis and tubular atrophy, significant acute kidney injury in the background, and there was an interstitial hemorrhage here, as well as significant peritubular capillaritis. The peritubular capillaritis, you can see a mix of mononuclear inflammatory cells as well as neutrophils. And here, there's a bunch of neutrophils, just infiltrating into the tubular capillaries, peritubular capillaries, and you can see the acute kidney injury in the background. Now, in the glomes, we found a significant glomerulitis, which means most of the time mononuclear inflammatory cells, sometimes neutrophils, infiltrating into the capillaries. And this is what we call transplant glomerulitis, which is a very important feature of microvasculitis in the renal transplant. And also, there was microthrombi in other fields, like here. These are fibrinoid microthrombi and probably plateless microthrombi. This is a higher power magnification just to show you the microthrombi, how they are, involving the capillaries. And this is a silver stain, okay, which demonstrates the fibrinoid necrosis or fibrin thrombi in the fibrin/platelet thrombi in the glomeruli. So this is a very good case of acute antibody-mediated rejection that we confirmed by doing a C4D. And as you can see, this is an immunohistochemistry C4D staining, and the positivity is very, very shining along the peritubular capillaries, very nice cleaning staining, as well as in the capillary, glomerular capillaries. So the diagnosis here is an acute antibody-mediated rejection, and that is C4D positive, and acute thrombotic microangiopathy, which can be part of the acute, antibody-mediated rejection. Now, probably this will be my last case. This is 22-year-old female. She had transplanted 5 years ago, and she has multiple episodes of previous rejection. And she presented with progressive deterioration of graft function and proteinuria. And proteinuria is very important in this biopsy. It's very, very important to know that the patient has proteinuria. Now, there was an interstitial inflammation, as we can see here. This is a glomerulus among a few others. And this is a representative glomes of the non-obsolete or non-global sclerosis glomes. I'm going to show you the higher power magnification, actually, of the glomes. And we can appreciate here the presence of transplant glomerulitis. Now, this is a higher power magnification, and what we can see is we have a corrugation and double contouring all over the glomerular capillaries, and this is a silver stain that demonstrates the tramp track or double contouring or replication of the glomerular capillaries, and this is an important feature for antibody-mediated rejection. Usually, it's a chronic antibody-mediated rejection. Now, whether it is a C4D positive, that will make it active, or C4D negative, which will make it inactive. Along with the others, okay, that's something else. Now, here in this particular case, we can appreciate the presence also of very strong C4D positivity along the glomerular capillaries and also peritubular capillaries. So that will make this diagnosis a very significant acute chronic antibody-mediated rejection / transplant glomerulopathy. Now, we did an electron microscopy just to highlight the presence of double contouring here. This is very nice double contouring, actually. And in the peritubular capillaries, you can see the multi-layering of the peritubular capillaries. The diagnosis here is a chronic active antibody-mediated rejection, transplant glomerulopathy. Now, it is active because the C4D is positive in this particular case. Now, in the last case, I'm going just to show you the pathology right away, okay, the significant changes in the pathology. And in this case is 62-year-old female who was transplanted 14 months ago and presented with increased creatinine. And in this biopsy, just concentrate on the renal tubules to find that the renal tubules are not really, very normal. There's atrophic changes, and the tubular epithelial cells, these are the nuclei, and the nuclei, they look big, a little bit pale here, and this is PAS stain. But when we look at the same nuclei using the H&E, a better visualization of what we are going to consider as a viral inclusions is very evident and very, very easy to spot. So this is, even without the immunohistochemistry, is the SV40. This is a polyomavirus nephropathy. Now, of course, we confirm it by doing the SV40, which is a very, very highly sensitive for PK virus. And you can see all these brown dots demonstrate the viral particles in the nuclei of the tubular epithelial cells. And this is higher power magnification, just to give you this feeling of this brown positivity or, positive immunohistochemistry. The diagnosis here is a straightforward, which is a polyomavirus nephropathy. And that will conclude my my talk. Thank you very, very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Now, for the sake of time, Dr. Abdul Rahman, the floor is you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll just share my slide. Okay, do you see my slide?
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the organizing committee. Presentation by Prof. Ali and Prof. Khalid make my life easier. So I'll start with a few cases, which is mainly from daily practice. So this is case one. It is a donor offer from Scott, which is 45-year-old male, normal kidney function, blood group is O. I mean, everything else is unremarkable. We accept the donor and we send the donor HLA to start the virtual education for the donor. So this is the HLA typing for the donor. Reviewing the patient on the disease donor list, we are running like a lot of patients for virtual cross match, but I will select only 2 patients. So the first one is 64-year-old female. PRA is high, class 1, 22%, class 2 is 48%. Virtual cross match, there is DSA to DR7, which is around 4,800 MFI, and ABDR mismatch is 1 to 1. The second potential recipient is a 48-year-old female, high PRA, virtual cross match, there is DSA to A2, which is lower MFI, which is 2,300 with better match class 1 to, 111 to ABDR. So is that enough? Should we proceed with the virtual cross match? Because usually we are doing a virtual cross match unless there is DSA, then we add additional step, which is doing actual cross match with flow cytometry. So that's why for those two couple we did cross match. So the first patient with the higher level of DSA, the cross match for the current serum and the previous serum is negative. And this patient labeled as DSA, labeled as compatible with DSA. The second patient cross match came as positive for the current serum and the previous serum and labeled as incompatible. So the question here, how can we describe this and how can we rely on the MFI for DSA? Here is 4,000 and it came negative, or almost 5,000 came negative, and the other one is lower level and came as positive cross match. So the question, should we rely on MFI? We know that MFI is numerical value, which actually does not reveal about the pathogenic potential of antibody. It's not equal to a titer. MFI value were never intended to quantify the antibody. Instead, MFI value reflect a given bead's relative fluorescence without a reference to a standard. It is important to recognize that relative fluorescence can be affected by many variables: vendor, antigen source, test reagent, and so many else. So the take-home message is don't rely solely on MFI value to manage a patient care. Yes, we identify the patient has a DSA, we identify that MFI is less than 5,000, but you can't predict. Do cross-match because it may become positive. But also we have good evidence that presence of DSA itself is associated with the poor graft outcome and a higher risk for rejection as compared to a patient with no DSA. And the evidence also go beyond to confirm that higher DSA associated with worse outcome. So more than 10,000 associated with worse outcome as compared to 5,000 and less on. But usually there is exception, and we have to be cautious by doing additional step of cross match. So going back to our patient, we have two patients, one positive cross match, the other one is negative cross match with positive DSA. So you can go with both if you have a protocol to go with desensitization, but we prefer to go with negative cross match and positive DSA because they are associated with better graft survival and patient survival. So in this case, it's depend on the risk stratification in your center. Our patient, the first patient will be categorized in this positive DSA, negative low. The second patient will be categorized to higher risk, which is positive DSA and positive low. And you need to have your standard and protocol and risk stratification in your center. So our patient, which was selected, is moderate risk with a negative low, positive DSA, and our protocol is to give 2 gram IVIG on transplantation. We usually give 1 gram pre and 1 gram post-transplant. In some cases, we do like 2 to 3 sessions of plasmapheresis, depend on the sensitization risk for the patient. Second case is a 53-year-old male. And by the way, you can interrupt me anytime. Prof. Ali and Dr. Khalid also, you can share your opinion. The second case is 53-year-old male in the stage renal disease on hemodialysis, secondary to diabetes, no sensitizing event. This patient has no donor, so he is waiting on the disease donor list. His PRA screening is negative for class 1 and class 2. But for single antigen beads, there is positive antibody to class 2, to DQ, DB, DQ2, and DB5, and all are below 5,000 MFI. This is the donor. This is the donor HLA. So by looking to virtual cross match, we found that DQ2 is an acceptable mismatch, and this is a DSA, which is around 3,200. We go to the next step. Cross match is negative for the current serum and previous serum, and Dr. Prof. Ali Hajir, he writes his result here, which is compatible, we can proceed. But the question here, is it negative cross match with positive DSA? Why the screening are negative and the single antigen beads are positive? There is discrepancy here. So that can be explained by denaturing of the protein on single antigen beads. We know that the screening panel is manufactured from non-recombinant cell, where the single antigen panel are recombinant cell line that denature when exposed to heat. So presence of the antibody to that alter antigen or denature protein can produce false antibody on single antigen body, and that's known to be has no clinical significance. That's why we can proceed safely. Third case is a 51-year-old female in the stage renal disease due to lupus on peritoneal dialysis. She has PRA screening is positive for class 1, positive for class 2, and this is single antigen based. There is antibody to different levels. This is the donor. When we look in virtually, there is no DSA, so that's acceptable as a virtual cross-match negative. But when actual cross-match done, it came as positive for the current serum and for the previous serum. And Prof. Ali, he writes compatible as a result, and we can proceed. So there are positive PRA, no DSA, and positive cross-match in this case. And the director for the HLA lab, he labeled the patient as a compatible and safe to go. The reason is because he did auto cross-match, which came positive. So auto cross-match is done by mixing the recipient serum with the recipient own lymphocyte, and it came positive due to presence of IgM antibody, and that's more seen in the patient with autoimmune disease, such as our patient who has lupus. Case 4 is 62-year-old female, liver cirrhosis, in the stage renal disease on hemodialysis, again on disease donor list for combined liver and kidney transplant. The patient has high PRA due to pregnancy and previous blood transfusion several times. This night called for a disease donor SLK offer. So cross-match done, which is positive, again, with high level of DSA. So there is DSA for B7, which is around 21,000, to A32, which is 7,000, and to DQ5, which is 3,000, and that is the reason for the positive cross-match. But for some reason, we just ignore that result and we proceed for a transplantation. And this is the result. This is the DSA one, which is B7. 1 day before transplant is 21,000. Second day is 0. A32, 0. DQ5, 0. So selectively, those 3 DSA become 0 just less than a day from having liver, then kidney transplantation. And the reason behind that is because the liver has protective mechanism to protect the kidney from rejection. We know that based on good evidence, cross-match positive status does not impact long-term outcome in SLK transplantation. And that 10-year graft survival and patient survival are comparable between positive and negative cross-match in SLK. What is the mechanism? So it seems that the liver is doing more job than we expected. It's lower the frequency of interferon gamma producing by alloreactive T cell. It is causing donor-specific T cell hyporesponsiveness, lowering the peripheral frequency of CD4, CD8, and effector T cell. It is absorbing also the preformed DSA, and that's what happened in our patients selectively to that DSA. It also works on gene expression. So it decreases the renal expression of endothelial cell activation, inflammation, and chemokines signal genes. And now there are also few studies about using auxiliary liver transplant, pre-kidney transplant for a patient with highly sensitized with positive cross-match. There's few cases have been reported with good outcome. Case 4 is a 38-year-old female in the stage renal disease on hemodialysis for 3 months. The cause of kidney failure is FSGS. She underwent lifting-related kidney transplantation. PRA is negative, cross-match is negative. Induction with ATG and triple therapy. Patient discharged on day 5 with creatinine 92. For some reason, she missed her tacrolimus. She was taking different drug instead of tacrolimus, and she came to the clinic with a creatinine of 360, decreased urine output. SK level is less than 2, admitted and biopsy done urgently. Before the biopsy, Doppler ultrasound done was showing high peak systolic velocity, reverse diastolic flow, and this is can be seen with any reason to increase intracapsular pressure. So acute cellular rejection, severe ETN, severe TMA, ureteric obstruction, and pyelonephritis all can present with similar radiological findings. So the biopsy is done to mononuclear cell infiltration in the interstitium with affecting the artery leading to endarteritis, and the number of neutrophil is number of mononuclear cell is significant. So this patient, if we look to the PANF classification, we have interstitial nephritis that's more than 25%. We have more than 10 mononuclear cell in the superior section.
Sorry,
We have
Professor Abdul Basit raising his hand. Do you have any interaction, Professor Abdul Basit?
ما أشوف صراحة raising الهاند.
No, the organizer said who wanted to take a group photo have to raise the hand. So I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Abdurrahman, go on. Thank you.
No, it's okay. In addition, there is intimal arteritis as seen in this picture, and it's more than 25 luminal area. So this patient, as per this pathological finding, will be labeled as T-cell mediated rejection 2P. And the treatment for the 2P acute cellular rejection is IV methylpred for 3 to 5 days, ATG 1.5 to 3 milligram per kg for a total cumulative dose between 5 and 10 milligram per kg. We need to monitor the response to therapy, and usually we have favorable outcomes if the treatment started early, if there is no significant chronic changes and no frank necrosis. And we identify the successful revision of the rejection by improvement of the creatinine to go within 10% from the baseline, and we identify the failed initial therapy if the creatinine failed to reduce after 5 days of treatment, and that will be indication to repeat biopsy and look for another pathology. So in our case, started on ATG, methylpred, tacrolimus dose adjusted, and the creatinine reduced from 600 to around baseline, which is 90-100 in day 5. So that's kind of successful therapy. Case 5 is a 27-year-old female in the stage renal disease on hemodialysis for 2 years. She was referred from another hospital with a report cause of kidney disease is IgA nephropathy based on the biopsy. She's underwent a living-related transplant. Donor's brother was zero mismatch, and it was straightforward kind of transplant with basiliximab. Patient discharged on day 5 with creatinine of 58. And 1 week later, she came to the clinic complaining of significant lower limb edema. Urinalysis, there was proteinuria, +3, 24-hour urine protein, there was around 9 grams, and creatinine is 65. So the biopsy was done for this patient, which was showing segmental scar, and electron microscope was showing photoprocess effacement, which is reaching up to 100% for this patient. So this patient was diagnosed as FSGS, but as we know, the initial report or initial diagnosis was IgA. So is it recurrent or de novo FSGS? Based on the timing, recurrent FSGS usually occur early in the transplantation, sometime in the first few days of transplantation, while de novo is occurring late. So most likely it is recurrence of FSGS, but maybe the initial diagnosis was not correct. The risk factor for this patient is having a living donor with zero mismatch, which will be considered a risk factor for recurrence of FSGS. We know that the pathophysiology of recurrence occurs due to podocyte injury, the injury that affects the cytoskeleton of the podocyte. And in recurrence of FSGS, there are many studies has approved the role of circulating permeability factors in causing podocyte injury, photoprocess effacement, and proteinuria. And interesting, just want to share with you this case, which is published when a daughter donated her kidney to her brother who has FSGS and has recurrence immediately post-transplantation, biopsy done proving the recurrence. Then the recipient, he just decided to donate the kidney to someone else because he doesn't want to suffer with FSGS again. So the kidney was taken and transplanted in someone else within 2 weeks, and organ does well after second transplantation. Proteinuria resolved. Repeated biopsy for the same kidney is showing resolving of the food process effacement, which is confirming that the rule is mainly circulating factor rather than structural damage in the kidney itself. So the treatment is AS&R, of course, plasmapheresis to remove that circulating factor. Rituximab and abatacept has rule in based on evidence. Plasmapheresis, it will act by removing the circulating factor. It shows partial and complete remission in 70% of the case, early starting associated with better outcome. In our patient, we start plasmapheresis, initially 3 sessions, then after that every other day, in addition to steroid. 24-hour urine protein reduced from around 8 gram to 0.8 gram. And the plasmapheresis was tapered down to 2 times a week, then once a week, then 1 every 2 weeks. But at that level, the patient has a relapse with proteinuria reaching about 7 grams. So we intensify the session of plasmapheresis again until the patient go to complete remission again, and then we taper on gradually. By the end, after a few months, we managed to keep this patient on 1 session of plasmapheresis every week until month number 8. Then we go to 1 session every 2 weeks, and we're able to gradually taper down. She continued on plasmapheresis for around 14 months. Then after that, we're able to stop plasmapheresis. Currently, she is off plasmapheresis since 2 years. And last time I saw her, her 24-hour urine protein is 0.6 gram. Her creatinine is around 68. And now she's like since 2018 when she had transplant. Case number 6 is a 23-year-old male, chronic kidney disease, stage 5, and non-cause. Family history is negative, no stones in the bust. His labs pre-transplant creatinine is 540, high PTH, calcium is in the higher normal level, and phosphorus is high. Cross match is negative with 1 haplotype match. Patient underwent kidney transplant, basiliximab, discharged on day 5 with creatinine of 68. 1 week later, when he came to the clinic, his creatinine jumped from 70 to 280. Admitted, urgent biopsy done, and that's the result of the biopsy. There was acute tubular injury, and there was crystals, which is calcium, phosphorus crystals, that affecting the tubules and causing tubular injury and obstruction. 24-hour urine phosphorus was high, and 24-hour urine calcium is high as well. Otherwise, only serum phosphate is significantly high, which is around 4. So the patient admitted, aggressive hydration started, plus diuretics, just to maintain good urine output. Patient started on cinacalcet, siflamir. We had like 2 or 3 sessions of dialysis because he was almost become anuric. Then urgent parathyroidectomy arranged. Patient went to parathyroidectomy. After that, he started to recover. Within like 8 to 10 days, patient back to a creatinine of 130 to 140 and discharged home. So that's result from the calcium phosphate crystal precipitation post-kidney transplantation, and that's usually due to uncontrolled hyperparathyroidism before kidney transplantation that lead to increased or massive calcium phosphate precipitation that obstruct the tubular lumen and causing acute tubular dysfunction as happened in our patient. Cinacalcet, usually if start early, can help by reducing the PTH level and prevent that complication, but sometimes urgent parathyroidectomy is recommended in such case. Case number 6 is a 48-year-old female, end-stage renal disease on BD, a known cause of kidney failure, no sensitizing history, negative PRA, underwent disease donor transplant, induction with ATG, good graft function, baseline creatinine is 85. Patients come to the clinic like 8 months post-transplantation. Creatinine is almost double to 188. Urinalysis is normal. Ultrasound is normal. Other workup sent, including the single antigen beads, PK, PCR, CMP PCR, and kidney biopsy done on admission. So this is the kidney biopsy, which will show basophilic intracellular infiltrate with basophilic smudgy viral inclusion. That's more obvious here. There is like basophilic viral inclusion in the tubular epithelial cell, and by doing SV40, we can see that BK virus is viral inclusion are obvious in this specimen. Treatment is minimizing the immunosuppressive medication. And what is the best protocol is really not known, but most of the center following this discontinue antimetabolite indefinitely. If there is no response to the viremia, further reduce calcineurin inhibitor. Usually we go with the tacrolimus level to keep it between 3 and 5 and follow closely also to avoid occurrence of rejection. Case number,
yeah. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, I'll be quick. Okay, 39-year-old female in the stage renal disease on hemodialysis, MPGN, underwent kidney transplant 8 months back, CMV positive, admitted with fever, fatigue, leukopenia, creatinine 200, which is acute kidney injury, and biopsy is showing basophilic inclusion in the tubular epithelial cells, which is appear in the electron microscope as a dense central core viral capsule or CMV virus with rigid capsule. And sometime in the literature, we can see it like this, which is called bullseye appearance of the CMV viremia. Treatment is IV ganciclovir because of the tissue invasion. Usually we give it in the first 1 week until the patient improves. Then we convert to viral ganciclovir, which is based on sector trial. They are bioequivalent to IV ganciclovir. Case number 7. Okay, so this is a 30-year-old male in the stage renal disease, have transplant 16 years back to dialysis because chronic allograft nephropathy. He's planning for second transplant because his donor, his brother, is a potential donor. PRA done for him, which came as negative. Patient started hemodialysis in different city in another hospital. For some reason, after a few weeks of starting dialysis, they decide to stop all immunosuppressive medication. And that's actually a survey done for a nephrologist what to do with immunosuppressive medication. If the graft failed, it seemed that majority, 80 to 100% of nephrologists, they will stop immunosuppressive medication within a year of returning to dialysis. And most of them, they will start with holding antimetabolite, then tacrolimus, then steroid at the end. So this patient, a few weeks after stopping the immunosuppressive meds, he came with a fever, abdominal pain, hematuria, hypertensive emergency, admitted to ICU as a case of sepsis, started antibiotic, not improving, culture repeated many times, negative, and abdominal CT done, showing enlarged kidney, which is inflamed, again labeled as query pyelonephritis, but is not improving with multiple antibiotics. Then the patient was referred to transplant center, referred to us. We started him on methylpred because diagnosed as rejection of the allograft rather than infection. Patient improved very quickly with methylprednisolone, and after that oral pred and discharge home in good condition. The point is really the long-term outcomes, because repeated PRA instead of negative few weeks back become positive because now the exposure of our immune system to the graft, and that's become significantly high. Class 1 is 60%, class 2 is 36%, and he has multiple DSA to his potential brother. So really that early stopping the immunosuppressive can affect the long-term outcome for this patient, not just acute rejection. And this is very important. When a patient back to dialysis, the decision to stop medication really is about the question, is the patient going back to transplant within a year or not? If going back to transplant, again, we can DC antimetabolite, but please keep tacrolimus at lower level and prednisolone just to prevent alloimmunization for such patient and to avoid preventing him from second transplantation. Case 7, case 7 is 64 male, post-kidney transplant 8 years back, normal graft function. He did ultrasound somewhere else just for routine check. They told him that you have moderate hydronephrosis. go to your physician, seen in the clinic, he has no obstructive symptom, and his ultrasound showing the same, new moderate hydronephrosis. The question is, should we do anything? Especially his creatinine is normal at baseline, he has no symptom, just that hydronephrosis. So the CT scan done for him, it was showing inguinal hernia of bladder. So a part of his bladder is herniating to the inguinal canal, and that part is involving the uretrovesical anastomosis. So that lead to intermittent obstruction and moderate hydronephrosis, but his kidney are compensating and creatinine is still within normal range. So the patient went for surgical revision, and that moderate hydronephrosis resolved after all. My last case is a 26-year-old male in the stage renal disease on PD, ANCA, vasculitis, GBA, with history of granulomatous sinusitis, underwent kidney transplant, received triple therapy. Immediately has good urine output. His creatinine, as we can see, it's normalized in day 5. His urine output is around 15 liters per day. So he has a huge amount of urine output. And his sodium is ranging from 150, 145. He's also losing weight from day 3 because he's producing a lot of urine. So by definition, he has polyuria, which is common after live renal transplant. However, his urine output exceeding the upper limit. He's producing around 19 liters per day. He complained also of significant thirst, polydipsia, and his sodium, sometime if we ask him to stop drinking, will reach 150. So is it physiological, as we see in most of our transplant patients with living donor, or pathological? We know that water and sodium regulation in our body is controlled by thirst, antidiuretic hormone, and other hormones. So ADH responsible for keeping our serum osmolality between 280 to 290. Otherwise, if it is more than 290, there will be increased ADH production and thirst to stimulate more drinking. And lower ADH hormone will result in the lower urine osmolality, which can be less than 200, and urine volume, which can be significantly up to 20 liters, while higher level of ADH can concentrate the urine for urine osmolality up to 1000 and can reduce urine output to be less than a liter per day. So the question here, why this patient has polyuria? Is it solute diuresis because we give him a lot of fluid with normal saline, primary polydipsia, or diabetes insipidus? Let's calculate this. So serum sodium is 148, serum osmolality is 306, urine osmolality is 90, 24-hour urine volume in that day of the lab was around 20 liters. So the total solute excretion, which is calculated by osmolar clearance, equal to urine osmol divided by plasma osmolality multiplied by 24-hour urine volume, that will be 2.9 liters per day. So the patient needs around 2.9 liters per day to excrete his urine solute in isoosmotically phenomena. So normally, less than 3 liters will be enough to produce that solute which is given for him, while our patient is producing around 10 liters. So 10 minus 2.9 will result in 7.1 liters is just free water. So only water diuresis. So water restriction test done for our patient, and he go with that line. There is no increase in urine osmolality despite increasing serum sodium, and after giving desmopressin, the urine osmolality are start to concentrate. So the patient labeled as diabetes insipidus or central diabetes insipidus. Just to remind you, he has granulomatosis polyangiitis. So MRI brain done was showing presence of granuloma in hypothalamus, which may be the reason for him. That was masked when he was on dialysis because low residual renal function, and now is obvious. Patient started on DDAPB, nasal spray once a daily. He's doing very well with that. When he misses a dose, he will have huge amount of polyuria. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman. I'm inviting the 3 speakers for to have a question, if we have a question from the audience. Maybe I will start with the first question. With regard to the protocol biopsy, if we want to implement protocol biopsy, Dr. Khalid, what is your recommendation to be in 3, 6 months, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, or 3 and 12 months, 6, 12 months? What do you think?
To tell you the truth, protocol biopsy is really seldom used or rarely used. We don't do this. We don't do protocol biopsy. When I was working in the National Guard, we don't do this in King Faisal, and we do around 500 transplants per year. But generally speaking, if we are going to adapt the protocol biopsy, which is up to my understanding, few centers, and mainly it's a research focused practice, do this. I would recommend probably 3, 6, and 1 year. 3 months, 6 months, and 1 year. However, to tell you the truth, we will be struggling with the subclinical rejection in that case, because significant number of the biopsies might be turned out to be to show an element of interstitial inflammation as well as tubulitis. And in that case, we really have to report it despite the patient clinically is stable and the graft function stable. So we will start with a significant number of subclinical rejection that we really don't know how to handle them. Probably a nephrologist will be able to answer, how they handle these findings better than me. But from a pathology point of view, we have to report what we see. And if we find a rejection, we will report it.
Yeah. So what do you think, Dr. Abdurrahman?
Yeah, I think I'm agree totally with Dr. Khalid. A protocol biopsy was like a trend in maybe 10 years back, and most of the evidence showing it's just exhausting everyone and keep you in trouble all the time. You have a patient with pathological finding, with the normal clinical finding. The question is what to do. So you find yourself admitting a lot of patients, treating a lot of patients, end up with over immunosuppressed your patient because that unnecessarily reaction. So most of the center now, they don't do protocol biopsy.
So Professor Ali, you think cell-free DNA can interact or interfere in this problem to help us in doing this? The new methodology of cell-free DNA. What do you think about it? You are very experienced in this field.
And cell-free DNA, I must say, I have a big question mark about it, but many people now are sort of pushing for it. The problem with cell-free DNA is that it is not a specific assay. It will be good for excluding things, but it cannot be 100% good for approving a rejection. Having a negative cell-free DNA negative would give you a good chance that there is no rejection. But this is still an area that needs lots of research. You are taking a sample and you are looking at an increase of percentage of more than 0.1 or 1% of the donor DNA. And if you have a BK viral infection of the kidney, it will give you a positive. If you have a CMV infection, it will give you a positive. Actually, if you look at the literature, you will see that there is a big overlap between viral infection in general in the body of the recipient and positivity for cell-free DNA, and definitely it cannot differentiate between cellular and antibody-mediated rejection. The problem with this assay, 2 factors. One, it is very, very expensive. And in areas where cost is a factor, it's really a big concern. To do a biopsy will not cost you more than a few hundred riyals, but to do a cell-free DNA will cost you thousands of riyals. So still it's in the balance. Many people pushing for it, pushing hard for it. I still would like to see something in the guidelines from the international community to be convinced to use it. I would use it for cardiac, for exclusion rather than for diagnosing a rejection.
Thank you. Any question from the audience, please? There is one question about utility of C1Q binding in the interpretation of DSA.
I was writing an answer actually to that.
Yeah.
So I wrote a paper some time ago about C1Q. I'm not a believer in C1Q assay. Let's take the principle of this assay. The principle of this assay depends on adding complement and getting C1Q binding to the antibodies. Keep in mind, C1Q is like a six arms. Each one of these arms must bind to a one antibody molecule in order to give a positive C1Q PRA assay. What does this mean? It means one thing, that to get a positive C1Q, you need high titer antibody. You need big number of molecules of the antibody binding to the solid phase particle of the Luminix particle in order to get a C1Q positive. I never used it. I will never implement it. I give hard time to people when they introduced it first at the ASHI meeting. At the end, they actually said, please stop. It is an assay that will detect high titer antibodies. Do I need another assay? But this is, as you know, there is commercial arm to this. I am one of those people who will never introduce it. I have pressure from people asking to introduce it. I believe that high titer antibody by normal PRA will be. Again, it's about cost. If you go to our countries, Jordan, Egypt, Sudan, adding this to the cost of the patient, you have to keep in mind that there is a clinical viability and there is also cost that we have to take into consideration when giving patient care. Even in Saudi Arabia, I will not introduce it in my lab, but there are many labs that believe in it. Like if you go and read the literature, you will find that positive C1Q equals high titer PRA.
Okay.
This is a personal view. And I wrote a paper, you can check it on PubMed and you can get it free of charge. I explain my ideas in that paper actually.
Thank you. Thank you. Any more question?
I can say on behalf of my two colleagues, Dr. Abdurrahman, he's our leader here, that we are happy to receive emails if people are interested. We are happy to receive emails later on. And I'm happy to share my slides. I'm happy to answer any questions, same I believe apply to our colleagues here. By email later on.
Thank you, Prof. بس أنا تلميذكم ترى.
You are the leader of this group, and you introduce us to the Emirati community, and I know people in the Emirati community.
Okay. Thank you, doctors, for the very interesting, actually very informative session. And we can go further for the coming session with Professor Abdel Basit. Professor Abdel Basit is a professor of medicine and nephrology at Al-Azhar University, Egypt. And he's a clinical professor of medicine at Shari University X and Fakehi University Hospital, visiting professor of medicine, Harvard Medical School, Scientist Renal Division, Brigham and Women Hospital, Boston. He will talk with us with regard to non-infectious disease in transplantation. So, Professor Abdel Basit, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hatim Al-Abbas, for a kind introduction. I would like to express my gratitude and thanks to Dr. Amna and Dr. Khairia and the organizing team. I enjoyed the previous session with Dr. Ali, Dr. Khalid, and Dr. Abdurrahman. And my talk is about non-infectious complication of renal transplant update and a kidney transplant patient. And this is, just to tell you, in order to properly cover this topic, I might need more than 1 hour. However, if I focus only on the highlighted items, I might need a little bit more than 30 minutes. So Dr. Hatem, Mr. Chairman, you can stop me at any time, but better at the end of each sector of those to complete it. I will keep going and you can stop me at any time.
Okay, thank you.
So I will start by some epidemiological data. And this is data I just get it from US annual data report last night. And this one I presented in a previous meeting a few years ago, and this is a number of transplant patients that we'll be looking at for non-infectious complication because we are referring to United States data. And here is a little bit more than 200,000 in all groups. And then you can appreciate here the number of patients blue and above 50 in this red and green line. And then when you compare it to the most recent report published early last year, you can see here the number jumped to almost 250,000 compared to 200,000. And the diverge between the two curves, less than 50 and more than 50, have disappeared in 2020. More data here that adult waiting list in the United States distributed by cause of kidney disease or kidney failure. And you can see here the growing curve and the growing number of a growing percentage of diabetes as a cause of end-stage renal disease. But believe me, in our region, in the Middle East and our Gulf area, the number is much more than this. It can go to 1.5, 60%, 70%, and sometimes 80%. So diabetes as a pre-transplant cause of renal failure is the most common cause. And as you can see here, if you follow up the graft survival by original kidney disease cause, and the diabetes is the main cause of end-stage renal disease. So you can see the survival at 5 years and diabetes is the lowest. And again, because the main pool of renal transplant in most of the world is coming from the deceased donor and a smaller pool from living donor. And there's some country when they don't have, like Egypt, when they don't have a deceased donor yet, they depend only on living donor. However, the 10-year graft survival of the deceased donor is significantly lower compared to the living donor. And I am stressing to present this slide because to highlight for you that more than 50% of the deceased donor transplant recipient have around a creatinine of 1.5 to 1.6, which puts them in the category of CKD stage 3, A or B. And this is what we are going to stress on in terms of complication and non-infectious complication. And this is what I want to say. We usually in our clinic as a nephrologist, general nephrologist, we can follow patients with chronic kidney disease, stage 3 and stage 4. But when we follow the transplant patient, we don't call them chronic kidney disease, we call them transplant patient with allograft dysfunction. Actually, they are CKD also, chronic kidney disease patient, but they are worse compared to general nephrology population with a chronic kidney disease without transplant, because in addition to all complications, we have in a patient with chronic kidney disease, stage 3 and 4, on top of that, you have the immunosuppression and you have treatment related to treatment of complication of immunosuppression. So with this data and this small study for 152 patients, 120 patients, 560 patients, intention to treat and they are up by 8 patients, they found that the people with a CKD stage 3 CKD transplant have higher hazard ratio of death compared to counterpart CKD or general population have higher cause of admission to hospital, mainly due to urinary tract infection, infectious complication, or cardiovascular complication. So this group of patients, unfortunately, we look at them in the transplant clinic as a patient with allograft dysfunction, and we focus on adjusting CNI levels and managing the complication, probably post-transplant, like diabetes, hypertension, and dyslipidemia, as I will claim later. But actually, these people are a CKD in addition to transplant or immunosuppressive medication, so which makes them worse candidate, and they need better vigilance in managing them compared to chronic kidney disease or general population. If we stratify by the cause of death, 0.1 year, you can find the cardiovascular cause of death is more than 30% in all the transplant patients in this group of 5,000 patients. So 30% are cardiovascular disease. It's almost 3 times more than the malignancy and infection. And this is, this is almost 60,000 patients who have a primary renal transplant between 1998 and 1988 and 1998, followed for 10 years. So this is the outcome. So the cardiovascular cause of mortality, which is labeled to be the most common cause of death in renal, in patients with chronic kidney disease, whatever the stage is also the most common cause of death in patients with a transplant. And the good thing is, if you see, if you go for the analysis, so this report clearly shows that in the last 2 decades, there is a significant and sustained reduction in the cardiovascular death rate over the past 2 decades, which is related to the advance in management of patients with cardiovascular disease, especially cath lab and doing thrombolytic therapy. This thing have taken a prominent hand in the last 2 decades, which improved the outcome from cardiovascular death sustainably and significantly over the last 2 decades compared to the previous period. And this is a very beautiful study, extrapolated the analysis from USRDS data, which they stratified 7 groups by the serum creatinine and they compared it to the graft and patient and cardiovascular death free survival. So you can see here with this 7 group of serum creatinine of 1.3 up to 2.6, which we commonly seen in transplant clinic, and we follow up then. The difference started to show around 2 to 3 years, where the curve started to separate from each other. And as you go with time, the difference between groups, creatine 1.3 up to 0.4, become more prominent, and even increase, become more divergent when you go up to 5 years in the higher serum creatinine. So this is graft function and cardiovascular death-free survival here. So you can see the impact of impaired graft function about the outcome from 1.3 to 2.6 is a double. How much difference is here in order to have a cardiovascular death-free survival here? So the impairment of kidney, the CKD, or post-transplant, or impairment of graft function is an independent risk factor of cardiovascular disease and death. We should pay attention to this. So I'm coming to this is second point, subclinical immunological activation. And this is the problem. And I see that Dr. Ali, Dr. Abdurrahman, and Dr. Khalid, and Dr. Hatim run a beautiful discussion, and most of this about subclinical immunological activation. However, they presented it in different way. But here, the question is, how do we monitor our kidney allograft? Unfortunately, the only available way for us to measure is creatinine and calculate the eGFR and the proteinuria, which usually we start by albumin creatinine ratio or protein creatinine ratio, and we can end up, if we have a doubt, that doing a 24-hour urine collection. So we start always by dipstick. If it is positive, we do albumin creatinine or protein creatinine ratio, and then we go to 24-hour correction. This is what is everyone doing in front of a transplant patient. And to go to biopsy, you have to have an indication. You have to have an indication. And when you do a biopsy in a renal transplant patient, I'm sure that our previous speaker have clarified and showed many beautiful data about the beautiful cases they presented. You have to look for C4D, and you stain for C4D. And you look for other thing. And now, thanks God, we have the Luminix, and you can look for HLA and non-HLA antibody, and there is a lot of contradictory data about non-HLA antibody. And I see Dr. Ali Hajar is not fan of C1 key. And I have seen there is a published study from a French group published in New England Journal of Medicine showing that the C1q is an independent risk factor for graft and patient outcome. Maybe this data is contradictory now, but I even attended the talk of the speaker during the ATC of 1 year, John Terry from Paris group. And the last thing, de novo or worsening of a preformed donor-specific antibody. So I'm not going through this. We have the Luminix now, and also Dr. Abdurrahman highlighted about the single antigen bead panel and its role in clarifying some false positive or false negative result. However, the donor-specific antibody can exist pre-transplant or de novo post-transplant. And the one who exists pre-transplant that Dr. Ali have highlighted very elegantly in his talk, it's had been used in what's called virtual cross-match, when we have to avoid this specific donor-specific antibody, pre-existing donor-specific antibody against certain HLA locus. So we have to spare any recipient or candidate recipient who have this antigen, which correlate with the donor-specific antibody, what's called virtual cross-match. And there is 2 words about the natural history of de novo DSA or the donor-specific antibody in general. We have 2 sources. You have it either de novo DSA, when you have a preformed, we have a preformed DSA in hypersensitized patient. The de novo DSA, the source is either acute clinical antibody-mediated rejection or what's called indolent antibody-mediated rejection, in another name, subclinical antibody-mediated rejection. This is the main 2 source for the de novo donor-specific antibody. However, for preformed donor-specific antibody, which usually are complement fixing, and immediately post-transplant, if that percentage is significant, they start complement activation, and the complement activation will lead to endothelial injury, peritubular capillaritis, and glomerulitis, and continuous persistent microvascular inflammation, and this will keep going, capillaritis and glomerulitis, and this will lead to, by the end, this endothelial injury, worsening of the graft function. You have also the endothelial selective transporter, which indicate endothelial injury, which become active also in a presence of de novo preformed donor-specific antibody when they activate the complement, and this also will lead to the same process, endothelial injury and peritubular capillaritis and glomerulitis. However, continuing growing of this de novo donor-specific antibody, whatever the source is, or preformed existing post-transplant donor-specific antibody will end up by increasing intravascular interstitial fibrosis and tubular atrophy, graft arteriosclerosis, and transplant glomerulopathy. This combination with current antibody-mediated rejection, which unfortunately there is no specific treatment There is no specific protocol. There is no specific consensus even how to handle this chronic antibody-mediated rejection, and unfortunately, it is always worsening. So the donor-specific antibody, whatever is de novo or preformed, is very important, and I will show you some data later on. So the question is, how often do we do the de novo DSA develop? This is a small study which is selectively was well illustrated and well designed for almost, they started intention to treat 560 patients, and after exclusion of those who have a primary graft dysfunction or who have a preformed or hypersensitized patient, pre-transplant, they ended up by following up 508 patients with a very low HLA risk. And this can explain why only 32% of those group have induction therapy, 9% ATG, and 23% basiliximab, which tells you that they are very low HLA legs, as you have 78%, 68% who did not receive induction therapy at all. And after 12 after 1 year, 12 years, you have 27% of these people have developed de novo DSA. Even, as I said from the start, they are at very low HLA risk, and only the induction have been used in 32%, and the immunosuppression was mainly tax 82% and cyclosporin 18% plus MMF and the prednisolone. So after 10 years, you have 27% of these people have de novo DSA. De novo DSA, 27% have developed de novo DSA. So the next question is, who gets the de novo DSA and when? So the same stratification of the people of the same author, they found that those people who are non-adherent to the immunosuppressive medication, these are the one who mostly developed the DSA. So when they did deep analysis for these people who skip doses of tacrolimus or MAF or steroids, take 1 day, skip 1 day, and so on, those are the one who developed de novo DSA. So does this has impact about the graft survival? Well, this data published in American Journal of Transplantation 2017 tell you, yes, at 5 years, those who have a de novo donor-specific antibodies have a worse graft outcome, have a dissensory graft survival. Those doesn't have donor-specific antibody have better outcome compared to those who develop donor-specific antibody. This is like 5-year-old, 6-year-old data. So, and then I moved to look for more recent data, and then I found this nice study coming from Pittsburgh group by Hari Haran, and they followed up for around 4 years, 982 transplant, and they excluded 23, and they ended up by having 959. Among these 959, there are 223 who have done renal biopsy in the first year post-transplant. And they did the intervention for screening for donor-specific antibody at 1 month, at 3 months, at 6 months, at 9 months, and at 12 months. Okay, and they compared those who have a donor-specific antibody positive versus those donor-specific antibody negative, and by the end, they found only that donor-specific antibody positive at 1 year is significant in terms of a graft and the patient outcome, and the recipient age. This is the only 2 significant outcome in first year screening on a stable kidney transplant patient, screening for donor-specific antibody as indicated 1, 3, 6, 9, and 12. And the renal biopsy was done when it's indicated unstable graft in only around 30% of cases. Only they found this outcome. And I will go through their other as you can see here, graft failure-free survival, there is tendency to be lower with the de novo DSA, but the difference is not significant. And this censor's graft survival, they're more the same. There is no significant. And you have all the rest. As you can see here, there is tendency with donor-specific antibody for worse outcome, whatever it is, but it doesn't reach to the significant level. So they again stratified, sorry, why is not moving? It's freezing air. I try to modify my screen because the toolbar is hiding what the title, but it become freezed with me here. Sorry.
Yeah, now it's okay.
And here they stratified the DSA detected about timing of DSA detected less than 100 day and more than 100 day. Again, there is no difference, whatever the comparison. Graft failure-free survival, distance of the graft survival, and everything. When they stratified by yes or no, there is no significant difference. When they stratified by less than 100 day and more than 100 day, there is no significant difference. However, we have the histopathologist there. For those 223 patients, when they did the renal biopsy for graft unstable, as you can look in the row and panel, when there is DSA positive, then you have more significant antibody-mediated rejection and mixed T-cellular and antibody-mediated rejection. So whatever, however, if the DSA is negative, so the biopsy was showing only T-cell mediated rejection. So this is something, when they are positive, so you have a tendency to have antibody-mediated rejection or a mixed antibody and cellular T-cellular rejection. So looking for DSA even before graft injury become apparent by other tests rather than creatinine and proteinuria now become a challenge. And I see Dr. Alhaji said it's very expensive for the low-income country. However, saving the transplanted kidney is very important because the transplant itself and the dialysis itself and repeat the transplant or retransplant or the dialysis is costly. So this is a challenging even in a low income country. Chronic antibody-mediated injury in patients with new inset late graft dysfunction often leads to graft failure, as I showed in the explanation. And we have a better tool allowing us now to focus on the long-term immunological answer. So what is the question come to us from this data? Come in my mind, how can we minimize late post-transplant DSA? There is no consensus or a plan for this now. When and how frequent should we monitor post-transplant DSA? These questions are open if our previous speaker, Dr. Ali or Dr. Khalid or Dr. Abdurrahman are still on board. And I see Dr. Ali Al-Abudli who also signed in. So when and how frequent should we monitor post-transplant DSA? Should a biopsy be done when a DSA are found or become positive after being negative? However, I just want to highlight that the previous study I mentioned from a Pittsburgh group was only for 1 year. So however, 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, as I showed earlier, when this de novo antibodies shows up or appear, it can go up to 27% of low risk patient at 10 years. So it's always there in a good group of patients. And when there is a late chronic antibody mediated rejection, how do we treat? I will go to the next interesting point, very interesting point, which is a proteinuria. Well, I wish that the organizing companies, they put a background. I have a background of snow behind me in this morning in Boston. So post-transplant proteinuria, the question is it a risk or a marker? So it was found that post-transplant proteinuria is associated and can predict graft loss, associated with higher cardiovascular disease event and mortality, and KDOQI guideline recommend monitoring urine protein at least once within the first month, and then every 3 months in the first post-transplant year. There is annually. However, I do more frequently. Allograft biopsy recommended only the indication of allograft biopsy in a patient of proteinuria in those who develop new onset proteinuria post-transplant or have unexplained nephrotic range proteinuria. This is the indication of renal biopsy, new onset proteinuria or unexplained nephrotic range proteinuria. So what is the correlation? This is a beautiful study. It's almost 2 decades, but still valid. And they calculated the graft survival and the patient survival by the level of proteinuria. And you can see very clearly here, proteinuria less than 500 milligram compared to proteinuria more than 1 gram. And you can see the outcome in terms of graft survival. And it's not only graft survival, but a patient survival. So the presence of proteinuria, as I started my talk in this sector of proteinuria, it not only predict graft loss, but it's also predict cardiovascular mortality and morbidity post-transplant. And you can see the difference in patient survival and the graft survival in this beautiful study. And here, this is another study. They what's called persistent but to proteinuria. It is a single center experience over 20 years. And they assessed protein creatinine ratio at every clinic visit for the patient, and they have almost 28,000 reading, and they got median protein creatinine ratio at 1, 2, 3 years, and they validated this protein creatinine ratio by doing a 24-hour protein collection once for patient to validate the reading. And they stratified the patient not only by proteinuria, but they stratified the patient by 2 things. Not only low persistent proteinuria, but controlled blood pressure versus uncontrolled blood pressure. And you can see here very clearly in this beautiful study that people, because the problem is that we have many patients who are hypertensive, post-transplant, or even general population hypertensive, and we treat them, but how many of them reaching the target, which is in CKD patient 130/80, and CKD transplant should be 130/80, or so there is no consensus or definition. So people who have a blood pressure less than 40, you can see the 10-year graft survival. And if the patient have a blood pressure more than 140, you can see the difference that even uncontrolled blood pressure, even by the level of above 140, have a late graft, a worse late graft outcome. And Opels in European data in his analysis and the impact of uncontrolled blood pressure on post-transplant outcome have confirmed this. So it's not we have to reach to the target, because most of the country, less than 50% of people treated for hypertension are at the target level of blood pressure. And when you add proteinuria to the blood pressure, which is within the target, you can see the outcome here. Adding proteinuria to blood pressure less than 40, you can see the difference in outcome, how much it is going down. And then when you add the proteinuria to uncontrolled blood pressure, it's like hilarious divergent curve about poor graft outcome. And this one at 2 years. So
7 minutes.
Next question. Sorry?
Sorry, 7 minutes you have more.
Okay. Okay, so the next, I told you, stop me when you like. A smallest, so the post-transplant proteinuria are coming from the native kidney. Small study suggests that in live donor recipient with residual native function, the native proteinuria decline after first months, and subsequent increase in proteinuria should be related to the transplanted kidney. And here, this is Spear the Nephron trial showed the proteinuria increased significantly when they shifted patient from CNI to sirolimus. However, when they stopped sirolimus and really shifted patient back to CNI, a good deal of this patient improved. And as I tried, so sirolimus is one associated with increased proteinuria, and before shifting, you have to measure the proteinuria. And they found they tried ramipril to prevent or to decrease post-transplant proteinuria in this multi-center double-blind randomized study with GFR more than 20, at least 3 months post-transplant. And then you can see here that ramipril often even extended the study to more than 8 years. It doesn't improve the post-transplant proteinuria. In this study, which run in 14 centers, however, the total number of people run with using ACE inhibitor compared to placebo is not big, but the outcome that the ACE inhibitor doesn't improve post-transplant proteinuria. Anemia toward as I mentioned before, it is a CKD transplant. This patient have a chronic kidney disease and have to be dealt as a chronic kidney disease in addition to having immunosuppression medication. And this is also affect, they are more liable to infection, which affects the availability of iron for hemoglobin synthesis. And as I said, there's 50% of the transplant cohort and the category of CKD stage 3. And then there are multifactorial causes for anemia post-transplant we have to address. And I know there are too many beautiful studies in Oman by Dr. Isa Salmi and in Kuwait by Dr. Turki Al-Ataibi. However, I chose this one because this study a little bit old, but we have to know that the guideline we apply in CKD patient have to be applied in post-transplant anemia, because usually post-transplant anemia shows up with a delayed graft function. So as with the previous pathophysiology that I mentioned, and this study tell you if you use erythropoietin and you elevate the blood, the hemoglobin concentration towards 14.7 or above, the patient got worse, patient survive, a patient die from cardiovascular risk. And then so we have to stick in a patient with, we have to follow the guideline for chronic kidney disease patient in those who have anemia post-transplant with impaired graft function to the level 2B CKD stage corresponding to the other group. Malignancy, post-transplant malignancy must be discussed with patient during evaluation as a risk associated with immunosuppression, especially skin cancer and lymphoma. Most of the data came from the registry. Non-skin cancer in transplant recipient is 3.5-fold higher than general population. And the importance of transplant of malignancy after transplant increased as the life expectancy of transplant recipient has improved. Rate of cancer among transplant patients are similar to people who are 20 to 30 years older. So if you have a 30 years old transplant patient, his incidence of or rate of cancer corresponds to 60 years old normal population. And liver and kidney is the second and third most common cause of this, as I showed early in the analysis. And this is cumulative incidence a year from transplant. Those who have cancer has lower incidence post-transplant, and you have this graft failure and retransplantation increase with a presence of cancer. And this is the prevalence, incidence of cancer. Skin in the first year increased by 220, 25. Second year, you can see almost 5 times. Third year, 7 times. All non-skin cancer, this is the rate they go at 3 years up to 7 times more than the general population. And I highlighted this slide with a transplant. You have increased 2-fold of this type of cancer, increased 5-fold of this type of cancer, increased 15-fold of kidney cancer, increased more than 20-fold in skin and non-Hodgkin lymphoma and non-melanoma skin cancer. This is why when we meet with patients before transplant, we have to highlight for them the possibility of having skin cancer and lymphoma. Cancer etiology, there is no, all this is hypothetical. However, it has been found that EBV positivity associated with post-transplant lymphoproliferative disease, HHV-8 with Kaposi sarcoma, HBV with squamous cell of skin, vulva, vagina, hepatitis B and C with hepatocellular carcinoma. This thing happened in the normal population, but in the transplant higher. And the hypothesis of immunosuppression causing cancer is a hypothesis. There is no proof data about anything. Metabolic derangement, metabolic syndrome, everyone knows the definition, 3 or more, hypertension, dyslipidemia, or impaired glucose tolerance. And you can see here a stratification of metabolic syndrome by BMI more than 30. You can see the hypertension, dyslipidemia, impaired glucose tolerance or diabetes, and central obesity. If the BMI more than 30 before transplant or at the time by transplant. I kept the post-transplant diabetes because at the end, because I know the time would not allow me. Also, it was to be lessened. So hypertension in kidney transplant recipient, blood pressure goal in renal transplant remain in GEMMA. No specific medication has been shown to be more effective than other at improving patient or graft survival. So what we do, we follow the non-transplant guideline. Again, non-dihydropyridine like diltiazem, it interfere with, have interaction with CNI, level will go up because it is a slow acetylator, and ACE and ARABs, when you add them, you have to monitor the kidney function because sometimes most of these people might have with time renal graft artery stenosis. And I have a nice experience with a patient who developed acute kidney failure after adding ACE inhibitor due to graft artery stenosis. And we thought it's a rejection or biopsy. By the end, it turned to be renal artery stenosis. Regarding hyperlipidemia, we know the statin and its interaction with calcineurin inhibitor causing a muscle pain, increased CK, fibrate can rise serum creatinine and make precipitate for rhabdomyolysis. Ezetimibe is very weak and is very safe. And there's some coming data about BCKS9 trial and CKD not in kidney transplant. However, there are in heart transplant some data where they used the BCKS9 successfully in patient with heart transplant where the other statin and the other medication causes side effect due to combination with interaction between medication and statin.
Professor, we are running short of time. Sorry to interrupt you.
And this is to tell you, this will be the last slide in dyslipidemia, that you have to bear in mind that more than 50% of cadaveric renal transplant having serum creatinine more than 0.5 milligram, which puts them in a stage 3 CKD. And this CKD stage 3 is categorized as an extreme risk in addition or a very high risk or high risk cardiovascular risk. So these people with the graft dysfunction, which as more than 50% of cadaveric donor are considered as CKD transplant stage 3, and this is puts them in high risk for cardiovascular disease. I will stop here. And also the data in post-transplant diabetes, it's worth listening, but I know that I will be short out of time, so I put it at the end.
Thank you, Professor, for the informative talk. Actually, and it's interesting, but the lack of time always making the things are not. But
yeah, I don't know if it works. So I can pass to the treatment of post-transplant diabetes, shows the data about using SGLT inhibitor and GLP-1 in post-transplant. It's up to you.
If it takes 3-4 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, let's move through the slides, and I will go directly to the treatment. So you can see here the post-transplant diabetes initially was reported up to 60% due to multiple definition. Recently, with unifying the definition is can be it's good 20 to 30% at 3 years, and even impaired glucose tolerance is associated with graft dysfunction and promote cardiovascular mortality and morbidity. And this is the data which tell you here, even just impaired glucose tolerance, post-transplant diabetes, impaired glucose tolerance, impaired fasting blood glucose, all of them have a worse impact on the graft outcome and mortality. So it's not only the diabetes, even pre-diabetes at the impaired glucose tolerance. And you can see here's the difference between diabetes before transplant, new onset diabetes, and no diabetes in terms of cardiac event. And I want to show you, this is very important. Most of you use tacrolimus. Tacrolimus work on blocking FK506 binding protein. This FK506 binding protein are expressed in pancreatic cell. So when you add tacrolimus, you switch off this pancreatic cell, you can suppress insulin promoter, you can cause B cell apoptosis with tacrolimus. And this is why tacrolimus was associated with higher post-transplant diabetes. And I will come later to show some data about tacrolimus and how can prevent it. And this is, we have a hot discussion in last nephrology update about using of SGLT2 inhibitor on post-transplant. When I went through the data, it's a beautiful when in this meta review, you have 3 reports from United Arab Emirates. 3 reports from United Arab Emirates about using SGLT2 inhibitor post-transplant, and we all agreed that we cannot use it in every patient, as only selected group who have no past history of recurrent urinary tract infection, confirmed diagnosis of diabetes after 6 months of the transplant. So because it's associated with higher urinary tract infection. Here, you have to make sure, select the patient to use SGLT2 inhibitor. You have the beautiful data, including the UAE report. And here, another more data about using SGLT2 inhibitor on post-transplant. However, most of the study are very small number. So it is there, you use it in selected group of people, will not go through it, but I'm just highlighting, guys, you have to use it. You have to be careful. People who have a recurrent history of urinary tract infection, be careful of using it in those people. That's all. And then, and what apply for general population, it apply for transplant. When you use it, SGLT2 inhibitor, it will be associated with initial drop of graft function. And KDOQI guideline can now tell you, you can use it, the SGLT2 inhibitor in CKD is a GFR 20, more than 20 or yes. You can apply this for transplant because there is no guideline. And this is very important because the people keep saying urinary tract infection, urinary tract infection. This is a very recent study which showed that, so the number is not so big. And they did also, they found that there is no difference on urinary tract infection after using SGLT2 inhibitor versus other non-SGLT2 inhibitor in post-transplant patient, provided that the selection criteria have been done in using SGLT2 inhibitor. And this is GLP-1 agonist. Again, GLP-1 agonists have been used in many studies, but as you can see here, a small number, 24 patients, 7 patients, 63 patients. This is the largest, but it was retrospective, 2 types of GLP-1 agonists. They have been used successfully in post-transplant with a great tendency to reduction of weight, which usually are increased due to transplant. And this is my last slide, So as I explained, tacrolimus, this is beautiful, everyone have to follow. When they put the tacrolimus in a vitro with beta cells, it found it caused apoptosis and decreased insulin secretion. When in other dish, they put tacrolimus, beta cell, and empagliflozin, they found that all the negative impact of tacrolimus on beta cell have been reversed. And they tried it in an animal study, and they found that TAC causes twofold increase in SGLT2 inhibitor, and IMBA decrease, and IMBA reduce the hyperglycemic effect and increase the insular cell of pancreatic cell. So in kidney, IMBA alleviate also the nephrotoxicity, not only blocking the diabetogenic effect of tacrolimus, but it decrease or alleviate the tacrolimus induced nephrotoxicity on the transplanted kidney. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Abdul Basit. Now we'll leave the floor for Dr. Amna, the chairman, for her conclusion. Dr. Amna, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hatem. I would like to thank all our wonderful people who spoke today, and I would like to thank all our amazing attendees until the end of the day or over the weekend, but the number still, it's around 300. And I would like to emphasize on those who need the certificates, there will be a survey to be filled where there is a point if you need this meeting, virtual or physical, for next year. So kindly give us your view. And for those who missed any part of this sessions or other sessions, there will be this meeting will be recorded, and the record will be in the YouTube for you if you would like to hear any specific topic later. And we wish the transplant program in UAE to grow and to give life to our CKD patient. And I would like to invite all the attendees who are from United Arab Emirates to attend the Sika Art and Design Festival, who has a collaboration with the National UAE Transplant Committee and National Transplant Center, MUHA, for awareness regarding kidney transplant. And this art festival is being held from 24th of February to 5th March. And there will be Hayat registration and Hayat giveaway and gifts. And the video, there will be the video of that art festival will be shown shortly. It's interesting to attend this art festival. I would like to encourage all our attendees to do so. And at the end, we would like to take a picture of the attendees. So whoever interested to open their cameras, so we can take a group picture.
If you allow me, Dr. Amna, to invite all the audience to the 23rd nephrology update in the occasion of World Kidney Day, 11 and 12 March in the Marriott Al Gaddaf.
Yes, sure.
Excellent. As the colleagues are opening their cameras, as Dr. Amna highlighted, it's a beautiful place in Dubai. If you could visit in the afternoon, the Hayat and the art exhibition in Dubai, that would be great. And it's not only Hayat, but there are so many other art exhibitions. Please do visit and support the program.
We appreciate your effort and contribution to improve the kidney transplant, all the transplant program in UAE and cadaveric donation, Dr. Ali.
Thank you,
It's
Prof.
endless,
Abdullah.
endless,
Team effort.
endless
Thank you.
effort, endless effort, non-stop.
Okay, now we will take the photo. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. مستنيينك بقى يا دكتور علي.
لا ضروري إن شاء الله. إن شاء الله. الله يحفظك يا بروفيسور.
الله يكرمك. الله يكرمك. أي حد عايز حاجة من بوسطن أنا جاي بعد كام يوم، أنا تحت أمركم.
إن شاء الله.
Great snow من عندك ولا؟
ولو فتحوا الباك جراوند it's snowing. It's my background is snowing outside. But حتى هم unified background زرقاء كده. It's snowing outside. It's white.
Yeah, I miss those days.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Amna. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amna.
Thank you.